how you want it to flow. And just by using brush strokes, you can create all kinds of little things happening in here. There we go. But by using this angle, it gives you that impression that the mountain, the lay of this land on this mountain flows in that direction. That's exactly what we're looking for today. I want those mountains to look like they just...
Стрим в стадии разработки и настройки. Спасибо за понимание. А пока тут иногда бегают коты. Стрим в стадии разработки и настройки. Спасибо за понимание. А пока тут иногда бегают коты. Стрим в стадии разработки и настройки. Спасибо за понимание. А пока тут иногда бегают коты.
Tell you what, let's do. Maybe take a little of that titanium white that I had here. Maybe right in here. Let's just lay a little white. That has the least little touch of the phthalo blue in it. Maybe there's a little snow or a glacier or something that lives in there. There. But I don't want it to be pure white all over. I want it to be like shadows. I don't want it to be too bright. Put this in first, then we can add a few highlights here and there if we want them. There we go. And then we could take a little bit of the pure white and just highlight this. Let it just bounce. Very gentle. Barely caressing the canvas. Allow the paint to break. It'll create all those little things in there. There. And just let it follow those angles. Like so. Okay, we can take our large brush in and very gently, just blend it together. But this is 2 hairs and some air. And I think I'm going to put a bunch of trees in there, so most of that's not going to show. So don't spend a lot of time worrying about it. Let's build us a tree. We'll take some black, some Prussian blue, very dark, a little Van Dyke brown, a little bit of the silk green. Shoot, you can throw in a little crimson too if you want. Mainly a good dark color. Good dark color. Okay, let me wipe off the old knife here. All right, let's make some evergreens with, we'll use a fan brush today. We'll go right in here, load a lot of color into the brush, both sides, back and forth. Just to really fill it up. Let's go right over here. Now you have to make some big decisions again. There. Our tree lives right there. Take the corner of the brush and just go back and forth. Just like so. There it is. Them son of a guns live right there in the bristles. All you got to do is sort of shake them out. Like so. There. Maybe he comes right down there. I don't know. Wherever. Just give him a friend. You know me. I think everybody needs a friend. Could be the most important thing in our lives. There. My mother was with me in Alaska for about a year, and she fell in love with the place. Maybe one of these days her and I'll get to go back up here. She's a super lady. She was born and raised in the South, and when she got to see Alaska, she had never seen scenery like that. So she was as fascinated with it as I am. Now, if you have trouble making this paint stick over the top of all this white that you have back here, add a little paint thinner to your color, but right on the brush, but very little, very, very little. You can always add more, but once you thin your paint down, then it's a son of a gun to try to get it back. So just add a tiny, tiny little bit. Maybe there's a little baby tree. He lives right there. Right there. Maybe that's his mama. All right. Okay, let's see here. Maybe, I'll tell you what, maybe there's another little tree right there. Let your imagination just take you wherever you want to go. Shoot, you can put as many or as few trees as you want in your world. There. Shoot, let's have a big tree right there. whole forest it looks like here. Now, in painting, one of the biggest things that I like about doing paintings is to show depth and distance. Each one of these little things here creates another plane in your painting, so it looks farther. Let me show you something. Let me show you. Maybe if we wanted to create the illusion, I'll just use that same color. I just want to show you how to create depth in your painting, because that's very important. Let's just take a little of that color with a little titanium white on it. Maybe in our world we want to show another plane here. If you wanted to, look here, you could just come right in here and create another layer right there, just by doing that. We'll put it behind the tree. See there? And when this painting is done, hopefully that'll come out to look like a whole nother layer. Now then, I'll just create a little mist at the bottom of it with a clean brush. I'm going to lift it up in very short little strokes, make it look like little distant trees and stuff. It's way back here in the distance, very quiet. Now watch here. Watch here. Let's go back to our fan brush. Now if you put trees in front of that, it'll push everything back. It'll push it back. Let's have another one right there. See there? Now leave some space so you can see through here and see that there's trees behind. Look at that. But see, now you can see distance in there. Maybe there's, let's put one little crooky one there. There he is. Poor little guy. All right. Now, let's put something underneath here for all this to sit on. We'll just use that same color. It doesn't matter. Mainly we're looking for a nice dark color. Nice dark color, that's all. Something about like so. And let me grab another fan brush here. I have several of them going. Let's take a little yellow, a little bit of that color. Grab a little sap green, mix in there. There, maybe a little more of the sap green. I want that a bit, oh, there we're looking. That's what we're looking for, dark green. Let's go up in here and let's see our light's coming from the left. Our mountain tells us that. So let's add some highlights here, a little more on the left and on the right. There we go. Give these little trees some nice highlights. There they are. Use the other side of the brush. We can do that one. There. Now don't kill all the dark. Don't kill all that dark. That's what makes these evergreens so nice, is the fact that they're dark. It creates contrast in your painting. There. There we go. Forgot this one. Don't want to leave him out. A rascal will get mad. Nothing worse than a mad tree, I'll tell you. There. A little bit up in this one. Shoot, we've got us a whole forest here. Let's use a 1-inch brush now. Maybe there's some nice bushes that grow right in front of these trees. We'll just push in some color. There we go. Wherever we want them. Wherever we want them. There. Okay. Now, I'm going to use another 1-inch brush. I'm going to add a little touch of paint thinner or liquid white, either one to it. And let's go right through this yellow and green that we had here. That's sap green, cad yellow. We can pick up a little Indian yellow, a little bit of the yellow ochre, all those yellows. I want to make various shades of green. Pull that brush in one direction, load a lot of color into it. See, when that brush is sort of rounded, you pull it this way and then turn it over. And it's rounded. Look at the end. There's a lot of paint there. All right, let's go up here. Now, let's come right up in here and let's begin creating all kinds of individual little bushes and trees that live back here in front of these evergreens. Just push them in. And if you have trouble making this stick, add a little bit more of the liquid white or paint thinner. If you use paint thinner, though, add very, very small amounts. In a heartbeat, it'll get your paint so thin that it'll just run. very, very small amounts. Here's a little right here. Wherever you want these little rascals. A little more of the yellow ochre, just to change the flavor a little. But do one bush at a time. Give them names. There. So we travel around the country talking with people. It's one of the questions that people talk about over and over. They have trouble making these bushes. And the problem normally is that you try to do too many at once. I know sometimes it looks like here we just take off and we sock in 50 bushes at once, but they're one at a time. One at a time. I'm going to take a little bit of that green and yellow and mix it on the 2-inch brush. Let's have a little land under here. There we go. There we are, see? Angles are most important here. Most important. Wherever you want this to go. A little yellow ochre in there, Indian yellow. There. Now then, shoot. That's all right. Tell you what, let's have a reflection in there. All you gotta do is grab the bottom of that and pull it down. Just pull it straight down. It's important that it goes straight down now. Let all those little colors just go right into the water here. There. But straight down. There. Come across. And that quick, we have instant reflections. Now then, take the knife. We'll use a little Van Dyke brown. Maybe there's a little bank in here. Just bring it wherever you want it here. Like so. Here and there, maybe it runs up into there. Okay. And then you take the fan brush with some of those same yellows and etc. Pop in a few little grassy areas right at the bank. Right there at the bank. If you want to reflect a little of that in there, grab the least little amount of it and pull it down. Least little amount. Not much, not much. And very lightly, once again, just go across. Like so. Maybe we'll have a tiniest little bit of waterline. I don't want much in this. I want to keep it dark as possible. A little liquid white on the knife, and drop it in. There. So I say we travel all over the country and get to talk to people and do shows for PBS. And if we ever get to your area, shoot, come and see us. I'd love to have the opportunity to meet you and talk with you and see photographs of what you're painting. So if we do get to your area, stop in and see us. There. Let's have a little bush lives on this side of the water. Maybe he lives right there. Right there. Create a little reflection like that. Go across. A little bit of highlight on this bush, the yellows and the greens. Like that. That quick you can create a little bush, put a little bit of land under it, and we're about to a finished painting. There we go. I think we'll put a little water line under there, call this one finished. A few little sticks and twigs. That's all there is to it. Hope you've enjoyed this one. Hope to see you soon also. From all of us here, happy painting. God bless. Hi, I'm certainly glad to see you today. Thought today we'd do a fantastic little painting, and I'm glad you're here and going to paint along with me. So I tell you what, let's start out today and run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've done up here, because we have something a little bit different today. Let me explain what's happening here. Standard old 18 by 24 inch canvas, but you use any size that you want. And I've taken black gesso, and I have an idea in my mind today, and I thought I'd do a little waterfall. So I've just painted this with black gesso, and I've even put in a basic indication of where my little waterfall will be, and let that dry. Then I've taken a little bit of liquid clear and covered the entire canvas. The liquid clear is there only to make the next layer go on easier. Now while the liquid clear is still wet, I've covered the entire canvas with a thin, very thin coat of alizarin crimson and phthalo blue to make a lavender, sort of to the bluish side. And with that, we're going to do a fantastic little waterfall. So I hope you enjoy this one. Shoot, let's start out, Dave. We'll use this little tiny 2-inch brush here. We'll go right into some titanium white. I like these kind of paintings because they work so nice. This black gesso is the most fantastic thing you've ever seen. We'll put a little of that white on there. Let's go up here. Now maybe our light source is going to be right up here above the waterfall. So take the white. Now there's very little color up here. The clear allows you to put just almost like a glaze. There's not a great deal of color. If you don't have the clear on there, you end up putting so much paint that when you put white on there, color's too strong. Anyway, watch here though, because it's such a small amount of paint, I want to create the illusion of light shining through here. And by just taking a little of that titanium white and making like little crisscross strokes, we can do that. Very little color on the canvas. Now you could do this several times to achieve a desired lightness if you wanted to. If you wanted this to be brighter, well, I'll show you. Take a little more white. Maybe you want it to be a little brighter right in here. You can add a little more white in there. There. But see, it looks like there's light just exploding through there. And it's a beautiful, beautiful way to make some very interesting paintings. And you can pull it a little if you want to really make it look like light rays zinging through. There's no limit to this. There we go. All right, so we have our light source now. Now without even cleaning the brush, I'll just go right back into that lavender color I was using to cover the canvas with. Alizarin crimson and phthalo blue. Much more crimson than blue though. But it's still to the bluish side. The blue is so much stronger than the crimson. We'll just tap a little color onto the brush here. And it still had the white on it that we just used, so it's a little lighter. Okay, let's go up in here. Now maybe back in here we have all kind of little tree shapes and stuff. So let's just start thinking about little trees that live way back here. We don't want these to be too dark yet. We want these to be very subdued, very quiet, because they're right in that strong light that's coming through there. So all we're looking for here initially is some very basic little shapes of some happy little trees that live back in here. There we go. But very, very basic little shapes. Maybe there's a few more little things living in here. Wherever you think they should be. It's exactly where they should be. Just sort of let your imagination just go wild. It's what's so fantastic about painting. You can create any kind of world that you want. See, already it gives you an impression of limbs hanging over there. Now then, shoot, I'll just use that same old brush. I'm lazy, I don't want to clean it. Take a little bit of the titanium white on there. And we'll put a few little highlights on some of these that are far back in here. The lights zinging through here, these are going to be very light and bright. There they go, see? And begin thinking about shape and form. There. Now then, maybe as we work a little closer, tell you what, let's begin picking out a few little tree limbs and little sticks and twigs that live in there. So we'll take some paint thinner on our liner brush and go into that same identical color. Think about trunks and sticks. There. If you have trouble making this flow, add a little bit more of the paint thinner, that's all. That's all. Okay, see there? You can make as many or as few as you want in your world. Wherever you think there should be a little stick or a twig, that's where you want it. And this paint should flow just as easy, almost like you were using a pen and writing. If it doesn't flow like that, chances are you don't have quite enough thinner on your brush. We'll take a little more of that titanium white, a little more of that lavender color. Now we can come back in here and let's begin picking out little individual clumps of things that live on these trees. Little tiny things. See them? There. wherever you think they should be. Darker, darker, darker over here in the left, because not as much light's going to strike over there. Takes very little paint to do this particular part. Very little. Maybe. There, let's add a little more color. Maybe right down in here, there's some things that just sort of, maybe they just sort of hang over like this. I don't know. Just sort of let your brush take you there. Maybe it hangs right down. I don't know. I really don't know. You can just sort of pick out all these little things that you like in here. And just begin working with shapes and forms. Let all these little things happen. Think about all the little creatures that live out here, little squirrels and bunny rabbits, and just hundreds and thousands of little things live in here. There. Okay, there's another one. Right. But already you have so many layers there that create the illusion of depth and distance in your painting. Maybe. Oh, there's a nice one. Looking for some nice individual shapes in there. There. Okay. Now then, tell you what, I'll just take a fan brush here. Shoot, we'll take a little bit of that same color, and maybe back in here you can this should be almost identically the same color as what you have up there. Just want to put the indication of some things way back in there that you just barely can see. They're far away, and all we're doing is just tapping in some basic little shapes. Now then, probably the most fun thing to do here is the waterfall, of course. So let's do that. Let's do that. We'll take a 1-inch brush. I'm going to dip it into a little bit of the liquid clear. Just a small amount. Just a small amount. We'll go through some titanium white. Now the clear in there is only to thin it. Only to thin it. All right. In fact, I may put a little more. Let me dip the brush into just a tiny bit more. There. All right. That's nice. You can feel it when you pull the brush across. It should be slick. You can reach up and get the least little touch of phthalo blue. Ooh, least little touch though. Whisper, whisper. Okay, let's go up in here. Now if our waterfall lives right here, let the water sort of come along like this and then shoom, and fall. Just let it fall. See there? Shoom. Just let it go. There. Add a touch more blue to that. I want it just a little more to the blue side. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Hope you can see what a difference that makes. There. Now, we can take a clean 2-inch brush and from the bottom lift upward and smooth that and blend it until it's just as smooth as glass. That clear will allow you to just make it so smooth. And maybe down here toward the base, maybe there's some mist. We'll just take a little white paint, very small amount, right on the tip of the brush. And let's just put the indication here of a little foam. If water falls that far, you're going to have mist that's floating around here. Just no way you can get away from it. If water falls that far, you're certainly going to have mist. There. Already that sort of looks like it's laying in a little cloud almost. That's what we're looking for. All right. Now then. Maybe. Tell you what, maybe in our world, maybe there's a nice tree over here on this side. But you start with the thing that's the farthest away and you work forward. So let's take a little dark sienna. Oh, I'll reach over here and get a little white, thin it down a little. We'll use the liner brush. A little bit more of the dark sienna. Okay, let's go up here. Maybe there's a little tree trunk that lives right in here. And just wiggle that brush, turn it as you let it come down so you get all of those fantastic little shapes. It's not just a future telephone pole living here. This tree has form and shape, character. He's a nice tree. Very nice little tree. There he is. Okay, now, maybe over here, there's not as much light striking. Let's use that same old brush, shoot, I'm lazy. Take a little sap green, a little bit of cad yellow. Reach up here and grab a little midnight black. That'll, ooh, there, see what? Makes a beautiful dark green. Push that brush, load that little ridge of paint right out on the edge of the bristle. That's an excellent shot there, you can really see that. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, I want to have nice leafy things that are hanging right over here. Just begin with the corner of the brush and begin creating this illusion. This is what's so fantastic about having the black gesso on there. Automatically this just happens because you have your dark color underneath already. You can do this on a white canvas, but you'd work yourself to death trying to get that much dark in there. See? And here, the black gesso puts that all in there for you. There. Okay, maybe back in here there's some things. They're a little darker. They hide way back in here. Now on black canvas, color shows up so much stronger than it does on a white canvas. So be careful that you don't get carried away. Oh, this gets working so nice and it feels good. And next thing you know, you've covered up your whole canvas. There. And you want to retain some of these dark areas here. Makes it look deep and secretive and mysterious. Just all kinds of little happy things going on in there. But just think about form and shape and all the little limbs that live in there that create all these illusions. Most important. Just don't throw it on at random. It won't look right and you'll be unhappy. I don't want this to work for you. Take a little knife here. We'll take a little Van Dyke brown, maybe mix a little dark sienna with it. Now we need some land over on this side of the waterfall. See here? That'll help push that waterfall back. Is it just brown? Both browns. There. See? Just let this work right on down. Even if you can't see it, it's there. It's there. We're putting a dark color on there. There we go. And we can take the least little touch of titanium white mixed with those same brown colors. Same old brown colors. A little Van Dyke, a little dark sienna. Mix it to just a marbled appearance. Don't overmix it. And then start up here, and we can create the illusion of a little, maybe there's a little cliff right here, a little place where the bunny rabbit can run around and get him a drink out of that waterfall. Of course, if he's not careful, he slips in there. Ooh, gonna have rabbit stew. Now then, just basically a clean knife, grab the edge of that and allow a little touch of that color, just a small little touch of that color to be pulled down. Just a very, very small amount. It'll create that illusion of big cliffs doing there. There. Now maybe in our waterfall, maybe there's all kind of little grassy things that live right up here on the top. Shoot, I tell you what, maybe some of our little grassy things start right in here. Just use the corner of the brush. Maybe there's all kind of little ferns and stuff that just sort of hang off there. If you have this much mist, chances are you're going to have a lot of beautiful plants that just sort of hang off the edges of these and grow everywhere. There we go. Here's some over here. Wherever. Just sort of think in your mind where you believe all these little things would grow. There. Maybe they come right on down. Here and there we can have a little brown. Maybe there's a little stone that lives there. There we go. Take a little touch of color. Just let it graze. Oh, most delicate touch. A little bit of color up on top of this to give that rock some shape and form. Not much though. Not much. Now then, you can come right back and just hang some of your little grassy areas right over it. Right over it. Maybe there's a few back here in the mist, but we can't see a lot of them because the mist is beginning to clear. There we are. Look at all them little rascals. But just do this in layers. Think about what's farthest away and work forward, forward, forward. Maybe there's another big stone. Lives right down here. A little brown. And then take a little brown and white and see, just put a little highlight on that stone. Then we come back. Hang some grass right over the top of that. Let that disappear right back in there. There. See, isn't that easy? We've got quite an effective little area here. Scratching a few little sticks and twigs. Let all those things happen. Maybe, watch here. Watch here. I see something here. Let's do it this way. Take a little white on our brush. Decide where you think the water will be. Grab it and pull straight down. A little titanium white on the brush. Put it right into this stone here. Just pull it down. But it's important that this comes straight down. There. Even if you turn your brush at that kind of angle, you still want to go straight down. There we are. Maybe it comes over here somewhere. We don't know yet where we want to go. See, it's picking up that color that's underneath. And all these things, these beautiful colors, will just happen automatically. Very lightly go across. Just enough to distort it a little bit. Wheel them back in here. There. See, isn't that easy? You have the illusion of water. Now then, you ready to get crazy? Tell you what, let's take a little Van Dyke brown, a little dark sienna mixed together. Maybe there's a big cliff. Let's come right down in here. Maybe there's a big cliff that lives right in there. Just sort of make a decision. Maybe it comes, choom. Got to make those little noises though. Just putting a little brown here and there on the canvas. So when we hit it with a little touch of the brown and white, little highlight, it'll jump right out at you. Look at that. See? There we go. Little touch right there. But very, very little paint. It's just, it looks like there's more paint there than there really is. The reason it looks like it is because, once again, color stands out so strong against the black canvas. So strong. I'm going back to my brush. It's got little grassy colors on. Now, if our cliff lives right in here, let's just begin putting some of the little grassy things that live right here on our cliff. Just let them follow right on down. Just follow the basic angle there. See there? Just sort of fill it in. But leave some of your little rocky areas there show through. Don't kill them all. There we go. Now here's another little trick. See, if you want to push that waterfall back, let this come over it. Look at there. And instantly, it'll push that waterfall back into the painting. And now it's in a secret little place back here. There we go. This is a place that the tourists never see. It just hides in there. There we are. Wherever you think they should live. Okay. Isn't that fantastic? But these little grassy areas are what make it so nice. Maybe these come all the way down to the water. Maybe they even hang in the water a little bit. That's all right too. Now sometimes it's nice to take and grab just a touch of those and pull them down into the water. Let them reflect. Just let them reflect. That little touch there will really excite. I'm going to touch a little bit of phthalo blue here and there. Just tiniest little bit. Just enough to make it stand out a little. Beautiful. Now then, maybe there's a big tree that lives right there. So for that, we'll go back to the same lavender color that we covered the canvas with. And maybe our big tree hangs over here. So all we're doing here is creating layers that each layer creates more depth in the painting, makes it look deeper. And to me, that's what makes a painting interesting, that it has depth and distance. It's not just a flat subject. It has dimension. There we go. Okay. Maybe that comes right on down. Just sort of make a decision where you think a big old tree would live here. And drop it in. That's all there is to it. Probably doesn't look like much at this point, but it's there. It's there. We're going to take liner brush, a little bit of Van Dyke brown, a little white, all those colors. Mixed it with paint thinner so it's very thin, quite dark. Get a little dark sand in there too. There, that's better. Now then, we got a few little limbs that are showing through here. But keep these quite dark. We don't want them to get too light. If they do, they won't look exactly right. There. And when you're painting these, you might even think that they're not going to show, but they will. People will see them. They will see them. Of course, as we've mentioned before, I know nobody's interested in that happy buck, but if you should be, these black canvases are some of the best-selling paintings that you can do. People will love them. Absolutely love them. Now then, clean that old brush. Let's take, back to my brush with the greens on it. I'm going to add some black. I want this to be a much darker green. Much darker. We'll tap a little color into the brush. Now let's go up in here and let's begin putting on some shapes there. See there? Now, once again, if you have trouble making your paint stick, add the least little touch of the paint thinner. Oh, least little touch though. Don't get crazy, because very quickly it'll get too much, and then you can't control it. It'll just run all over the place. And think about how these limbs would hang, especially in this kind of area with all that water there. These would probably be big old saggy trees. There. Sort of tropical type trees. Darker and darker back over in this area. They don't get too bright. There. Once again, I know you get tired of hearing it, but think about form here. Don't just hit it random. Think about form. There's all kinds of little things that live in here. There's little limbs that protrude out this way. That's what these are hanging on. There. Sometimes maybe they hang over like that. However you want them. And when you start doing this, you'll see all kinds of things happening. Don't just try to copy. Don't just try to copy. You know, we're trying to teach you a technique here. So, when you do your own painting, sort of look at it. You're going to see hundreds of things that are happening. Your painting will probably come out much better than this one. But don't just try to copy. There. That's the reason we don't trace anything or start out with patterns here. Because it's more of an individual thing if you do your own thing. We each see nature through different eyes. We each have our own idea of how things should look. And the way I think things should look may not necessarily be the way you think things should look. So let your imagination take you where you want to go. Don't just depend on somebody else to take you there, because you can do it. Maybe there's a little bank here so we can stand on and look out here. Let's just drop in, just using some of that lavender color. We'll just put us in a happy little bank right there. I just put the dark in there just to form an edge so we have dark in there underneath this. Now we can come back and we can create all kinds of little things. There. Shoot. Now if you want to show depth under these, leave a little dark area underneath those bushes, because that's where the little creature would hide. Tell you what, maybe there's a little stone lives right there. So a little brown, take a little brown and white. There. We'll just create us just a happy little stone that lives out here. He watches all this water play and fall. There. Something like so. There we are. Now then, let's take, I'm still using a little small knife. I like it. I'm going to take the least little bit of color on the knife, almost none, and very firmly just scrape in some little things here and there, just to bring that together. Clean up those edges around the stones and everything. There. here. See there? Look at that little bit of blue that's right there. Doesn't that shine though? But when you do this, use it sparingly. Use it sparingly. That's what makes it so impressive, is that there's such a small amount of it there. If you had a lot, it would lose its effect. So that's a little treasure. Hang on to it. There we are. Just a few little ripples here and there. And take our liner brush, a little bit of the brown and the white. There we go. Maybe here and there we can pick out a little stick that lives in there. A few little things that hang over wherever you think they should be. You see these sticking out when you're looking at the woods and stuff. Put them wherever you think they should be. I think we're about ready to sign. That one looks finished. Take a little thinner, a little bit of the bright red, and let's sign it right down here. There we are. Luckily, I have a very short name, so it only takes a second. There we are. And I hope you've enjoyed this one. It's a little bit different. It'll give you some experience with the black gesso, and you can do a fantastic painting to make you feel good in here. From all of us here, I'd love to wish you happy painting. God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join me today. I thought today we'd do the little painting that you see at the beginning of each show, the little covered bridge. So I tell you what, let's start out and run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. And they'll come across as usual in the same order as I have them on the palette. So I tell you what, let me tell you what I've already done up here. I've got my standard old pre-stretched canvas up here, and I've just taken and cut an oval out of a piece of contact paper and just stuck it on there. Then I've covered the center of it with liquid white, and it's wet and slick and ready to go. So let's just have a good time today. Let's start maybe with a little small amount of the cad yellow, and I'm gonna put a little tiniest little amount of the yellow ochre in with it. Tiny little bit of color. And let's go right up in here and up in the sky. Let's just put in a little bit of that yellow color. Now, we want to do a sky today that's very nondescript. It doesn't pull your eye away from the center of interest. But we do need something in the background. So this is a simple way of doing a very nice little sky that you won't even notice is in the painting when it's done. Okay, without cleaning the brush, let's go into a very, very small amount of the midnight black. It takes very little, just a tiny bit. Yeah, that's good. Let's go back up here. Now right at the top, we'll put in a little bit of that black color and just let it blend right down into that yellow ochre and cad yellow that we have on here. But very quiet. There. And tap in the indication of a little stringy cloud here and there. But once again, if this gets too much going on in it, it's gonna distract you from the main interest in this. We'll just use that same brush here. We'll go right into a little bit more of that black. Very, very small amount. Now you could do this with a round brush or a 1-inch brush. I'm going to use a 2-inch since I already. Tap a little bit of color right into the top bristles here. We want to make some little trees that are far back here in the distance. Some little background shrubbery. That's basically all we're doing. Just some little background things, like so. But very, very quiet, nondescript. Once again, you should hardly even notice these are in the painting. But you need something back here behind your little covered bridge. There. A little touch more of the color. And wherever you want them. There we are. We filmed the shows in Indiana. There's a lot of beautiful covered bridges here in Indiana. In fact, I've done some demonstrations at a couple of covered bridge festivals that they have here. Okay. It'll give us just some very subdued little indications. All right. Let's take the old liner brush. I'm going to take the least amount of the dark sienna on the liner brush, and this paint should be thin, like ink or water. Very, very thin. I don't want much color in it. Turn the bristles. That brings them to a nice sharp point. There we are. Let's go up here. Now maybe here and there in our world, we're going to put the indication of just a little stick and a twig and a trunk and, you know, those little things in here. Don't worry about a lot of detail. Just want the indication here and there. Wherever. There. Okay. And that quick. We've really got all we need. If we get too much more, it's going to distract the eye. And that's not what we're looking for today. We want this to be very subdued and very quiet back there. Now, we had a little snow in that painting. So let's take, I'm using the same old brush. I had such a small amount of color on it, we can go right into the white and it won't even show. Let's go right back in here and decide. We got the titanium white on the brush. Let's decide maybe where the snow is. Just grab it and pull. Now somewhere right over in here, there's a little stream, because that's the reason there's a covered bridge there. So remember that the lay of the land's probably going to go down like that. So that should always be in your mind when you're putting this in. This doesn't show much now, but as we put other colors in there, then it'll begin to show. On this side, maybe it comes over and drops down over here somewhere. But all we're doing is just basically applying a little bit of white onto the canvas. There. Okay. Now we'll worry about fixing that all up later. It's just that we want this behind the bridge, so we need to put it in first. Now then, at this point, I'm going to take and start scraping out a basic idea of where this covered bridge is going to be. Maybe he's going to live right in here somewhere. That'll be his roof over in here. There comes the eave on the far side. It's just like making a big cabin, something like so. Maybe if I put a little tiny bit of color on the knife, you can see that better. I can see it here, but I don't know if you can see it at home on the TV. Maybe, see, it comes right out, something like so. The only reason we're doing this is because I'm going to put some big, huge evergreens in here. And I don't want that color to get up here on the roof that's going to be white, covered with snow. Because if it does, then you're going to end up with green snow. That's the only thing that's worse than yellow snow. It's green snow. See, and you could just go right on like this and lay in a whole basic idea of your little bridge. There we are. Now then, let's go back in here. I'll take some black. Let's use some Prussian blue. Prussian blue, very strong, dark color. A little Van Dyke brown, even a little alizarin crimson. We'll just mix all that in there. There we are. Okay, let me clean off my knife. Just wipe the knife on the old paper towel. There. Let's load the fan brush full of color. Now notice I did not put any green in this at this point, because once again, I do not want a lot of green in this painting. Now then, we have our basic structure. I think we had one tree that was about here. So you can put in a center line. Now, push upward with a brush. These are great big full trees, so push upward. There. Create all those beautiful branches that stick out here. Push quite firmly, and think about individual branches that just protrude out from the side of the tree. Now we're getting close here, so just sort of work around it. Doesn't matter if you get a little in there, but we don't want this whole big gob of color stuck right out here on our building. A little bit up in here. There. Isn't that a super nice way of making a big old tree? It's very easy. You can do this. Just push it upward. There. Okay. We need for this tree to have a friend. Let's say this friend lives, yep, right there. Once again, push upward. There. I like this painting because it's dark contrast here. It stands out like a sore thumb. And that's what makes your painting interesting. The play of light against dark and dark against light and on and on and on. That's what really makes your painting special. Now we can take a little touch of white, a little dark sienna mixed in it, and we can go up here and we'll put the indication of a little trunk here and there. See, that's all you need. It's really all we need. Now then, if we wanted to put a little green on here, what we'll do, I'll just leave this dark color on the fan brush and I'll go right into some yellow ochre and a little cad yellow. But I don't want a lot of green in this painting. Once again, winter scenes, I try to avoid a lot of green, but it's a very, very dark green, very dark green. Now we can go in here and just pop in, pushing upward the same way, a few highlights on these. Don't overdo though. Once again, you'll lose that beautiful, beautiful darkness that's here. And with a painting that has snow in it and all this much white, it's this dark that really makes these trees stand out. There. On this old tree, a few there. Like so. There we are. Okay, I think that's about all we need on that. Shoot. Now then, we can take our brush that has the white on it, and we'll come right down here at the bottom of this big tree, and I want to pull a little touch of that color, a very small amount of it out. And think about the angle here that we had for our snow. Just a small amount of that color, so it looks like there's a shadow under that tree. There it is. Because the canvas is wet, you can move that color. Okay, now then, let's go back in here and begin adding in all of our browns and stuff. And all we're doing here is just laying in color. Just laying in color. There. Okay, now then we can come right down. Shoom. This is where the fun starts. Because this you could do any old way that you want to do. You're really just blocking it in here. Just throw it in. Just throw it in. All right. Now then, decide where the front of this is, and we'll just do a bridgeectomy. See, comes right across like that. That gives us a basic shape for a bridge. Now then, this is going to be the side of the bridge. We'll start filling it in. There. Okay, just pull it down. Pull it down. We go about to here, pull that down. Now then, we need the bottom of this to be nice and straight and smooth. So for that, I'm going to touch and pull upward. Sort of have an idea of where the bottom is. Touch it and pull. There. Okay, that gives us a nice straight edge along the bottom. Then all we have to do is just sort of fill it up. Fill it in. There. Okay. Now underneath that, we had some very dark color because there's some stones and stuff under here that hold all that up. It comes under something like so. And then we had a little water. So under here, that's reflected right down into the water. So you can just continue that. This is basically just Van Dyke brown. There. And our water's going to live right along in here somewhere. I don't know exactly yet. Somewhere right along in here. There. But whatever's going to be water, we'll just grab the big brush and pull that straight down. And that'll end up being our water area. Okay, gently go across. And we already it's beginning to have that impression of water. Now then, see, maybe this hangs out a little further here. And there's a bank over on the side, and it sort of comes around. All right. Now then we can start having some real fun here. I want to darken that one area a little bit underneath. Ooh, that's much better. I like it better. See, now you can see that reflection. Okay, let's make this a combination of some bright red, a little dark sienna, a little touch of yellow ochre, and maybe a little bit of white. But don't overmix it. Leave it sort of marble like that. Take our little roll of paint, and let's go right up here and just touch and begin pulling down very gently, very, very gently. There. And from down here, I'm going to gently do the bottom and pull up. Once again, I need a nice straight edge at the bottom here, so I don't want to lose that. Just sort of pull it up, just like so. See? Grab it and go upward. You can go either direction, upward or downward. There. A little from here and down. Now then. Something like so. I'm going to take just a touch of the yellow ochre and just highlight it here and there. Maybe a little touch of white here. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Look at that. Looks like old wood already. Old wood. But leave it sort of old looking like that. Don't overdo. Now then, on the other side, I'm going to add the same color. I'm going to add a little dark, Van Dyke brown to it to dull it. I want this side to be less bright, not as bright as the other. There. Just pull it down, let it break, just like you're painting mountains. That's all there is to it. Now we had you got to have an entrance way to get in here. So basically, figure out where that's at, and we can just begin scraping it. I'll tell you what, I'm going to get the little knife. I like it better. It gets in these little areas. We got a door like so. Comes over and down. There we go. There's our doorway. Now we need to fill it up full of dark color so it looks like it's very dark inside there. Not a lot of light's going to get in. There. Okay. Isn't that neat? Now then, we'll take, let me see here, I'll add a little yellow ochre, a little touch of brown and white. We'll make the side there so you can see it. See, a little across the top, over there, just a little outline. Now you got an entrance way. I want a window back here. So to make a little window back here, I'm just going to take and pull. Just pull it. There's our little window right there. Just like so. You can see right through that, and you have a little window. Now we take a little of our highlight color and just go around the edges. There. Now, tell you what. Let's take a little of the Van Dyke brown, and in here, I want to make this look like old boards. Just take a little brown and touch here and there. There we are. Now then, let's have some windows out here. Let's have one right here. Just pull it down, like so. Now, in my mind, in this window here, you couldn't see anything. There would be no light hardly coming through it because it's dark right in there. Now then, maybe we'll have a second window. A lot of these old covered bridges have windows in them. Maybe there's another one here. But now in these, in my mind, because you're looking through at sort of an angle there, you would see a little bit of light coming through. So we'll just put a little light in there. A little light in my window. A little light in my window. Isn't that what everybody wants? There we are. Now then, let's put some snow on the roof. If it's winter time, there's going to be a little snow up there. There now, we'll just come right along here. See, this is the reason we didn't want to get those trees all down in the roof area. Because when we pulled the snow down, we'd have ended up with a tremendous amount of this color. So be sort of careful there when you do that. Make you unhappy if you end up with a bright green roof on your covered bridge. Now, very gently, following the angles, you can just pull that right down. This whole knife will do fantastic things for you. Just follow those angles, though. There. See there? Okay, right on down. Okay, a little more color. Now you can take a knife and just sort of smooth that all out. Good. easy. You can make a nice snow-covered roof on your covered bridge. But as I say, it's basically just like making a cabin, only big. Certainly is a big cabin. Now then, we could take a little bit of our dark color and just very carefully fill in these little areas here. So the tree fits right up against there. Okay, we got that. Take our knife then, and we'll put a little snow on this side of the roof. See? And that brings it all together. And that easy. That easy. You have a very nice little thing. There. All right. Now then, over here, let's have some stones that hold all this up. For that, I'll just take some white, a little midnight black. There we are, a little tiny touch of phthalo blue. Not much, not much. Mostly black and white. Maybe a little touch. There, that's what I'm looking for. Something like that. Now, take the little edge of the knife, and let's just put in the indication here of a few little stones. Want them basically straight across the front. And you just drop them in, like that. And make them sort of different sizes. Shoot, when these old covered bridges were built, they'd use whatever size stone they happened to be laying around. Now then, over in here, we'll just put the indication. This is in shadow underneath. So you're not going to see many stones under here, though you might get the impression here and there of one or two. Maybe even the least little touch of yellow ochre, because there'd be a little light coming through the side over there. Just enough to sparkle a little. There. Very nice. Okay. Now if you want to really make that look like stones, we take our liner brush and we'll go into a little bit of titanium white, dark sienna mixed together, and a little black. Put some black in there to gray it down real. Ooh, there we are. That's what I'm looking for. That's what we're looking for. Okay, let's go up here. Now you can take a liner brush and just sort of very quickly go around each stone. And that will give you the illusion of stones that are put together. There. You know, this one's been in the opening of every show in this series with a little cartoon character. It only takes a couple of minutes to paint it, but it takes a lot of fantastic people a long time to make that beautiful little opening. So I really hope you enjoy it. Really hope you enjoy it. Hope you like that little cartoon character too. Hope you like it. We're thinking about making maybe a full-length cartoon out of him and turning him loose on the world. If you'd like to see that, let me know. I'd be interested in knowing if you'd like to see, my young friends especially, if they'd like to see cartoons made with him. Let's come right up in here and grab this. I'm going to take least little touch of the black, mostly titanium white, and I'm going to put a little shadow over in here. You need that shadow so you can put a layer of white right here and it'll show. Now we'll take pure titanium white and we'll make the other side. See now, because you have that shadow, that stands out. Bring it right on down, almost down to the water there. Right down to the water. There we are. Okay, and then just smooth it out. There. Over here now. Let's grab this. Add a little bit of black. There. And we can begin making our little road here that goes right up to our covered bridge. There we go. Now, let's have a hill that comes over this way. So just by changing this angle here, maybe the snow comes down and goes right across like that. See there? I'm going to take a least little touch of that phthalo blue and add right in here. Least little touch though, smallest amount possible. And when we come back over that, that'll look like a little shadow area in there. It'll make a little recessed area there in your snow. All right, then just take the brush and smooth it out. Okay. Take a little gray on the knife, and you can put indication of maybe the snow's a little higher over there. Just bring it right up, like so. There. When I have that going, I'm going to take a little bit of that titanium white with the indication maybe this is frozen. Who knows? Who knows? A little bit of water line right out through here. A little over on this side too. Should have put that in before I done this, but that's all right. We'll just take the big brush here and bring it right back in. See, we don't make mistakes. We just have happy accidents. Now then, let's take our liner brush. Liner brush. A little touch of Van Dyke brown, and maybe over in here we can see. Come right up in here. We can see a little bit of the fence. Choom, choom. This is just to keep. Sometimes we party a little too much, and maybe if it wasn't for a little fence here, when we come through the bridge, we'd sort of fall down in the water. You know how that goes. All right, let me take some liquid white, put a little yellow ochre, a little dark sienna in it, and just mix it up. It's very, very thin, very thin. And we'll take our liner brush, dip it in paint thinner, go into the Van Dyke brown. Then I'm going to take the other side and go right through that thin paint that we made. So we have dark on one side, light on the other. Let's come right up in here, and let's put in our little fence on this side. And we'll let it get bigger and bigger as it works out here. There. See there? There he is. Just a little thing there. And there's always a few little weeds grow around these because you can't cut real close to the post. If you're like me, you're lazy, you look for a reason not to. Okay, same old double-loaded brush. We can come right back in here. Put in our little rails. There they are. See there? Shoot, maybe some of these are almost down in the snow there because the snow's deep. This is an Indiana-covered bridge. It's really deep. Okay, a little touch of the liquid white, put a little snow right up on the top of these little rascals. Just like that. Now then, we'll go right back into the brown. Maybe I think we had a couple of trees that lived right up through here. There they go. Just some happy little trees that live here. A few little branches here and there. There they are. This old tree here, he's had a rough life. He's like me, he's really had a rough one. Maybe he had a friend, if I remember. Yeah, friend goes right up through here. There. There we are. It comes right on out. A lot of paint thinner though, and this will just flow. See? Put you some branches and limbs, and sort of scary going right over your little bridge that you've worked so hard on. But that's what'll make it really nice. Down at the bottom here, we'll put a few little weeds and stuff out here. There. Tell you what, this is a moment of truth. Let's take a contact paper off and see what we have here. Pull it off. Voila, there it is. Isn't that something? Now maybe in our world, tell you what, maybe there's another post that lives outside here. He stands right out, just outside the oval. He got away. Take a little touch of the liquid white, put right up on top. Maybe a little weed out here too, who knows? Something like so. Shoot, I think we about have a finished painting. Take a little red. Let's come right along in here and we'll sign this little rascal. Hope you've enjoyed it. It'll give you a little challenge, especially if you do it in 30 minutes. But at home you can take your time. Let me hear from you. Let me know how this goes for you, okay? You have a super day, and from all of us here, happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hey, I'm glad you could join us today. It's a fantastic day here, and I hope it is wherever you're at. I tell you what, let's get right to it today. Let's have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. I thought today we'd just do a beautiful little painting, and I want to show you how to use some of the liquid black and liquid white mixed together. So let's see what I've done up here. The bottom of this canvas I've covered with a little bit of the liquid black and the top with liquid white, and just sort of blended them together like so. It's the liquid white and black are basically the same thing, only one is dark and one is light. This is excellent when you're going to have big areas in your painting that are going to be dark. So it does the work for you. So let's have some fun. Shoot. Every series needs a painting. It's just fun. And I thought today we'd just do one that has a lot of color. Beautiful little painting. We'll start with a little Indian yellow. Little Indian yellow, not much. 2-inch brush. We'll go right up in here. And let's just drop in a happy little sky. Just bring it right on over like so. There. That is nice. Maybe without even washing the brush, we'll add a little bit of yellow ochre to that and just let that sort of bounce around and play. And this is where you really just have fun. Just let your brush dance through the sky. Let it dance. This yellow ochre is sort of a gold color. There. And at home, when you're painting along, maybe you want to change it. Maybe you want a pure blue sky. And you could certainly do it using the same exact procedures, just a different color. There we go. And I'll tell you what, let's go into a little touch of the bright red. Beautiful little red color. So we'll use that. And we'll come right along in here. And we'll just dance some of that in. Let it just come right on down in here and blend with all those other beautiful colors that we have. And we'll just keep blending here for a little bit until we blend them together. And it'll make sort of a peachy color. Sort of a peach, I guess that's a good word for it as any. Just let it blend together. And the more that you work this, and the more that you go back and forth doing these little crisscross strokes, of course, the more it'll blend. And you can make this so soft that it's unreal. But you want to blend it until you can't tell where one color stops and the next color starts. And when it gets to that point, then it's just right. And sometimes when you're doing this, stand back and take a look-see at your painting, because it's very hard to tell when you're real close if it's blended or not. So step back. There. All right, I think we've got a nice little sky. That easy. That easy. Let's put us a little mountain in this today. For that, I'm going to take black and Van Dyke brown. Just black and brown today. Or brown and black, black and brown. It doesn't matter, whichever way you want it. There. Pull it out as flat as you can get it. Cut across. We get our little roll of paint, and it lives right out on the edge of the blade. Hope you can see that. There you go. Now then, make a big decision. Where does your mountain live in your world? Maybe there's a peak. It lives right there. Another one there. Just wherever you want them. Just sort of, maybe that just comes right on down. There. Right on down. We'll just let this flow right off into nothing. Maybe we'll just have a very simple little mountain today. And we'll just play with that. Okay, scrape off all the excess paint. We'll grab a clean 2-inch brush, or one that's not real dirty, and pull that. Just pull it. Just pull. See, because the canvas is wet, you can move that color. You can create all kinds of effects. If you were on a dry canvas and you did this, you would be in Agony City right now. And probably you'd be upset with me. But because the canvas is wet, you can do all that. There. And we want the bottom of it to blend out till it looks like it's just sort of floating in the mist and the big old mountains in the sky. And it's all happy and having a good day. Let's use a small knife today. Take a little white, a little dark sienna, maybe a little of the Van Dyke brown. But leave it marbled like that so there's a lot of things happening. Don't just mix it to one old flat dead color. Then we'll cut off our little roll of paint, just like we did before, only with a small knife. Let's have our light coming from the left. What the heck? And in your world, you decide maybe you want it coming from the other direction. I think you'll find if you're right-handed, it's a lot easier to have it coming from the right. But as a practice exercise every once in a while, you'll try one of these left ones so you don't It's sort of easy to get into a habit of having them all your mountains highlighted on one side. There. See? But I like this small knife for doing these little things like this. It's one of the neatest things I ever invented. There we go. But just let it go. And if you just let it blend into nothing, that misty area right here will show through, and automatically it'll make the mist at the bottom of the mountain. There. Big old rough mountain that lives up here. There. Very gentle. No pressure. Absolutely no pressure. Just like an angel's wing. Very soft. Very gentle. Just let it float. Let it float. Sure, if you've watched the series before, you've heard me mention that when I was teaching my son Steve to paint, I used to tell him just to pretend he was a whisper, and he floated across the mountain. And I think that's one of the neatest ways to sort of get the feel of this. Just pretend you're a whisper, and you just float through the air and float right across this mountain. Very gentle. Okay, now then, going to take a little touch of. We'll use a little bit of phthalo blue. I'm going to mix it over here. A little bit of alizarin crimson. Just mix together. Make a nice lavender. Be right back. Little touch of white in one area. So now I've got light areas and dark areas in the same pile. Okay, now then, I'm going to use that lavender color to go up in here and begin creating some nice shadow areas. And we don't need too many, just a few here and there. Just a few. Sort of bring all these things together. Give them a little shadow so they don't feel left out. There. There we go. Right here. This little peak needs its own shadow. If he doesn't have his own shadow, he won't stand out. He won't come out and play. He'll just sort of hide back here. A little touch in here. There we go. It's that little shadow area, though. It separates. It's your separator. All right. That easy. Now then, if you want to make this rascal really sparkle, you can take a little bit of titanium white, and here and there, just barely touch. Barely touch. Look like there's a little light that's just zinging right down through there. But don't do a great deal. If you do too much, it's going to lose its effectiveness. Maybe up in here, a little touch of that dark color. Just so there's a deep shadow area in there. Use that little edge on the little knife. That's great for getting in tiny little spots. There. That's not a bad looking little mountain. Shoot, he's sort of cute. Sort of cute. Let me find a clean 2-inch brush. Let's come right up in here. Now I want to create more mist, so I'm going to tap this, being very careful to follow the angles that are in that mountain. Very careful. Tap it, then gently, very gently. 2 hairs and some air. Just blend that. Now that old mountain is just floating around up there. Over here, just pull it a little bit in that direction. All right. Good. Now we said we was going to have a lot of color and get crazy today, so let's do that. Let's do that. I'm going to we'll just use some black and brown. All these colors I got mixed, some of that lavender. We'll just put it in a pile here. So let's take some Prussian blue. I'll put a little phthalo green in there too. Prussian blue, a little Van Dyke brown. Shoot, maybe even alizarin crimson. We don't care. I'm looking for a very dark color. Has a little bluish green base to it. Okay, let me clean off my knife. We'll let's use a 1-inch brush today. What the heck? I want to go in here, pull it in one direction. Just load some color onto this brush, but pull it in one direction. Then we're going to turn this brush over so the rounded corner is to the top. Let's go up here. Now, make a decision. Major decision time. Where does your little bushes back here live? I think they live right in there. Just begin pushing them in, like so. Think about basic shape and form, and that's really and truly all that we're worried about at this time. Later on, we'll worry about a lot of things, but now, Just push in some basic shapes and push that brush upward, make it bend. Be careful, don't let it do that. See the difference? There it slides, there it pushes and bends. Now there's going to be a taller bush right there. These bushes and trees cover up a multitude of sins. There. Okay. Now I have several of each brush going, so I don't have to spend all of my time cleaning brushes. Take a 1-inch brush, dip it into a little bit of liquid white. We'll go into a little yellow, grab some sap green. Boy, I get a lot of sap green there. We're going to have all kinds of colors. There's going to be some greens in here and some of the brighter colors. Pull it in one direction again. One direction. See there? It's most important. Then turn it over. Always turn it over. Okay, let's go up here. Decide which little bush you want to be green. And we'll go right in here and just push in some color. But don't let the brush slide. Don't let it slide. If it slides, you're in trouble. Okay, let's see here. Maybe we'll take some yellow and yellow ochre. Shoot, same old thing here. Pulling that brush in one direction. I'm going to get a little touch of that bright red. Whew, that's nice. That's nice. One direction. Maybe this one lives right here. Oh, that's beautiful. Nice orangey colored bush. And each time just draw it through some more color and you can change the color a little. And we'll just have all kinds of little things right in there. Think about one little bush at a time. Don't get greedy. I know. Sometimes it's tempting just to get in there and sock in about 50 of them at once. Take your time. Speed will come automatically. It really will. There we go. Just all kinds of little happy things in there. Now then, let's really get crazy. We need some land in there so all those bushes don't fall over. Take a little Van Dyke brown. And I don't know exactly where the land's going to be yet, but we'll just put a little dark in there because I know it's going to be underneath. Other than that, I don't much care. Don't much care. Maybe it'll... There. Look at that. See what happened? Isn't that a super place to have a waterfall? Let's do that. Let's do that. As you paint these, you begin to see things in them. Don't fight that when it happens. All you need is just a basic idea in your mind of what you want. But when things happen, enjoy them. They're little gifts. They're little gifts, or big gifts. There, we just scratch in a few little tree trunks and stuff. Okay, got a little bit of dark sienna and white still left there. Just want to put a little indication of some highlight up here. Something like so. Don't want a lot at this point. Then I'm going to grab it, pull that in the dark down so we'll make a bank. We're going to put us a little waterfall in there. We need something to hold the water on that far side. Let's have some more fun. Same old dark color, the black, Prussian blue, little phthalo green, crimson. Just mix them up. Doesn't matter. But you might as well mix a pretty good pile of color. Okay, let me clean the knife. Just clean them off. We just wipe the knife on old paper towel. Let's use the fan brush. Fan brush is one of the most versatile brushes that we have. You can do whole paintings with it. A lot of color. Let's go right in here. In our world there lives, pling, boy there does now, doesn't there? Great big tree, and he lives right here. Look at that. But look how this dark color stands out against that bright background. Isn't that beautiful? It's that contrast that makes it so appealing, so beautiful. Ooh, right over my bush. All right, I know he's still there though. He lives right there behind that tree. Maybe? Yep, let's have another one. Let's have another one. Back and forth, back and forth. There. See, those little trees just live right in there. All you gotta do is just sort of scare them out sometime. Maybe we'll put another one right close. There. Just sort of let him hang around. See, it doesn't matter much. I have another one there. Now watch. Even though there's 3 trees there, you really only have to paint a couple because that other one's just ate up by this one. But he's in there. We know he's in there. There. Well, let's see. We'll have another one there. Things sort of look better if you have odd numbers. Sometimes intentionally I'll put even numbers just to upset the critics, I guess. There we go. All right, we'll use the knife, a little bit of white, a little dark sienna, cut us off a little row. Let's put the indication here and there of a little tree trunk that lives in here. I don't want a big indication, just a little here and there. Just a little. Doop, doop, wherever you think they should live. And you won't see the entire trunk. You're only going to see parts of it through the leaves. So don't worry about putting it all in. Oh, there it is. Lost my fan brush. We'll take that fan brush that had the tree color on it and go right into a little yellow. And automatically, because it had blue in it and black in it, we'll get a beautiful green. Load the brush full. And let's go up in here, and you got to make some decisions. Which tree's in the foreground? We said that was in the back. We'll do it first. And then just begin popping in some highlights on these trees. Darker, darker, darker as they work down. There. More emphasis on the left, because we said that's where our light was coming from. There we go. Darker, 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 darker. Just barely touch them. Just let it fade into nothing. And this big boy here. This must be the boss tree. There. All right. Right on down to nothing. Let me tell you what. I've got several old 2-inch brushes here. Let's get one. Put a little of that dark color. Let's just fill this in right here. Maybe we'll have a big bush that lives right here in front. So just put some dark color in so our lighter color will show. Maybe something like so. We'll make those decisions later. Now then we can start putting in all the little things here. Let's try this. We'll take some sap green and some yellow. Load the brush full of color. Now, stay right there. I'm going to go right over in here, and with the corner of the brush, look. See, I've picked up a little bit of red. Let me turn the brush. See, it's green, but a little red on top. Now, if that works just right, we'll make a green bush with little red flowers. Come right up here and watch. See there? Oh, isn't that fantastic? And people will go crazy trying to figure out how you done that. See there? Don't you tell them. That's our secret. Our secret. And I'm trusting you with it, so don't you tell nobody. Enjoy it. Maybe there's a little bush lives back here. Wherever. We don't care. Right here. There's another one. So you can just put these wherever you want them. And as many as you want, or as few as you want. Doesn't matter. Pop them in. Push the brush up, turn it sideways, and push upward like that. Makes a nice effect. Okay. Let me find another fan brush. I think it's time we got in here and started playing. We're going to have some water. But notice that we've done the entire side that's on the other side of the water first. Basically, it's finished over there. And then we'll do the water, and then we'll do what's on this side. So you're always working with the thing that's farthest away first, and then work forward. Now I've taken liquid white, mixed with titanium white, put a little touch of phthalo blue into it. Just a little. Just a little. Okay, let's go up here. Now then. Let's just pretend we're water and we're just floating along here and having a good time. It's a wonderful day. A wonderful day. And we get right down in here and, oh, goodness, somebody pulled the stopper out. And there we go. We fall right over. So just think about water is just falling over. That's why they call it a waterfall. There we go. All these comedians out of work and me trying to be one. There. Now then, down here where it hits, push, splash, let all these little foam things just occur. And you can make it, see if you want it wider, that's all you gotta do. It's your world. You can do anything, anything. You have total and unlimited power on this canvas. You can create any kind of universe or world that you want. As I've mentioned before, I think that's one of the things that originally got me interested in painting, is that I could create any kind of world that I wanted. Let's take some liquid white. I'm going to use some dark sienna in it. I want to make a thin, light brown paint. Maybe we'll put even a little yellow ochre. Whew, nice. Nice. Okay, let me clean off my knife. Let's use the filbert today. I'll put a little paint thinner in the bristles. Very little, very little. We'll go right into some Van Dyke brown and dark sienna. Just mix them together, like so. Maybe I want a little reddish tone to this. I'm going to grab at least a little touch of crimson and put in there too. Ooh, that's a nice color. Hope you can see that. Let's go down here. I'll find you. There you are. Now, that thin color, see we have dark on both sides. Now I'm just going to go through this very thin, and now I have white on one side, dark on the other. Let's go up here. Now then, back here in our world, there live some beautiful little stones. Look at them. See them? See there? How you can make those? And they live all along the bank here. However many you want. And maybe right in here lives, maybe there's a big stone. That's what holds that waterfall together, so it doesn't get away. There's another stone, and you can make as many or as few as you want in your world. Shoot, maybe there's even some out here in the water. Right out there in the water. So just drop them in. Take your fan brush, it has that thin color on it. Pop in all kinds of little things right around. Tell you what, watch here. Maybe there's another one. There's another one. See, but just do them in layers and then put a little water splashing around them and let that go. There. All right. Tell you what. Let me find an old 2-inch brush here. I'll just go right into a little bit of that color that we had. Maybe there's some nice little grassy areas going right down to the edge of the water. Right on down. There they are. Right down to wherever you want them. Okay, take our knife, a little bit of brown. Put a little bit of brown there to indicate a little bank. Just a touch of highlight on it here and there. Now then, we go back and find our brush that has, lose my brushes sometime. When you get old, the mind goes, and mine's going sometime. There. We just let that little water just travel right down here. But see, basically all we're doing is painting right over the liquid black. And because you have that dark in there, automatically your little stream will just happen. Tell you what, let's go into a little touch of dark sienna with a 2-inch brush. I want a nice background tree here, so I'm just using dark sienna. And let's just put in this is going to live in the background. We won't see much of him. Won't see much, but you'll see a little bit. I think I'll put a few big trees in there. There. Let me find a 1-inch brush, put a little paint thinner in it. I'm going to go right through Van Dyke brown. I put the paint thinner in there to thin this brown down a little. Now, I'm going to take it and go right through on one side through that thin color we had the light brown in. Maybe in our world, right here, be brave. This is your bravery test. There, nice tree lives right there. And we'll give him a friend there. But see, you can make both sides of the tree at one time. Let's give another one here. And in your world, put as many as you want. Shoot. We'll have a 4th one there. What the heck? And then take our liner brush, some brown, and we'll just put a few limbs in here. There. Just a few big old limbs to hold all this up. A few that hang down like that, however you want them. However. I'm going to put some leaves on these, so you don't have to be very careful with them. Look at that. There. But now you see why the little tree's in the background. It shows through, and it's pretty back here. There. A few little doers here and there. And we'll take, I have several fan brushes going. We'll take a little dark color. And let's just go right in here. Whoops, too much color. And let's just pop in the indication. Oh, that's nice. Good and contrasty. These are some big evergreens that live right out here in the front. Told you this was crazy painting. But it'll bring you a lot of fun. A lot of fun. And a lot of practice. There we are. Okay. And we've got another fan brush here that has green on it.
Опа,
Come
интересненько.
right back. Pop in a few little highlights. Just here and there. There we go. Sometimes I use the number 3 fan brush for this. It seems to have a little more control. So try both. See which one you like. Okay. Now then, let's get our 1-inch brush. Shoot, let's put a nice bush that lives, boom, right there. We got to fill all this in here. There we go. A little green. Just begin putting in all kinds of little bushes. See there? There they go. There they go back in here. There's a nice one. But look how these colors on that liquid black just come alive. They just literally jump out at you. They're so, so nice. There. See, maybe this comes right down here.
Старая, добрая озвучка на месте.
Nice little birdland. And the old clock on the wall tells me it's about time to go for today. So, as we finish this one up, I think we're going to call this one done. I really hope you've enjoyed this. It's quite a painting. Give you a challenge, and you'll love it. From all of us here, happy painting. God bless. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. I thought today we'd just do a fantastic little seascape and show you a very simple way of doing a seascape that I think you'll enjoy. Let's start out and have run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. Let's go on up here. Let me show you what I've done. Today I took a piece of contact paper and cut a little oval in it and just stuck it onto the old canvas, and I just covered the canvas here. The top part is just a little liquid white. And I have a little piece of masking tape across here. This is going to be my horizon. And down here is liquid clear. And we put the clear on because down here I'm going to have some dark colors, and I don't want to dilute the color. Up here, I want to dilute the color. Okay, so that's basically all we've done. Let's start out today and just have a good time. Let's go with let's try a little bit of cad yellow. We'll make a beautiful little sky today. It's a super day, so it's a nice day to make a pretty, bright, shiny sky. A little yellow. Let's go right up in here, maybe like in right there. Right there. Maybe we'll put a little sun up in the sky. That sounds like fun. And then without cleaning the brush, I'm going to go reach right down here, get a little bit of yellow ochre. In the same way, making little X's, little crisscross strokes. Just lay a little bit of that ochre right around there. And the ochre is sort of a gold color. It's a very pretty color. It'll make you happy. There. Now then, still, without cleaning the brush, I'm going to go right into bright red. And let's just go right around the edges here. Beautiful little color. But be careful, it's very strong, and it'll eat up your whole world in just a heartbeat. There, maybe a little touch more. You can always add more, but it's the sun we're going to take it off. There. Okay. Something about like so. Okay, now then, we'll take a little of that bright red, a little touch of phthalo blue into it. Be right back. There we are. A little bright red, a little phthalo blue. We'll go right up in here, and we'll just very quickly dance in a little sky up here, a little blue. Okay. Let me wash the old brush. That's the fun part of this whole procedure. Just wash it, shake off the excess, and just cover everybody in the studio. Now with a nice clean brush, we can blend this. I think it was in the last series we showed you one of our cameramen with his raincoat on. He sits over there with his raincoat because I've been known to splash him. There. Now then. I beat the brush just to knock off any paint that I've picked up. It's much easier than going through the whole cleaning procedure again. Okay, now we'll just blend this all together. And you want to blend this to where you can't tell where one color stops and the next color starts. There. And when you're doing this at home, sort of step back and take a look-see at your painting. It's hard to see it when you're very close to it. So step back and look and see if it's exactly what you want. If it's not, blend it a little more or add some more color or whatever it takes to fix it. There. Take a little bit of titanium white. Now maybe we're going to have a sun right up in here. So we'll take that white and we'll just begin dancing. I want a very light area right around the sun. There, and we'll just let that blend outward, outward, outward. That easy. Okay. See, now we have a nice bright spot right up in there. And we can we'll just use the old finger today. We'll do a little finger painting. Go right up in here, and we just draw a little circle. And make your sun round. If you make those square or oblong suns, people sort of laugh at them. We don't want anybody laughing at your sun. Clean brush, and very gently, you can just go right over that and sort of blend it a little. And it gives you a nice little indication of a little sun way up there in the sky. Okay. Maybe we have a couple happy little clouds in our sky. So for that, let's make some lavender. We'll take a little alizarin crimson, a little touch of the phthalo blue. Just mix them together. Now it's very difficult to see what color that is. So we can take a little white, put over here, check it, and see if it's what you want. That's pretty good. Okay, let me grab a brush. Maybe today we'll use old fan brush. Take a little bit of color, a little bit of white, so it's not real strong. There, just load some color into the fan brush, back and forth. Now then, let's go right up here. You have to make some big decisions. Where does the clouds live in your world? Maybe there's a happy little cloud that lives right up here and just floats around. Just floats around and has a good time. There. But just use the corner of the brush and make little tiny circles. There, maybe there's one that comes out and comes right across the sun. Wherever. Maybe, let's go right on down. There's one down here. But in your world, you put as many or as few clouds as you want, because painting is very individual. Everybody sees things differently, and so you should paint things the way you see them. There. Maybe over here there's a nice cloud. Just floats right along, and this will be the horizon right here. So we'll just let this cloud float right along in here. Okay, maybe there's some little stringy clouds. To make those, all you got to do is just sort of pull the brush like so. A little more color on it. There, those are the easiest kind of clouds to make. Okay, maybe up in here, shoot, who knows? Maybe there's another little cloud that lives right here. As I say, when you're doing this, decide how many clouds you want in your world and just drop them in. Just drop them in. Maybe up here there's another little tiny one. Lives way up here in the sky. He watches all this down here. Now then, take a good clean dry brush and very gently we're just going to sort of stir it up using just the corner of the brush. This will blend it all together, and it also removes any excess paint that's on there. There. And then very lightly, just blend it. You can fluff it a little if you want to. Look at there, though. Then a super nice, easy way to make some very, very effective little clouds. Now these stringy ones here, all you have to do is just pull those. Just give them a little pull. And you can, since the canvas is wet, you can move them. Zoom, there they go. There. And maybe there's a little sunlight playing across some of these. Let's take, I have several fan brushes going here, so I don't have to spend all my time washing them. We'll take some white, titanium white, get a little bit of the bright red. Don't want too much. Just enough to sparkle it a little bit. A lot of color on the brush though, really got it filled up. Now then maybe in our world, maybe a little light plays right through here. Just bounces right across the tops of some of these little clouds. There. Don't want to overdo, but just here and there, wherever you think light would just hit and sparkle, and there. A little more color. Maybe there's a little over here too. Okay, super. Maybe right in here, there's a little indication right on top of a little light playing on that cloud. A little there, wherever. Now this cloud, maybe be a little color right along here, like so. Just sort of make a decision where you think the light would hit it. Needless to say, it's going to hit right under here, right along in here. Now then, the good clean dry brush again. Be sure it's dry. If it's not, it's going to sort of just moosh together. That's a new word. There. Just sort of wind it up. Playing. I like to do seascapes, but I like these that have a lot of going on in them. Sometimes they're sort of hard to do in the time that we have here. I know recently I did one that was, ooh, gosh, it hit so nice. And I just couldn't get it down to where I could do it in 30 minutes. So we featured it in the newsletter. So everybody will have a chance to paint it. There we go. Okay, all I'm doing is just blend that out a little bit. Okay, I think that's easy. We've got quite a nice little sky going there. Now you could use this idea for a sky in any kind of scene that you want. It doesn't have to just be a seascape. Maybe you want to do a nice landscape or something that you needed a sky like that. And of course it'll work just as well. No problem. Let's clean off the old fan brush. And we just wash these in thinner and wipe them on a paper towel. Now then. Let's start down on the bottom. That's where the fun will start. I'm going to mix up a little more of that lavender color. Alizarin crimson, phthalo blue, proportionately much more crimson than blue. Much, much more. And once again, it's very difficult to tell what color that is. So take a little white paint and lay out, check it, and see if it's what you're looking for. That's pretty good. Now then, we have this piece of tape here. This is just to keep our horizon straight. So we'll take that off. You don't have to have that there, but it certainly makes your life easier. Make sure our mat's still down there. And we'll just we can use a 2-inch brush. Go right into a little bit of that. And we're going to come right up here. I'm just going to cover this part of the canvas with a little bit of this lavender color. And you could use any color that you want. Just thought today we'd use a little lavender. And we try to keep that horizon as straight as we can. There we are. I say, I enjoy doing these seascapes. They're a lot of fun, and you can really play with color and make some very interesting seascapes. There. And maybe we'll have a little beach down here. So instead of putting the lavender all the way down, we'll wash the brush. I just like to wash this brush. And we'll just beat the devil out of it. Now down here on the bottom, we'll go into a little dark sienna. Now we have the clear down here, so that does not distort the color. There we go. Maybe a little touch of Van Dyke brown right down at the very bottom. So we have Van Dyke brown, dark sienna, and then the lavender color that we made. Now we'll just sort of blend those together. All right. See, if we had put liquid white on here, we would have diluted all these colors. And I don't want to dilute the color at this point. Now then. Get to shake the brush again. All right, let's play with a little filbert. First thing I would do is decide where the major wave's going to be in here. So come right up in here, and you make this big decision, and just sort of take the brush and sketch it in. I don't want this to be a very big wave. Maybe just a little one that lives right in there somehow. Sketch out a basic shape. Now there's several ways you can do this. If the eye is going to be right here, you could take a paper towel, and you could remove a little of that color. Or you could just paint right over it, but it's a little easier if you just remove a little of it. Let's take a fan brush, and let's outline where our major waves are going to be. Here's one back here, like that. That'll be the little curl right there. Now then, clean our little brush. Now all we're interested in is what's behind here, so very gently take this. And let me exaggerate. We're going to make a motion like that. And I'm exaggerating it there. But that'll create the trough between the waves. That easy. And back here, same thing. There. See, already you begin to get the impression of waves there. And you haven't done hardly a thing. It's a very nice, easy way of making a little wave. Is quite effective. Go. Nice clean brush. Now we'll take a little titanium white, the least little touch of the cad yellow into it. And we're just going to use the old filbert brush, what the heck. Load some color on it. Let's go right up in here. Now let's do the eye of the wave. That's always the most fun part. That's what everybody wants to do immediately. So let's do it and get it out of the way. Put a little color in there and just scrub it in. Just scrub it in. Now you can do this several times to achieve a desired lightness if you need be. There. Now we'll take a clean and be sure it's really dry. If nothing else, wipe your brush on some paper towels and then feel it to make sure it's good and dry. It's important. If it's not dry, it's going to it'll all go together. Now just put the tip of the brush right here and just turn the handle. It sort of just winds it up. And you can't believe, see there? Good shot, good shot. Can't believe how smooth it'll make it. There. There was a time I would have never believed you could have painted paintings like this using great big brushes. But you can. You really can. There. Now then, let me wipe off my little filbert brush. And we can begin working on the foam. For that, we'll take a little white, a little of that lavender color. What the heck? There we go. It's a nice color. A little of that lavender and white. And let's go up in here and think about where the foam's going to be. We'll put it in right here. And just scrub it in. Think about that water crashing and having fun. And this is the shadow we're putting in now. We'll come back in a minute and put in all the highlights, but this is just the shadow, just to give us an idea of where the foam's going to turn and curl. Now, go back to our fan brush, put titanium white on it, and we can begin putting that nice sparkly area behind. Just let that wave crash right over. It really helps if you make these little noises. There we go. See? Now, we can go back to our little filbert brush that has some white on it. Now we can come in here and put the goodies on. Just splash those in there. See there? Wipe your brush off when it picks up some of the color. We'll let it just barely break the horizon there. Now back to our large brush, and we want to just blend that foam together very gently. You could use the 1-inch brush for this if you're a little more comfortable with it. Sort of an individual choice. I seem to get along better with this old big brush though. Now if you want to create the illusion of little things splashing up in there, just take the color you've picked up on the brush and just touch. See, it'll make all those little splashes. And they're usually there. They're usually in there. All right. Just let that wander right on off into nothing over there. Okay. Now then, grab the old fan brush. And we can start playing with little foam patterns and stuff that are living in here. Think about how your water is going to be shaped. It's going to come up and curl over. So think about that. And as it works out, it's going to get flatter and flatter. Okay. Just put in a few little basic shapes here. Then we'll take a large brush and very gently just start blending that together. It's very soft. Just gives you an idea of how the water flows. Now then, take a little paint thinner on the liner brush, and we'll take a little of that same old white color, and we can begin putting in all the little fun parts here. Right along the top of this wave. There. Just let your brush sort of wiggle and jiggle and have fun. Back here. There it is. This begins to make it sparkle, and all these little things are what makes your seascape look so good. Right along the horizon. There, see? But go bloop, bloop. Hope that makes sense. Hope it looks right. Just like little waves, way back in the distance there. There. And all these little things are what really give your seascape character and mood and make it look good. So spend a little time when you're doing this. Let some of these little things just work back. There we go. Let's go over here. Even back behind here, there should be some. And you can put just all kinds of these in. Now then, once again, we begin thinking about the way the wave is shaped here. Putting all these little doers in here. There. This is where your wave begins to take on character. This is where you begin showing the form in it. Yeah, we'll take a little bit of that lavender color. Little bit, maybe a little bit darker. And put a little line underneath the bottom of this so it separates it. There, see, now it stands out. There's that little dark area in there, and you just sort of blend it in. And back in here, there's some little doers. This liner brush, though, is fantastic for doing these little things. There. Okay. Now, maybe we said we was going to have a little beach in here. So let's take a little bit of the white, and I'm going to pull it out very flat. Take the small knife, cut off a little roll of paint, like so. Now decide where you want your little beach to be here. push very firmly. Very firmly. There we go. A little more paint. But you literally just push off a little layer of paint. There. But now this needs to be flat or it won't look right. Won't look right. You take a fan brush, grab this, and gently pull it back. But don't kill all your areas in here. Just pull it back. You can also grab the least little touch of it here and pull down. It'll make that water or the sand look like there's water on it. Just like you were making a reflection. And then go across. It creates that illusion of wetness on there. Okay, maybe there's another little doer in here. Wherever. Sometimes there's several little ripples in there. Just drop them in, wherever you want them. Take the fan brush and once again, pull it back. There. Just all kinds of little things. Okay, and then we can go back to our liner brush. And you can just add in all these little details. All kinds of little foamy things that are going on. There. But that's a super easy way of making a very, very effective little seascape. But play with colors and stuff when you're doing this. And you can use the phthalo green, for example, and make beautiful, beautiful things. This liquid clear, though, allows you to use this color without diluting it. It stays the same color that you put on there. If you had white under there, liquid white, naturally it would get very diluted. I'm going to take a little dark color and put it right under the edge of this. That little dark color will cause it to stand up a little, like there's a little ridge, but just a little dark color. See how it looks like it's just sort of standing up there? Now maybe in our world, shoot, let's have some fun here. Maybe there's a couple little stones laying out here. We can make those real easy. We'll just take a little yellow ochre, liquid white, some dark sienna. I'll mix up a very thin paint. Let me clean off my knife. Got a little paint thinner on the brush. Go right into some Van Dyke brown, dark sienna, like so. Maybe even a little black. Let's take a little black on there. Make a dark stone. Go right down here. Then we'll take one side and go right through that thin color. So I have light on one side, dark on the other, right? And maybe down in here lives, look at there, just some little stones. And you put as many or as few as you want in here. And you can make both sides of the stone at one time. You can pull down a little color, look like it's reflecting into that wet sand. How many stones you want. It's up to you. Up to you. Just drop them in wherever you want them. Take a little light color on the liner brush, put a little watermark around them. Usually when you have a stone there, a little water sort of just floats around in there. There. Everybody always wants a little bird on there. I'll take a little black on my liner brush, thin it down with paint thinner till it's almost like ink or water. And we'll do some little M birds. All you got to do, see, just draw a little M. Call those M birds. Anybody can do one of those. Tell you what, let's see what this looks like. I'm going to take and pull the contact paper off and expose the entire canvas. Isn't that a fantastic way of doing a super little seascape? And you could paint this outside edge any color that you wanted it before you put it on there. And it really makes it even more interesting. Maybe we'll have one more M bird. And this one, he sort of broke out there. He come out the edges. There. All right. I think with that, we got a pretty good little seascape. Let's sign this one. Take a little red, and we'll sign this rascal right down here in the rocks. Hope you've enjoyed this one. Give you a lot of practice. It's a very interesting little scene. Now, once again, I think you'll enjoy it. So from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hello. I'm certainly glad you could join us today because I thought today we'd just have a fantastic time. So I tell you what, let's start out today and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've got going up here. I have my standard old 18 by 24 inch canvas, but you use any size that you want. And I've just taken black gesso and I've just sort of painted a little design. I thought today I would do a scene where maybe you're deep in the woods and walking through a little path. So I've just painted that basic design and that idea on here with black gesso. And then we've allowed the gesso to dry totally. On top of that, then I've added a little bit of liquid clear. It's very, very small amount of liquid clear. And then we've taken a little transparent color, and I just made that from sap green, phthalo blue, and a little Van Dyke brown, and covered the entire canvas. So we have sap green, phthalo blue, and Van Dyke brown, and then a very thin coat. We put the liquid clear on there so that you just have to put a very small amount of paint. If you don't have the clear, it takes a lot of color to cover the entire canvas. But use it sparingly. One can will probably last you the rest of your life. It takes very little. So let's have some fun today. We'll take your old 2-inch brush and let's start out in some titanium white. I'm just going to pull a little color into the bristles. Be right back. Be right back. I'll wrap at least a little touch of cad yellow. Maybe a little bit more. There we go. See, but very little color. Let's go right up here now. I want to have a light source coming out from here. So we'll start with this white with a little yellow in it and just begin making little crisscross strokes. Just like so. I love these little scenes where the light's coming from behind, or it's coming from behind a tree or something and just projecting through. To me, those are so beautiful. And it's unbelievable what you can do with them. Now then, just blend it outward, outward, outward. But you want it to get darker and darker as it moves away from that light source. There. About to there somewhere. Now you can make this as bright as you want it. So you could go back and pick up a little more of that same color and come right back in here and do it again. You can make it as bright as you want. Do it several times. There. And already it looks like there's a glow happening back here, and that's what we're looking for. Okay, and very lightly we'll just brush it a little to take out the brush strokes. Sometimes when you're doing these, it's interesting if you want to put the indication of light rays, you can just pull. I don't know if you can see that or not, but it'll make the indication of little rays of light zinging through the woods or wherever it happens to be. This is an excellent way to make those type of scenes, just like so. See, it looks just like there's a glow back here, big lantern. Let's wash the old brush. That's the fun part of all this. Shake it off and just beat the devil out of it. Now then, let's go into that same color. I'm going to take a little white and add to that same color that we covered the canvas with. Now this is just a mixture of sap green, phthalo blue, and Van Dyke brown. The brown is in there only to dull the color down, otherwise it'd be very bright. Just going to tap a little of that into the bristles. So you just give it a little tap, a little push. Okay? Now then, let's begin thinking about little shapes back in here. So we'll just take this brush, use the corner of it, see, and just tap. But begin thinking about how maybe tree branches and stuff would be hanging over here. Just let it go like that. There we are. Think about shape though. How do you want your tree to look? And all we're interested in is just the very basic shape. We're going to come back and put a few little highlights on that. So we're just looking for some little basic shapes. That easy. There we go. All right, a little more color. Maybe a few more little things. And already it begins to give the impression that it's layered, and that's what we're looking for. Want to make it look like it's just layer after layer after layer, beautiful trees hanging over. So I say maybe we'll have a little path in this. Or maybe when you do yours, maybe you want to turn that path into maybe a happy little stream or a little pond, or any of those things. You can do that very, very easily. There. Okay. Now let me grab my old liner brush. We'll take a little paint thinner. Go right into that same color, this same identical color. And I'm going to thin that until it's almost like ink or water. Turn the bristles. Nice sharp point. Now then, let's go up in here, and we'll put the indication here and there. A few little sticks and twigs that live out here. There. Don't want these to be very dark, though they're way out here in this light. So they also would be very subdued and quiet. Don't get too strong with them yet. We'll make some on the other part back here that gets a little farther away, and they'll be a little stronger. But initially, we want these to be very subdued. You almost can't see them. There. But we know they're there. We know they're there. If you have trouble making it flow, add a little more of the paint thinner, because a thin paint will slide right over the top of a thick paint. All right. Now, just wash it off with a little thinner. We just use that same old brush. What the heck? I want to just tap this right into some white. And it still has the other color on it, so it's going to make it a sort of a light greenish color here, greenish blue. But push, that creates that little ridge right out on the edge of the bristles. Now we can come back in here and create the indication that the sunlight's just zinging right through here and sparkling these. There. There we go. But think about shape and form once again. Most important. Most important. There we go. Little individual things. I like these little paintings. Hope you do too. They're so interesting, and they're very easy to do, even for people who have never painted before. These little paintings are so nice. They're great. There. Now then maybe, but once again, don't just hit it random. Think about form and shape that's going on up here. Okay, there's one, maybe right there. Darker, darker, darker back on this side. Okay, and you can just create layer after layer after layer. There. Sometimes you get excited when you do this and just want to cover everything up because it works so well. And it's so beautiful. Maybe I want to add at least a little touch of yellow to that. There. Just begin changing the flavor a tiny bit. Tiny bit. There, maybe even a little of that yellowish color here and there. Okay. Because that's going to begin turning green now as it touches all the blue that's underneath. That yellow color is going to begin having a green cast to it. And we want these little trees to be nice and green and full of life and beautiful. There we go. But look how deep that looks already. And you've done basically nothing. All right. Tell you what, let's start on the other side over here. I have several brushes going. I'm just going to go right back into that dark color with a 2-inch brush. Get a little color on it. Now then, let's go up here. I want to make this a big tree that's hanging over this side. That'll push that light area way back. So we'll just take the basic shape it's on there with the black gesso, and we'll just improve it a little bit. See, so it looks like there's nice limbs hanging out over it. And that dark, dark color against that light, oh boy, does it show up. That is spectacular. That's what makes your painting special. See, you could put a bush here and there that hangs out over. It's easy to get carried away with this, though. All right, now back to our brush that has the lighter colors on it. And it's time we started getting into some nice green. So we'll take some midnight black, go right into some yellow, grab a little sap green too. What the heck, that makes beautiful green color when you sort of mix them up. That way you have a variety of things happening in there. It's not just one dead old color. Once again, push that brush. You can see that little ridge of paint. Super good close-up shot right there. Good. Let's go up here. Now right in here, we can begin just dropping in the indication of all kinds of little leaves and stuff that are happening. Once again, though, think about form and shape and all those things that make your tree so interesting. Add a little yellow ochre and Indian yellow here and there. once in a while I let a little of the bright red sort of sneak in. Believe it or not, red dulls your color because red and green, as you know, makes brown. So red is a duller in this particular instance. Okay. Now maybe this is a different little doer here. So we'll change the color just enough to make him stand out as an individual. There we go. A little more of the black, darken it down. And over in here, maybe there's a nice shadow area. So this color is quite a bit darker. I want to push him back into the shadows. But look right here. See these dark areas? They're very important. Don't kill all of them. If you kill all those dark areas, your painting is going to look very flat. You don't want that. Now then, here's a nice little bush that lives there. He looks out over the edge. You've got the best view in the forest. There we go. A little more of that green color. And maybe there's just a happy little bush that lives. Yep, right there. Just layer after layer after layer. Do one bush at a time. Don't get greedy. Sometimes we get in a hurry and we try to do too many at once. Just do one at a time. Think about each one as an individual. Shoot, if it helps, give them names. Here's Charlotte and there's Joe, and give them names. Just make them up. All right. It's time to start having some fun back in here now. Maybe. Let's come right down in here. Maybe we're beginning to get into some nice things that are hanging right over the edge here. There. Just let that hang right over. We said we was going to have a path here. We don't want to cover that totally up. So let's begin having a little path. For that, we'll take some Van Dyke brown, a little dark sienna. We'll just mix them together. Cut off a little roll of paint. Lives right on the edge of the knife. And let's go back here and just very gently just begin laying in the basic shape. There. And we'll just bring it right on out. You have to make some big decisions now. Where does your little path live? He lives right along in there. Just has a good time. Take some dark sienna and white. Mix it together, but don't overmix it. Leave it marbled like that. Then cut off a little bit of paint right on the edge. Now we can go up here, and this is delicate touch, barely touchy. Just let it graze. Let it barely graze so it picks up on those high spots. Let it graze. I want this brighter back here because that's where our light is. And as we move away from that, we're going to let it get darker and darker. There we go. Just barely let it graze, though. It's just like if you've painted mountains with me, this is just like putting snow on the mountains. Shoot, I tell you what, let me show you. Sometimes it's fun. Maybe there's a little puddle here. Maybe it rained last night. Let's take a little touch of white. A little touch of white. There. Let's pull it straight down. Show you. See, when you do these things, you start seeing all kinds of little things happening. And when you see them, use them. Pull it straight down. Now very gently go across. Very gently go across. We're going to make us some water back here. Make us some water. And you can do that. You have unlimited power. Now, decide how your little puddle's going to be and just put some dirt around it. See there? There. There he is. It rained last night and there's puddles here. Now all the little birds and everything can come here and have a drink. Look at that. But that's all there is to it if you want to create that illusion. There. Just let these colors sort of work back and forth, the browns and then the highlights. And there we go. And that path just begins coming right out of there. Now then, if you want to push that path back a little further, we can take a little bit of our color that we used to make all these little leaves and let some of it just come right over the top here. That'll push that path right back into the painting. over on this side. Just let that little bush hang right over the path. Now then, it's time to get into some nice big trees over on here. We'll go back to our brush that has the dark color in it and begin thinking about some basic shapes here. Just let them come right out over. That'll help push all that light area back in there. But you can do this over and over and over and just create tremendous amounts of depth in your painting. That's what makes it so interesting. There was a time when doing paintings like this were very, very difficult for me. But this makes it so anybody can do it. Anybody can do it. Go back to our brush with some green on it. Back into our yellows, yellow ochre, cad yellow, all those nice colors, a little bit of the Indian yellow. Okay, let's go back up here. Now then, here it comes. Begin putting on some nice little highlights on these leaves. Little squirrels got to have a place to live. There we are. Just layer after layer. There. But think about little clumps. Don't just hit it random. I know I keep saying that, but it's so important. Think about shape and form in there. There he comes. Big old nice limb there. It's unbelievable what you can do with a big old 2-inch brush if you'll just devote a little bit of time to practice. And it doesn't take a great deal. We get letters from people every day that have never painted, who are doing some of the most beautiful things. And they send me photographs of what they're doing. In fact, while I'm doing this is just sort of repetitious. Maybe I can get the director to put a few of them up on the screen. We've put a few on the board here. But look at some of these things that people are doing. And these come from all over the country. They're doing just marvelous things, things that I've never dreamed of doing. And they're beautiful. And I'm so proud of people who are doing this. Maybe you'll see your painting there. If you've sent me a photograph, maybe yours will be there. If not, send me a photograph maybe next time. Because we put these together and put them on the screen every once in a while. I like for people all over the country to see what everybody's doing. Because that's super. It's what makes all this worthwhile. The fact that people are doing this and enjoying a tremendous amount of success. That really, really is the joy of painting. So we have people here that go from age 4 to 94. Look at that. Isn't that super? And once again, some of these individuals had never painted before. And a lot of them have never had a lesson. They've only watched the television shows. And from the television shows, they've learned to create their own masterpieces. And once again, we get so many letters from people all over the country that this is working for. And a lot of the people that start this way and enjoy some success, then they go on to colleges and universities all over the country or take classes from super art instructors. And this is just their way of getting started. And anything that gets people interested in art is fantastic, because it's one of the nicest ways of expressing yourself that there ever was. And I think all of us have a creative need inside of us. There. See how we're just letting all those bushes hang over? Tell you what, if there's going to be puddles, maybe we'll have a few more. Take a little more of the titanium white. Now there's color on the canvas, so when you pull this white down, automatically you're going to get beautiful color change. See there? It's almost like magic. If you do this in front of friends and relatives and they don't know you've put any color on the canvas, they'll just be amazed when you start pulling a little white paint down it. All these beautiful colors just appear. They think you're a magician. Don't tell them any different. That's our secret. Now then you come right back in here and just put in a little dirt wherever you want it. Wherever you want it. There we go. Maybe it comes right around like that. And with the old knife, it didn't take but just a second to drop in a lot of color. There we go. See, maybe that comes right along in there. Now don't try to just copy exactly what we're doing here, because your puddles won't look like these puddles. They'll look better. Just everybody's painting is going to be unique and different and individual. And don't fight that. Don't just try to copy what somebody else does. I'm not trying to teach you to copy. There. I just want to teach you a technique and turn you loose on the world. Because you have unlimited power. Everybody does. And you can do anything. All you need is just a little inspiration and a little knowledge, a little practice to take over the world if you want to. I don't think any of us want to, but should you? There. All right. To me, the first step of accomplishing anything is to believe that you can do it. And I know you can do it. So you certainly know you can. Let's have another puddle over here. I like these puddles. Come right in here. Maybe there's a happy little puddle that lives right here. See? And you just, once again, just pull it straight down. It picks up a little of that brown. Wonderful. Wonderful. Use it. There. You can always add a little blue if it gets too bright. Take a little of the phthalo blue and add it in there. And dull it right down. Because you know, if you've painted with us before, we don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents. Because very soon you learn to work with anything that happens here. And when you get over that fear of making a mistake, then it becomes fun. Then it really becomes fun. That's when you experience the joy. Okay. And in your world, you just put as many or as few puddles as you want. Maybe you don't want any puddles. Maybe the sun shines all the time where you're at. And you don't have any little rain puddles. It's up to you. If you do want to, now you know how. Look at that, though. And off we go. Okay, maybe in our world, maybe we can see the indication here and there. Take a little brown and white on the fan brush. Maybe back in here, you can make out the indication of a little tree trunk that lives back in here. Just a little. There. Just a little indication. Then we're going to cover it up. We'll take a little of that black, sap green, cad yellow, yellow ochre. Just mix them on the brush. And we'll come right in here. And let's just begin putting in all kinds of leaves and things like that, wherever we think they should live. But layer after layer. Let a little bit of that trunk show through. Don't want a whole bunch. There. See, these are super little paintings if you've never painted before, because they'll work for you. There. When Annette and I used to teach all over the country, a lot of times people would want to paint something that was too difficult for their first painting. So look for a painting that works pretty good the first time, so you'll have some success. I want you to have success on your first couple of paintings, and that way you'll know that you can do it, and you'll do 1,000,000 paintings, or at least 100. There we are. Now then, maybe in our world, let's get crazy. We got a minute or so left here. Maybe in our world, there lives a big tree. You know me and my big trees. We can see just the edge of him here. Maybe there's a big old root that comes out, choop, like that. There it is. Big old root, just hangs around down here. Take a little bit of our brown, white, dark sienna, touch it. This is just going to be the edge of the tree. There we are. Let it get darker and darker as it works back in there. Okay. Maybe. Let me find my brush. There it is. Old brush with the greens on it. Now we can come right back in here and begin putting all kinds of little leaves and highlights on there. A little paint thinner I'm going to add to my brush just to thin the paint so it'll stick right over this other color. There. See, just begin dropping all these little rascals in there. All right, comes one. We don't know where they go. Don't know that we're even worried about it at this point. Just a lot of beautiful leaves hanging around on the edge of this tree. It's a nice way to do the redwoods from California if you want to. I'm making this one a little brighter because it's bigger. I think it's projecting out and maybe that light coming through is hitting it. When you're painting, just make up little things in your mind like that. And it helps figure out where your light's going to hit and where it's not going to hit. Okay, now then add a little more black. I want it to get a little darker. Maybe back over in here behind that tree that's projected out. There's all kind of little things going on in here. There they come. Just like so. There. As many or as few as you want. But isn't that a super way to make a tremendous amount of trees and bushes very easily and very quickly? You can do it. You really can do it. Little touch of the yellow ochre there just to sparkle this one that stands right out here in front of the tree. There. A few little things there. Like that. Just have them hanging all over. Tell you what, the old clock on the wall says it's about time to go for the day. As we finish up here, I'm going to take, maybe there's a little limb that hangs out here like that. We'll put us a little limb, a little paint thinner, brown. And we can put as many or as few as you want on your tree. Just a few are showing. Just to show the old tree has an arm. I think with that, we'll call this painting finished. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad to see you today. And I hope you're having a wonderful day. So I tell you what, let's start out today and have run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. While they're doing that, let me tell you what I've already got done up here. Got my regular old 18 by 24 inch pre-stretched double prime canvas up here, and it's been covered with a thin, even coat of the liquid white, and it's all ready to go, so let's go. I thought today maybe we'll just do a happy little winter scene, something that's very soft and gentle and quiet, and let's just have some fun. What the heck? Let's start out, a little bit of cad yellow, a little cadmium yellow, but very, very small amount on the brush. Let's go up here. Now then, decide right off where you want the light area to be in this painting. I think maybe right in here. Anywhere is okay except right dead in the center. We don't want it right in the center. There. Something like so. That's good. Now then, without cleaning the brush, we'll take a little bit of yellow ochre. It's a very nice gold color, so you'll like that. We'll go right around the edges here. Little yellow ochre. We'll just let it blend out. There. Little touch over here. Wherever. Just sort of let it dance around and play. Shoot, tell you what, maybe we'll add a little bright red to that. Just a little bit on the old brush here. We'll go right along in here and put a little red in. Sometimes, as I've mentioned before in other paintings, winter scenes get so cold they're almost uncomfortable. A lot of times we use a lot of blues in the winter scenes and they get very, very cold. This will keep your winter scenes nice and warm and inviting. The fact that you have some of these warm colors in here. All right. A little bit in here and there. There. Wherever you want it. Now then. Tell you what, we'll just use that same old dirty brush. Maybe we got here's some phthalo blue. We'll use that. And I'll reach right over here and get a little bit of this midnight black. So we have black and blue, or blue and black, either way. Just sort of mix them together on the brush. Very dark color though. And I want to darken these edges. If we're going to have a little light spot in here, by making these edges darker, it'll make that light spot look lighter, if any of that makes any sense. You need this dark area to make the lights look really light. There. Okay. A little bit on the other side, just black and blue once again. We'll put that right in here. Maybe we'll just let it sort of gently float right across the top. Okay, we'll wipe a little of this down here. Maybe we'll have some snow and this will end up being some shadows in the snow. It's a good way to clean the paint off your brushes. All right. Now we just wash the brush. And as you know, we wash our brushes with odorless thinner. Just shake off the excess. Cover everybody you know and off you go. Seriously, if you do this at home, I wouldn't recommend that you beat the brush like this. If you do, you're gonna lose your popularity in about one heartbeat. They make a thing called a brush beater rack. It goes down inside of a waste paper basket, and you can shake the brush inside the basket, beat it on the rack, and everything's contained. It works very, very well. Okay, take a little titanium white. I'm gonna go right up in here. If this is gonna be our brightest area, and we'll just have a nice bright spot right there. Just like so. See how bright that makes that? Then I'm going to start blending outward. I want to blend all this together. Always blending outward. Don't want to take this dark, dirty color and bring it back into the center. If you do, you're going to have a beautiful green sky. And that might be all right sometime, but today we're not looking for a green sky. There. Okay, just blending outward, blending outward. This red color in here acts as like sort of a barrier. There we go. It keeps the yellow and the blue apart. And maybe, I'll tell you what, I'm going to add at least a little touch of alizarin crimson in there. There, oh, I like it. That creates a little lavender area right in there. A little bit more of that. There we go. Makes a very, very nice little sky. Okay, a little bit over in here. Let me beat the brush a little. By beating it, it takes off the excess paint. And you don't have to clean the brush. Unless you just like to clean the brush. Okay, now very lightly, we'll just blend this out. But isn't that a fantastic way of making a very effective little sky? And it's very easy. Okay. And we can wash this old brush again. Thought maybe today maybe we'll put some little trees back here. There we are. Let's use the old round brush today. And we'll put some little distant trees. Now, we'll take this round brush. Now this is a new round brush that we've just come out with. It has golden hair in it, just like the 2-inch brush. It's much softer, works much better. I think you'll like it. I'm going to tap a little bit of that black in there, but very, very little color. Tap it firmly. Just tap it. Let's go right up in here. Now maybe back in here, there's some little trees that live back in here. I usually start at the base and work upward. That way the bottom of the tree is always much, much darker than the top of the tree. So your shadow areas are toward the bottom. And think about some basic little shapes that you want in here. There we go. And that's all we're really looking for, is very basic shapes. We're not looking for a lot of detail at this point. Later on, we'll be concerned about that. But when things are far away, you don't see a lot of detail in them. You see shape and form, little color, and that's about all. Okay, maybe right in here, there's another happy little bush that lives. Wherever you want them. A little more. Now up in here, because this is the light source, I want this to be extremely light. So very, very little color. Tap very lightly. There. Because the sun will be shining through there, and these would, sometimes they almost become transparent when they're right in front of the light source like that. color. As you work away from that light area, let them get a little darker. A little bit darker. There. Maybe. Yeah, there's one. There he is. You knew he was there. Just drop him in. Okay, we'll give him a little friend over here. Maybe we'll just go all the way across here putting trees. What the heck? Sometimes this gets working nice and it's fun. You just want to keep going, so why not? Why not? Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Painting should make you happy, and you've heard me say over and over again, if painting doesn't make you happy, then you're doing the wrong thing. It's like the work that you do. You do your best work if you do a job that makes you happy. And I'm very fortunate. I get to do a job that makes me very happy when I'm doing this. And it's too bad that everybody does not have a job that they'd rather do than anything else in the world. And then you do your best at it. There we are. Okay. Isn't that quick? We got little bushes and trees all the way across there. You can put little individual small ones in front, but make them a little bit darker. Just like that. But I'm using basically just a little tiny bit of the midnight black. That's all we're using. Okay, maybe some in the foreground right here. Just a couple little tiny ones. And we're not worried about the bottom. Anything down here we don't like, we're going to have some snow maybe, so we'll just drag that right off into the snow. Now then, let me find my liner brush. To that, we're going to add some paint thinner, and we'll go right into that same color, right into it. But the paint is very, very thin. Ink consistency. Okay, let's go up in here. Now with this very thin paint, we can go in here and drop in the indication here and there of a few little sticks and twigs and all the little things that live out here in these trees. There they are. Just a few little indications. There. Wherever you think they should live, that's exactly where they should be. There we go. Like to do these little rascals. Maybe back in here you can see some little things that are living back between these two trees. All kinds of little sticks. And that quick you can drop them in. And that creates illusion of depth in your painting. The fact that you can see all these things. So use them to your benefit. They'll make your painting special. Very special. It's hard to believe this is the 19th series that we've done. And each series contains 13 shows. Gosh, there must be nearly 250 shows now. And if you haven't got to see them all, if you want to, call your local station. These shows are provided for them free. So let them know that you'd like to see them. Shoot. There we are. Okay. Now then. Time to have some fun. Now then, let's decide if this is going to be a little winter scene. Maybe there's going to be some snow in our scene. Let's decide where it's going to be and drop it in. Easy to do when you're using a great big old brush. We'll take the 2-inch brush and we'll go right across. We'll load both sides with titanium white. I'm putting quite a bit of paint into the bristles. For this first stroke, I want to pull these bristles together pretty good. So they're pretty tight. And it takes quite a bit of paint. Look at it. See, it's almost to a chisel edge, but there's quite a bit of paint in those bristles. Let's go right up here. Now then, we have to start making some decisions. If our snow lives back here, let's start right here. Touch, push, and just bend the brush and pull. Snow is one of the easiest things to make. We'll just let it disappear off into the side there. See how simple that is? Don't let snow bother you. It's one of the nicest, once again, most easy things to paint in this technique. And by putting this little bit of color on the canvas, automatically you have shadows. Automatically, you just don't cover everything up. Allow some of those shadows to show through. And it makes your painting much more interesting. Show you another little trick. Show you something that's fun here. Maybe we want to have some banks. Maybe there's even some water there. I don't know. We'll see. Let's take some black, a little titanium white. I just want to make a gray color here. Maybe a little darker than that. Oh, that's nice right there. Now I'm just going to take a little bit of that on the small knife, not much. Figure out back here, this is an easy way of making banks. If you want a little bank lives right here, for example, all you have to do is just sort of lay in a little color. Now I'm scraping off all the excess paint. Now the color or the value, it remains in the fabric. In fact, you couldn't get it out now if you wanted to. You could paint over it, but you can't take it out. But see, that's all you have to do. Don't worry about it. I know that doesn't look so great right now, but I'll show you how to make it look much nicer, very easy. There. Now, normally, if you had a little bank here, we'd have some reflections underneath it. We're going to have a little water, so we'll just put a little of that in too while we're doing it. Take a clean brush, grab it very strong. Really get in there and grab it, pull it down. I don't want a great deal, but I want it to be directly underneath that dark color. There we are. Pull straight down. Because the canvas is wet, it has a liquid white on it, you can move this color. Pull it all the way down to the bottom if you want to. And then very lightly go across. Just like so. Now watch what happens here. Let me find my brush. There it is, that we have the titanium white on. Now, take the titanium white on the 2-inch brush and come right up here and watch now. We're going to pull this right across, right over, and just let it come over. See? It makes it look like there's snow hanging right over the edge, and you haven't hardly done a thing. Isn't that sneaky? There we are. Okay, but it's that easy. You should never again have a problem putting snow over the banks. That's one of the nicest, easiest ways I've come up with of doing this. There we go. But you have to think of the lay of the land and keep your strokes going in that general direction. And work in layers. Do the thing that's farthest away first and work forward, forward, forward. Always coming forward. Maybe we'll have some more of those little banks. Shoot, those were fun. Same gray color. Think about where we'd like to have a little bank right in there. See, a river bank. That's a place where the fish put their money. Ooh, bad joke. There. Okay. Then we'll take our 2-inch brush. Once again, grab that color and pull it straight down. Straight down. Come across. Back with our brush that has the titanium white on it. Decide where you want it to be. And just drop it right over the top. Right over the top. But that easy. That's fun. Okay, once again, same thing. Take a knife. Maybe there's a bank way out here. I don't know. But angles are most important. Just get your angles right. The rest of it will work easy. Once again, little reflection underneath. Grab it, pull down, come across. Shoot, you're in business again. That easy. Now back to our 2-inch brush that has the titanium white on it. Load a little color. Let's come right in here. And just let it drop over. There. Okay. Isn't that a super easy way of putting all kinds of little things in there? Here and there, I'm going to add the least little touch of phthalo blue, just to create the illusion of some shadows in there. Now, very gently, you can smooth all that out, so it's as smooth as velvet. Very, very smooth. You could even take a tiniest little amount of that phthalo blue, and here and there, but very, very small amount, here and there, just pull the indication of a little bit down into your reflections. Don't overdo. It's easy to overdo. Look at there. Now, maybe, let me find a fan brush. What the heck here? There's one. Let's take a little Van Dyke brown, a little dark sienna. We'll just mix them together on the old fan brush. Load quite a lot of paint on the bristles. Just pull it through both colors. Maybe there's a happy little tree that lives right here and hangs over and watches what happens, and he lives right there. See, just pull. Right there. That's where we want him. Maybe he's got a little arm here. Just hangs out. Comes right on down. Like so. Trees are so neat. There we are. And you can make him a little fatter or skinnier, however you want him. Look around, make a decision how you want your tree. Let's give him a friend. Shoot, you know me. I think everybody needs a friend, and even this little tree. He has one that lives right here beside him. Bloop. That easy. Okay. There. Now we'll take our knife. A little touch of titanium white, a little dark sienna. We just sort of mix them together till they're marbled like that. Cut off our little roll of paint. Go right up in here. If our light's coming from here, and there it is, right up there, then we want to put some highlight right along the edge of that. Just a little highlight color. Let the sun just shine through. Zing. There. Okay, and all you have to do is just literally just touch the canvas. It'll pull off what it wants, give you back what's left. There we go. A little bit of the dark color. Excuse my arm just a second. Lay a little of that dark color on the other side. There. Now I'm making this tree quite thick, so when it dries, it'll literally have texture to it, just like a real tree. You can feel the bark on it. There we are, a little highlight on this little rascal. Don't want to leave him out. He'd be all upset if you leave him out. He wants to shine the sun too. There. A little dark color. Just tap that in. Like so. Now, let me get the little liner brush, script liner brush. And we'll go right into some of those brown colors. It's just a mixture of the dark sienna and Van Dyke brown. Then the paint with paint thinner. Then we can go up in here and let's begin putting this in. Just some little tree limbs here and there, wherever you think they should live. There. Okay, maybe we'll put some little snow-covered things up on here. Make it look like the snow's hanging from all these little branches and twigs. So we don't have to draw each one of them at this point then. Sometimes when you're doing these though, maybe you want to have a dead tree. There's a lot of dead trees in nature too. That's as normal as live trees. Though some people do not like to have them in their painting. I like to have dead trees in my painting. But I have received letters from people who get angry because I put dead trees in the painting. But I think that's part of nature. But if you don't want them in your painting, then just leave them out. It's all right. Painting is very individualized. There, we'll put a little limb right there even. What the heck? This little tree here. There he is. Give him an arm or two. There. Maybe this one comes right over in front of the trunk. There. But let your hand just wiggle and jiggle, and you don't want all of them just perfectly straight. Tree limbs grow every which way. Whatever makes them feel good. There we are. All right. Maybe there's a little dead one on this one too. A few little ones here and there. Now I'm going to take just a little touch of the liquid white right on the brush and just put a little color right down here at the bottom to bring all that together. There, it just looked like a little snow climbing right up his foots. Okay, just a little liquid white. That's the easiest way to do it. Now then, Let's find the filbert brush. Maybe there's some stones out here in this water. Let's take, we'll use that same gray color we're using, just black and a little white. Okay, let me mix up something else here. I'm gonna take some liquid white. Put right there. Just plain liquid white with the least little touch of gray in it. Least little touch of gray. Okay, we're going through our gray color. Now just keep the camera there and I'll bring this right up. All right, there. So see, it has white on one side, dark on the other. Now, maybe there's some little stones back in here. All you have to do is just begin figuring out where they live and drop them in, however many you want. Maybe they live right out here on the edge of this, right along the bank. See, we can just put the indication of a little reflection underneath those, like so. There's some more. See, wherever you want them, wherever. A little more of the liquid white on there. Pull them down. And we take our little knife here, and we can just come back and put a little, like a little water line right around these stones. Maybe this is frozen. It looks frozen to me now. There. But isn't that a super easy way of putting in a lot of little things like that? And you could put in just hundreds of little stones if you wanted to. Let's get crazy. You know me. I love them old big trees. Maybe in our world, there it lives, pew, right down through there. Huge big tree. Maybe he's got a little arm out here, like that. And I give him another arm. Get crazy sometime when you're making trees. They're a lot of fun. Maybe he's got an arm that goes right on off the canvas over here. Boy, my little squirrel would love this tree. This is squirrel heaven right here. We take our brown and white, put a little highlight on this tree. There we go. See, just let that sort of work right around. All we're doing is just touching the canvas. Allow the canvas to pull off what it wants. There. See, light's coming through here. Maybe this one would be highlighted on this side. Just sort of look and see where you think the light would be. A little bit right in here, because the light's coming from that direction. Here and there, a little touch of that dark color. This is just straight Van Dyke brown, a little dark sienna. But still just touching the canvas. Okay, down here to his little foots, we take a little bit of white, bring all that together. There. You could even pull a little bit of it out and create the illusion of a shadow here, because there would be a nice shadow behind these trees. You can do that easy. Let it come right over. There. Now we have some little shadows in there. And maybe in our world, maybe there's just a few little limbs on this big old thing here. Not too many, because it's too tall. Most of them are up on the top up here. There we are. There we go. And maybe one right here. That's really about all we need. Okay, let's take a little bit of our gray color. Let's just tap into indication here and there of a few little frosty leaves. Time's about up for today, but I can show you basically how to just put in a few little things like that. Very light. There. Just to give the indication, there's a few things hanging from there. Take a little white, and we'll just tap in just a few little highlights, little snow-covered things. But isn't that fantastic? There, a few little things in here. So a round brush will do just wonderful things. Few out here, don't want too many. Looks like frost hanging all out on these. I think we about have a finished painting. Shoot. That's a super nice little winter scene. Hope you try it, because you'll enjoy it. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting and God bless. welcome back. Certainly glad you could join me today. Tell you what, today let's do a little scene that maybe is at nighttime in winter. That'd be something a little different. And we get a lot of letters, people asking, how do you do a nighttime winter type scene? So I'll show you how easy that is to do. Let's start out, have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint this little picture at home. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've done up here. As you can see, I have a black canvas today, and we make it black by painting it with black gesso. And that's an acrylic paint. All you do is put it all the way over it, let it dry completely. Then I've taken and covered it with a thin, let me repeat that word, thin coat of liquid clear. And on top of that, I've covered the entire canvas with a mixture of phthalo blue and midnight black. More black than blue. I just want a sort of a blue-gray color. Okay, that's all there is to it. And we put the clear on there only to make it easy to apply this firm, dry color over the top of it. And that way we also don't have to put as much paint as you normally would on there. Okay, let's start out today with the old 2-inch brush. What the heck? Be brave. We'll go right into a little titanium white. And we don't need a lot of color today, just a little titanium white. Let's go right up here. Have to make a decision right off. If it's going to be a night scene, maybe we're going to have a little moon up here. So you have to decide where that's going to be, because that's going to be the lightest spot in your sky. And we'll just start making little crisscross strokes, like so. Start in that light area and blend outward. Always blending outward, outward, outward. There. And I want it to get darker and darker and darker as we move away from that light area. There. See how it's picking up that color underneath though, and all these beautiful things happen. As I've mentioned in several other series before, if you're painting for family or friends and you're going to do one of these black canvases with a black gesso on it, put the color on before you start doing your demonstration for your family or your friends. And when you touch it with white, all these colors will appear. My gosh, people think it's magic. We do that a lot of times when we're doing demonstrations in public. And people are so excited when they see this happen. And it's so spectacular. There. Something about like so. Okay, let me wash the old brush off. And as you know, we wash our brushes with odorless thinner. Odorless thinner. And I really, really recommend you use odorless. There, shake it off. There we are. I get letters all the time from people and they say, I went to the hardware store and I bought some odorless thinner at the art store, and I got home, opened it, and it stunk bad. Even if it says odorless, I would suggest you take the lid off before you purchase it and give it a good sniff and see. Now we can go back and make this as light as we want. You can go back in here several times if you wanted to and make this as light as you want, or you can leave it as dark as you want, depending on what your mood is or what you think it ought to look like. There. But always start with a clean brush in the light area and work outward. There we go. And I really don't want it much brighter than that. If it gets much brighter than that, it's going to look like it's high noon. Okay. Now I'm going to wash the brush one more time. One more time. I just like to wash this brush. There. Be sure it's as dry as possible. Now then, I just want to blend all this together. Just blending. There. So it's quite dark around the edges here. Okay. Be sure your brush is dry. If it's not, if you hit this with a wet brush, it's going to cut right through your paint and expose all the black that's underneath. All right, we'll just take the brush strokes out like that. Now right here in this light area, let's just take our finger and we'll just finger paint a little bit. We'll come right up here and just make a little circle like so. There we are. That's all you have to do. Then with a clean dry brush, very gently, just go over that, and you can blend it once again to any degree of lightness or darkness that you want. And that's good enough for today. Now then, let's take we'll use a fan brush. Let's go right in that same color we put on the canvas. That's just a mixture of phthalo blue and midnight black, more black than blue. And maybe we have some little clouds floating around here. There he is, a little cloud lives right about there. And all we're doing is using the corner of the brush and making tiny little circles. Tiniest little circles. Or you can just do it like this. See? Just make little rocking strokes, little strokes. There. Okay, maybe the clouds will go all the way up in here somewhere. We don't know where they go. Don't know that we even care at this point. This is just fun painting. So let it be fun. Enjoy. Painting should make you happy. Should make you happy. The other thing that's so fantastic about painting is it teaches you to see. It teaches you to notice nature and to see the things that I've had people write over and over again. They say, Bob, there's been a tree living out here in my front yard for 25 years, and I never paid any attention to it. And I started painting a little bit, and son of a gun, now I notice that tree, and there's shape, and there's form, and it's a whole new world that's opened up just because I've started painting. Teaches you to really see things. There. Now then, we just take a clean, dry brush. I'm just going to sort of blend that a little. Basically, all we're doing here is taking off loose color and blending it together. All right. And you can pull and move that paint because it's wet. It has the clear underneath and the wet paint underneath, and you can move it. Now then, I have several old fan brushes going, so we'll take another one here. Take a little white, put a little that blue and black on it. A little more white. Ooh, something like so. Nice. Okay, let's go right up here. Maybe we'll put a little highlight on some of these. Now remember, on these black canvases, color shows up much, much stronger than it does on a white canvas, so don't overdo. Be careful. Be careful. It'll just jump right up here and eat up your whole world. There we are, a little bit right in here. Decide where you think a little light would strike on these clouds and drop them in. Little streaks here and there. All kinds of little beautiful things happening. Just follow your imagination. There. Maybe right under here. Little lights under here, little highlights. Okay, shoot, maybe there's even a big old fluffer that lives up in here. But just by making these tiny little circles, you can create all that. That easy. That easy. This one here wants a little highlight on it. Needs to be a little brighter. There it shows. Just enough to get it to show. That's all we're looking for. Okay. Good clean dry brush, and we can go back and we can stir this up a little bit. Just stir it up. Okay, and then we'll blend it. Blend it, blend it, and blend it to any degree of darkness that you want. Because the more you blend this, the darker it's going to get. You can continue to blend it till it goes away, just leaves you. There. All right. There we go. Okay. Now that gives us just a pretty nice little evening sky. And that's one of the easiest ways that I know to make a nighttime sky that's very effective, using these black canvases. Now then, maybe back here, let me find, we'll use the old round brush today, what the heck. I'll go right into that dark color. Maybe there's some little bushes and stuff that live right back here. Just gonna tap right into the paint. See, tap firmly. Tap firmly. This is my new gold brushes. See, nice gold hair in them, they're beautiful. Beautiful little devils. Now then, let's just go right in here and let's just put in some very basic little bush shapes. A dark color will stand right out against that. Maybe there's a little bush that lives, a little tree. He lives right here. There we go. That easy. That easy. Hope you got to see all the paintings we shown that in the earlier show of this series that people have sent in. I'm always tickled to death to see what people are doing. they send us some of the most fantastic photographs. So if you're painting, if you have time, drop us a line. Shoot, love to hear from you anyway, but send some photographs in of what you're doing. I read every letter that comes in, and we answer every letter that requires an answer. So if you have time, drop us a line. It's nice to hear from people who are watching and who are enjoying some success with this. We'll take a little bit of the same black, blue, little white. I've got another brush going here. I have several of these, see, but I'm just going to tap, firmly tap some of that color right into the bristles. All right, just reach over here and get a little more. All right, just tap it. That's all there is to it. Now then, up in here, here's our light source. Very gently go right above that dark and begin laying in just some little highlights. Look at that son of a gun sparkle. That easy. You could make a beautiful little tree. Now I'm painting it a little bit brighter than I normally would so it shows up better. So at home, when you're doing this, you paint it any degree of lightness or dark that you want. So say, I want it to show up on your set, so I'm painting a little brighter than I normally would. Now as we work away from the light area here, I'm going to start adding more dark to that so it gets darker and darker. Little individuals back here. There we go. This round brush is fantastic though for making these type of trees and little distant things. All right. And you can create the illusion of layers. Let's go on the other side for a minute. Right over in here. There we go. We don't want this little tree left out. He'd get angry with us. Nothing worse than an angry tree. Got tree chased all over the yard one time with one. There we are. See there? But create layers. See, that tree is definitely in front of that one. And you do that just by leaving little dark areas in between. There, maybe there's another little tree right there. Looks like thousands of little snow-covered leaves or ice fog if you're from Alaska. There we are. Well, that's a beautiful country. Got to go back and see all my friends there pretty soon. See, but just layer after layer after layer. Look at the depth that's already in there just from doing that. You could just take a knife and scrape through, let a little black show through. If you want to make the indication of a few little trunks here and there, just like so. Wherever you want them. Maybe, let me find a, yeah, we'll use a 2-inch brush, what the heck. Take a little titanium white. Just pull the brush right through there and get a little white on it. Doesn't matter if it even has a little that blue and black in it. Just like so. Okay, let's go up here. Got to make a big decision here. Where does our snow live? Let's just come right in here, put a little snow. See, that's going to pick up all of those fantastic colors that are on the canvas. And beautiful things will happen automatically. Look at that. And by starting out smaller, letting it disappear up in here, already it gives the impression of depth and distance in the painting. Sneaky, huh? There we go. And the more you work this, the darker it's going to become, of course. Okay. Now then, maybe there's a big tree in our world. I'll find a round brush here. Go right back into that dark color. Yeah, right here. Just come right here. Right up into the sky. There lives in our world a great big old tree. There he is. Shoot, just drop them in wherever you think they should live. There he is. Now then, let's go on the other side. Maybe there's a bigger one over here too. This sort of will bring everything in. Maybe there's a nice one that lives right here. Maybe he's not quite as big, but substantially bigger than the rest of them. Now then, you know what we're to do? Maybe, tell you what, I got an idea. Maybe back here, let's just do this. Maybe there's a little cabin back here. See here? Watch how easy you can do this on these canvases. I just scrape out a basic shape, and that removes that excess paint. Okay, now we take a little brown, make the back edge. See, zoop, zoop, like so. Come straight down. Gives us a front. We'll just use that same blue, white color. Put a little highlight on there. There, just a little highlight. Okay, little door. Gotta have a place to get around. Zoop. There. And that's super simple little cabin. Maybe there's a light on the window. Zoop, little yellow, little cad yellow. Put a little window in there. Zoop, little one over here. Bloop. Now there's somebody at home. Somebody's at home. Maybe they got dinner cooking. We don't know. Okay, a little bit of titanium white. Put a little snow on the roof. A little bit on the other side. And that just gives us a very simple little cabin way back here. You can put a few little bushes right around the bottom there. Little highlight on those bushes, and you push that cabin right back into the woods. That easy. Little white, grab it, pull. Bring a little snow right up to the cabin. Look at that. See how easy you can just put your little house in there? Wherever you want. There we go. Now maybe, tell you what, let's have some fun. I'm going to take a little touch of the alizarin crimson, mix it with a little touch of the blue, a little bit of blue. We just mix them on the brush, a little white, crimson, white, blue. I want to make a very dark lavender color. A little bit of the crimson, okay. Just to change the flavor a little. There, let's go right up here. We'll put some highlights on this tree. I want it to stay a little darker though, because it's farther away from the light source. I want it to be darker. There he is. Big old tree. He just hides back here and watches everything that's going on. We can put maybe there's a little snow behind back here, but it's going to be much darker. Don't want it to get too bright on you. Set that tree right down in the snow. Okay, maybe over here on this one on the other side. Maybe that's, oh yeah, good. Good. Little rascals just live right there in that brush. All you got to do is just sort of tap them out. Sometimes it's nice to take some of that dark color, just some black. Let's put a little Prussian blue in there. That'll really darken it up. Maybe in our world, let's go right here. Maybe in our world there lives a little evergreen tree. There he comes. I'm just pushing upward with a corner of the fan brush. There we go. Just a very dark little evergreen. There. Let's see, we can take another fan brush, take a little white, little phthalo blue, little black. Go back in here and put in just indication here and there. A few little highlights on that tree. I don't want a whole bunch. Too dark. There. Something like so. And you could put as many or as few trees in there as you wanted. There. And begin creating the lay of the land here. There. As I say, as I mentioned earlier, I hope you got a chance to see all those pictures of the paintings that people had sent in that they've done at home just from watching the show. Every once in a while, we pick out a few of these and show them in our newsletter. And it's another way that you'll get an opportunity to see what other people are painting. Super, super job that a lot of people are doing. There. Now, if you want to ever change the lay of the land when you're painting snow like this, all you got to do is take a little bit of color. It's a little bit lighter. And maybe you want a little hill right here. Just go, got to make the noise though. And you put a little hill, Let it flow right off over there. There, see? And that's all there is to it. It creates another plane in your painting. And it's that simple. You want to get crazy? Tell you what, maybe this is a little old farm, something that's sitting out here. And maybe back in here, the old farmer has his barn. Once again, I think I'll just scrape out a basic shape. Like so. Bloop, boom. Very, very basic. Now this is much closer to you, so it's perspective-wise, it's going to look much bigger. Much, much bigger. Okay, that'll give us enough paint removal so we can get this to stick. And we'll put in a little Van Dyke brown first of all. Then we can begin just putting in the front of this barn. Maybe this is old farmers like me. He's not too good at keeping things up. Not real keen on that maintenance stuff. I let mine sort of get behind. I don't have a barn, but I let my maintenance get behind. There. And then we take a little bit of dark sienna, a little titanium white, mix it together, and leave it marble. Cut off our little roll of paint. Then we can go right up here. No pressure. Just allow that to just sort of graze it. Just allow it to graze it. Slide right down like that. Now, I'm going to use some white with some of the blue and black in it, and very carefully come down, choo, get, boom, and just begin putting in the basic shape for our roof, over and down. Then over on this side, of course, we have to have a little snow showing over there. Here we go. Just like so. Maybe, tell you what, shoot, while we got that going, let's get crazy. Maybe there's a little shed out here. So all you have to do is just come right in there, put in a little white, go back to our brown, come underneath. See how you can add on to buildings? It's that easy. That easy. You can do anything on this canvas. Really can. Any old thing. There. A little of that highlight color. And if you wanted to show a little indication over here, it'd be very little. It'd be too dark to show much of anything. Very, very dark. Very dark. Okay. Make it look like old boards. Just take a little dark sienna, go like so, create the illusion of boards, a little bit over here, and we need a door. Got to have a place for the old cow to get in. Maybe the door is right there, like so. And we can just make out a little edge on that door. There we are. Outline it a little bit so it shows up. Shoot, we're in business now. We can come right on here, do a baronectomy. Cut it off wherever we want it. Just wherever we want it. Go back to our titanium white. Go right up to the bottom and pull. And then you just blend it. Just blend it out. A little bit right in here. Now, once again, the more you blend this, the darker it'll become because it picks up the color it's underneath. There we go. Just take a clean, dry brush and just blend that there. Well, that's a rough-looking old barn. They've had a bad winter here, I can tell. Bad winter. Now then, maybe we get a little liquid white, put it right here. I'm going to take some of that dark sienna, maybe a little touch of the crimson in there. Ooh, too much crimson. Let me start over. A little liquid white, little dark sienna, That's better. Just wanted to touch of that crimson. As I mentioned before, sometimes that crimson or red will just eat up your whole world in just a heartbeat. Okay, we'll take our liner brush. Go right into here. You can get a lot of the Van Dyke brown on the liner brush, so it's very dark. Then I'm going to go one side right through that thin color we made. So we have dark on one side, light on the other. Maybe right up here, maybe there's an old fence, part of an old fence. So just touch and pull down. Here's another rail, another one. How many you want? Want to go over the hill? You can do that, but just making them look like they're shorter. It'll go right over the hill. Put some old rails across there. Put a little more color on our brush. And there we go. See, just let them go. Goes right on over somewhere. We don't know where it goes. Maybe here's one that's broke. Who cares? Cal broke that one day when he was having a bad day. Little touch of liquid white. Put a little snow right up on top of these. There. Take a little dark sienna, a little white. Maybe there's a few little weeds that live right around the bottom here. Something like so. Just here and there. A few around the old barn, and we about got to finish painting. I think we'll sign that one. Call it done. Hope you've enjoyed this one. It'll show you how to use a black canvas to create some very nice night scenes. So try it. Think you'll like it. From all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today because this is the last show of the 19th series, so I'm glad you're with us for this fantastic show. I thought today we'd just do a beautiful little mountain scene and sort of see what happens and just enjoy ourselves. Let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. And while they're doing that, let me show you what I've already done. Got my old canvas up here on the easel. I've covered the entire thing with a thin, even coat of liquid white. So it's all wet and slick and it's ready to go. So let's go. Thought I'd start off with a 1-inch brush today. What the heck? We'll take a little bit of phthalo blue. Don't need a lot of color, just a little bit. And let's go right up in here. Let's just dance in some little things that'll turn out to be some nice clouds. Now, today, all that I'm interested in is the white area, not the blue. That's going to be our cloud. There we are. I think in one of the earlier shows we made a cloud like this just to show you a new way. There, or a different way. I don't know that it's new, but it's different. There we are. Here's maybe another one right there. Right about in there, wherever.
Кажется, кот уже готов. Рефокус. Покупай ему мольберт и краски с кистями.
There's another happy little cloud. He lives right there. And clouds are very free. They just sort of float around and have a good time all day. So that's the way we're going to paint them. There. Now let's use another 1-inch brush. I have several of them going. I want to blend this blue back. Just blend it back. I'm not touching this white edge yet. Just sort of take this brush and blend it back a little bit. It'll mix with a liquid white and automatically it'll get softer and softer, lighter and lighter the more that you blend it. And that's what we're looking for. A little bit in here. Just sort of wind it up, blend it, let it play. And you can blend this to any degree of softness that you want. So just sort of look at it and make a decision. Make a decision. Or you can leave it quite dark. It's up to you. There we are. Okay, now then, we'll wash that old brush. That's the fun part. Little brush is not as great as a big brush. Let's take some titanium white. Titanium white. I'll be right back here. I'm going to get a little touch of the bright red. Tiniest little touch though. I just want to put a little pinkish glow in there. All right, got some color loaded on here. Let's go right up in here and we'll just take, now we'll begin putting in the nice white edges to this cloud. Just drop them in. Just sort of let that brush dance around, just the corner of it. There. This is a beautiful way of making very fluffy clouds. Very fluffy with some nice shadows in them. There we go, a little bit in here. Just sort of let your imagination go. There. And maybe right over like that. A little bit up in here. Wherever. Okay, now we use that old big brush. I just want to blend these two areas together now. Create very soft, big, fluffy clouds. Just using the corner of the brush, and I use the big brush because it seems to have more hair in it. It does have more hair in it, so it blends a little nicer. Like that. Now then, lift it, fluff it a little, and very lightly. Very lightly. Just go right over it. It's a fantastic way of making beautiful, beautiful big fluffy clouds. Okay, now then, let's go down and do that little bottom one down here. There he is. Just sort of work in layers. There. I usually try to do the cloud that's farthest away first, and then work forward, forward, forward. A little bit in here. And just let it blend down. Maybe there's a little blue down in here. We'll just add a little in so it can blend together. There we are. And back to our large brush. And very gently blend all this together. There. Fluff it a little bit also. All right. And we have one dynamite sky. That easy. It's an excellent way of making skies when you're doing seascapes, for example, where you want huge, big, fluffy clouds that just sort of hang out over the ocean. We'll take some black, little Prussian blue, what the heck. Maybe some alizarin crimson. Just mix them together. A little Van Dyke brown too. So we have black, Prussian blue, Van Dyke brown, little crimson. Cut off our little roll of paint right out on the edge of the knife. There it is. Now maybe back in here, very little paint and push very hard. Maybe there's a little mountain that lives far away. Really push that color right into the fabric. But very, very little color. Now we take the large brush and we'll grab that and pull it and blend it. I want it to just float around the sky up here. It's too far away to have a lot of detail in it. There. Now you could leave it just like that and it would do satisfactorily. Or maybe take a little titanium white on the knife and you could just put in the indication of a little bit of highlight. I don't want to overdo. We're going to put another mountain in front, but you could put a little highlight in there if you wanted to. Just want to show you how you could if that was what you wanted to do. There we go. We take our 2-inch brush, and once again, I'm going to tap that and just blend it a little. But see, that gives the indication of a little highlight without actually doing much. There we go. Now, let's have a huge mountain that lives here. Mountains are a lot of fun to do, and it's one of the most fantastic things you can do in this technique. Our little roll of paint, come right up in here. And let's go right up in here. And let's start and just drop in. Big mountain. Big old mountain. He lives right there. Right there. And off we go over here. Maybe there's a little bump there. But you're really pushing that paint right into the fabric. Get tough with it. Get tough with it. And you just sort of look at your mountain and decide where you think there should be a little protrusion or a bump or a hill or whatever. It's that easy. Just drop it in. There we are. Scrape it firmly though. You want to get all the excess paint off here that you can. That allows the next layer of paint to stick much easier. Otherwise it's sort of difficult if you have a lot of paint on it to get the next layer to stick on top of it. There we go. This just does two things when we do this with a 2-inch brush. It removes excess paint and then blends the bottom right into nothing. And if you can see the entire mountain, it should be more distinct at the top than it is at the bottom, because we have mist at the bottom. And now we have wonderful pollution at the bottom. And all these things break up and diffuse light, and it causes it to look misty toward the base. There. All right. See how that just sort of floats right into nothing? That's what we're looking for. Okay, while we have this whole brush going, maybe we'll have a little water down here. You know me, if you've painted with me before, I'm a fanatic for water. Love water, think it's so beautiful. I'll take a little phthalo blue, little small amount of the phthalo green in it. Just sort of mix them together. Don't want a lot of color. Maybe I'll even put a little black in there too. What the heck? Ooh, that's nice. Okay, let's go up here. If we're going to have a little water, we'll have it right about here. Somewhere in here. Anywhere we don't like it, we'll just paint over it. Because we don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents, that's all. You learn very quickly to work with anything that happens. Anything that happens. When we're teaching our instructors, a lot of times we'll intentionally make mistakes and make them fix them. That's one of the things that our instructors are all able to do very well. They can correct anything that happens on your canvas. And that way when people are taking classes, they never have to worry about their painting going bad or anything, because you can fix anything. And then they teach the students also how to correct theirs. All right, let's wash your old brush. Let's wash the brush. And just beat the devil out of it. Off we go. All right, let's go in here and take some titanium white. Pull it out as flat as we can get it. Really get it flat. Go across, cut off a little roll of paint. It's right on the edge of the knife. Okay. Now then, that little roll of paint, you can come right up here and just barely touch. No pressure. Just a whisper. Just a whisper floating through here. And let that paint just go with the angles. No pressure. No pressure. Gentle, gentle, gentle. That easy. See there? That easy. You know, sometimes I get letters saying, what is it you're looking at off camera? They see me look off camera. I have a television set, a monitor that sets right off that you can't see. But I look into that to make sure that the camera's getting the picture that I think people need, so they too can paint. It shows, that way I can show exactly how to load a brush, or how to, when the little roll of paint, for example, is on the knife correct. So I watch that monitor at all times to make sure that you see the things that are important to make your painting successful. So that's all I'm looking at. Plus there's a mean old guy over there that gives time cues and tells me all the time I'm out of time. But other than that, that's all we're looking at. There. There is absolutely no editing or no video magic done on these shows. That's another question I hear over and over again. People say, you must edit those shows. There is no editing. Because to me that wouldn't be honest. If we edit anything, we will tell you. And I realize there are some shows where editing is done and they don't tell you. But please don't confuse them with ours. We do not edit anything. There. A little bit right in here. But notice the angles. Angles are the most important thing going here. So keep your angles. Look at how most of those angles are going in the same basic direction. That's what makes your mountains work for you. Angles are so important. Mountains are nothing more than geometric shapes. That's all they are. And think about where the light would zing through and hit and play, and it's all you have to remember. And most of your highlights will be in the same angle, and most of your shadows will be in the same basic angle. You can vary a little, but if you vary a great deal, it's not going to look right, and people are going to look at your mountain and say, I don't know what's wrong, but something's wrong with that mountain. Okay, I've mixed up a little touch of phthalo blue, a little black in it, and some white. And same way, I'm just loading the knife, same way, and we'll put in some little shadow colors here. And we'll have most of these angles, strokes, going in the opposite or opposing direction. See there? That's all there is to it. And that rascal will just come alive. It'll just come alive for you. Anywhere you want a little protrusion, you just put a shadow under it. See? And automatically, blink, it'll just jump right up there. Let's go up to the top of this mountain here. Begin up in here, put in all kind of little things. See how you can create all those little protrusions? It's that easy. Can do. But you can do anything. I know you can. Anything. There we are. A few little doers here and there. And when you practice a little, you can start sneaking in here with the small edge of the knife and just make all kinds of little tiny things and crevasses and places a little mountain goat lives, and all those. Whew. You know, it's mountains. My son Steve teaches, and mountains must be his thing. Well, he can do the best mountains. His mountains are better than mine, but don't tell him I said that. That son of a gun can paint some mountains. And he travels all over the country and teaches literally thousands of people the joy of painting. So, there we are. I'm just going to blend that a little bit, not much today. Not much, because we're going to put some little grassy areas maybe going right up the side of it. All right. Let's just I'll use that same old brush, we'll put a little cad yellow, grab a little touch of the sap green, not much, just a little yellow ochre, Indian yellow. Some of the dark color we made the mountain out of. But mix this on the brush so you have a multitude of things happening on the brush. Let's go up here. Now then, we can begin tapping in all kinds of little grassy areas that travel right up the side of this mountain. There. Okay, but pay attention to the angles. Angles are most important. If these angles are wrong, they'll show. And you won't be happy with what you've done. And I want this to work for you. It's important to me that this works for you and that you're happy with what you're doing. There. But just little colors here and there. We'll come back in a minute and lift this, make it look like little distant trees that live way back at the base of this mountain. There, a little dark color here and there, and that dark color will look more like trees than the other does when we lift it up. But don't get too much of it. Just sort of play back and forth between the various colors. But follow those angles. Follow those angles. All right. There he goes. Maybe. Right over like that, something like that. A few more of the little dark areas here and there. Yeah, I'll just grab a 1-inch brush. Whatever. Lifts up, short little strokes. Just lift it up. Just lift it up. That'll just bring it all together. See those little dark areas on now? They just pop right in there. Look like little trees they live way over at the base of this mountain, far away. Far away. Look at that. Hundreds and hundreds of little trees. There. Isn't that something? And you can just create whole valleys under your mountain like that. Whole valleys. And you can go back and put little rocks and stuff laying there. There's just no end to it. I don't want to get carried away here. I'll never get this painting finished. But you could spend all day just working on little things like this. And that's the way you learn. There we are. Now then, we have to make some big decisions. What's down here? Let's have some trees. I like trees. Let's take some black, some Prussian blue, and put some phthalo green in there too. I like that phthalo green. Maybe a little brown and crimson. Doesn't matter, as long as it's good and dark. Might as well mix up a pile. Let me clean the knife. There we are. Grab the old, we'll use the fan brush. Load a lot of color into the bristles. A lot of color. Both sides full of color. Now maybe we have some little distant trees that live back here. Just take the brush and tap downward. Just tap it downward. Now, one of the things that happens a lot of times, I get letters from people and they say looks like a fence. Now, if you leave them too far apart, see, it will look like a fence. All you got to do is fill them up. Just fill them up. And this is one of those cases where you need a lot of them to make it look right. There. Okay, maybe we'll go all the way across with them. Doesn't matter. It's your world, so you can do anything that you want to do here. Any old thing. Any old thing. But isn't that a nice, easy way of making the indication of a lot of little trees that live way back at the base of this mountain? There. Okay. And then if you want to make, like there's some little tree trunks, you can take a little light color. We can use some white, it doesn't matter. Touch and just lift upward. Just gently lift upward with a little bit of white paint. And it'll give the indication of some little tree trunks in some of those. And it also makes a little misty area at the base. And in a minute you'll see why that really works nice, because I think I'll put some, maybe I'll just pop in, I got a fan brush full of color here, we'll just use it. I'll just pop in some dark color here. You could do this with any old thing, doesn't matter. While I have this brush going, I'll just use it. There. Maybe something like that. There. Okay, we need some, let's put some highlights on there. Let's have some fun. I'll take, there, be right back. A little sap green, little cad yellow. Be right back in, need a little more green. Oh, there it is. I want to tap that right into that color. Tap it firmly. A little yellow ochre too. That's pretty, Indian yellow. Here and there I'll hit the bright red occasionally, just to dull it down. Now just gently tap. I want to put the indication maybe of a little meadow back here, or a little place where there's some nice grassy areas. I know, just had an idea. Watch here. Let me put this in. Sometimes my mind gets ahead of my brush. There we go. Tell you what I see. Right there, I'm going to just grab some Van Dyke brown with a knife. Right there, I'm going to put some dark underneath. Let's do this. When you paint like this, you find things. You just sort of look at them and they happen. You can just find all kinds of happy little things in here. There. Now maybe little liquid white, little titanium white, least little touch of phthalo blue in it. Maybe right here. Maybe in our world there lives, yep, just a happy little waterfall back here. Boom. It just drops right off there. Now if you want to push that waterfall back, let's take some white, a little dark sienna, a little Van Dyke brown, all mixed together. I'll use a small knife. And let's just come up in here and begin making this look like maybe there's a little cliff there. Oh, I had another. Look. Now you want to push that waterfall back, put a rock in front of it. See? Just put a rock in front of it like that. And that pushes it back. We'll put a little color on it. But play little games like that when you're doing these. Just sort of let these colors bounce back and forth and here and there. Now, let's see here. Find us a fan brush. Got too many dirty brushes. Put a little yellow ochre and a little green on it. Now this rock that we have here in front of the waterfall, it needs some grass on top of it, so it looks normal. There. A little bit on the other side while we got it going. Shoot. That's coming along pretty good. Let's take a little of that dark color. Maybe come right down here. So you can just make all kinds of little things. We need some reflections under these things. We'll pull a reflection under that. Let's go up here. Grab a hold of that. So just pull it straight down though, and that'll create the illusion of a reflection. Go across. Instantly we have it. Now back to our brush that has the green on it. See, just follow that angle. Follow that angle. Creates the illusion of all kind of little grassy areas that grow right down like that. Now, let's have some fun. Maybe there's a bigger evergreen, and he lives right there. There he is. There he is. He just lives up here and watches that little waterfall. Maybe he's got a friend. Lives right here beside him. There, two little evergreens. Maybe on the other side. Let's go on the other side. Let's have a monster evergreen. This is Daddy Evergreen here. There he comes. Fantastic. These old evergreens just live in your fan brush. Just shake them out. Well, as this program draws to a close here in a few minutes, I hate to leave you, but I hope you've enjoyed this series. I certainly have. It's been a great deal of fun to be with you again. And if you like it, and if you want to see more of them, give your station a call. Let them know that you're interested in the show. That's the only way they know that you want to see more of them. So don't be bashful. Give them a call. They'd like to hear from you anyway. Let's put a little splash down the bottom of this waterfall. A little bit of water floating around down here. Just sort of cleans up all those edges, brings it all together. There. And in the future, if there's things that you would like to see us do on this show that we're not doing, drop me a line. I'd love to hear from you anyway. So drop us a line. Let us know what you would like to hear or see. And we'll see if we can do them. If I can't do them, shoot, I'll go out and find somebody who can, bring them in here. There we are. Little grassy areas. I'm going to take a little dark sienna and white. Let's put the indication here and there of just a little tree trunk. Don't want a great deal. Just a little. We'll take a little green, a little blue, a little yellow. Let's go right in here. Put a few highlights on these evergreens. And off we'll go. Okay. Over in here. Just a few indicators. I don't want to kill all this dark. That dark is so beautiful. If you kill it all, and you just have a flat old tree. Okay, let's grab a 1-inch brush. I'm going to dip it in some liquid white, go through some yellow, a little bit of sap green. Maybe I'll even grab a little black here. I'll make a dark green. Ooh, that's nice. Pull that brush in one direction, load a lot of color in it. Let's go up here. In our world, maybe there's a little bush that lives right here under this big tree. There he is. There he is, a little yellow ochre, a little Indian yellow here and there. Oh, that's a nice one. Nice little bush. There we are. Maybe right here is another one. And work in layers, doing one at a time. And as we finish this one up, once again, I'd like to thank you for allowing us into your home. You're very special to me. I hope you enjoy watching the shows half as much as we enjoy producing them for you. And once again, if there's things you'd like to see or comments, drop us a line. I'd really love to hear from you, and we will answer you. So, I think we'd put a few little twigs here and there, stick in those bushes, and we about have a finished painting. So with that, I'll tell you goodbye for this series. I look forward to seeing you again. And from all of us here at WIPB, happy painting, and God bless, my friend. I'm Bob Ross, and I'd like to welcome you to the 20th Joy of Painting series. Son of a gun, it's hard for me to believe this is the 20th series, but it is, and I'd like to thank you very much for inviting me back for another series of painting shows. If this is your first time with us, let me extend a personal invitation for you to drag out your brushes and your paints and paint along with us each show. I think you'll enjoy it. Tell you what, let's start out today and have run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me, and I think we'll just do a happy little picture today. So let me tell you what I've got done up here. We have our standard old 18 by 24 inch canvas, but you use whatever size you want. And we have it covered with a little bit of liquid white, just a thin, even coat, just enough to make the canvas wet. And with that, we'll just take off and we'll have a super time. Start today, I think I'll use a little 1-inch brush, and we'll go into a very, very small amount of the phthalo blue. Just a little bit, don't want much. And let's make some happy little clouds in our world. Let's come right up here. And we'll just take this brush and we'll just bounce in some nice shapes. Now when we're doing this, we're interested in the white area, not the dark. So don't worry about the dark area. We're going to blend that all out. All we're doing is putting in some color for the shadows of our clouds. And this is one of the nicest, easiest ways of making very effective, great big old clouds. There. See, but we're interested in this white area once again. Maybe there's another little cloud that lives in our world right along there. Wherever you think they should be, then that's exactly where they should be. Just wherever. And just use the old little 1-inch brush and just making tiny little circles. Just tiny little circles. There we are. Okay, maybe I'll add a little color right in here too. Just so there'll be a little color at the base of this cloud. There. Now then, let's take our little brush. This is a 2-inch brush. And go right up in here and very gently, I'm using just the corner of the brush. We'll make little round circle patterns here. Just sort of wind it up, blend it together. Allow it to blend with the white that's already on the canvas. And that's the joy of this wet on wet painting technique. The fact that it's wet allows you to blend color right on the canvas. Right on the canvas. There we go. Now it's beginning to make a little sense. See how those dark areas end up being the nice shadows, and the white areas will end up being our clouds. This is a great way to make clouds for seascape paintings. This great big fluffy clouds works very nice. There we are. Now then, while we have this old brush dirty, tell you what let's do. Let's go back into a little bit more of that phthalo blue. Phthalo blue is a very nice color. It's very warm blue. I like that. Just a little color on the brush. Okay, let's go back up here. Let's have some water in this painting. If you've painted with me before, you know I'm a fanatic for water. I love water. And it's one of the nicest, easiest things to paint in this technique. And today maybe this one will be still water, so we want these lines to be basically straight across here. Because as you know, still water is always flat, always level. There. Now just very lightly go all the way across and sort of bring it together. And that light area here, it'll remain in there. There. Okay. Now, the most fun part of this whole technique is washing the brush. So let's do that. We wash our brushes with odorless thinner. Shake off the excess and just beat the devil out of it. This is where you take out all your frustrations and hostilities and just have a good time. Let's go into a little titanium white. You use the old fan brush. We'll make some little clouds. I'll be right back. Let me grab a least little touch of the bright red. Just enough, a little bit more. There we go. Just enough to put a little pinkish glow into our little clouds. Don't want much. Don't want much. Okay, let's go up here. Now we got to make big decisions. We'll just use this brush and decide where our little clouds live. And we just come along here and sort of drop them in. This also works very well with a little 1-inch brush. Very well. Either way that you want to do it. Either way. If you haven't painted with us before, one of the things that we try to do here, we try not to teach you just to copy. All we're trying to do is teach you a technique and turn you loose on the world. We use no patterns, no tracings. All we do is just sort of have an idea in our mind, and we Just sort of let it happen. And if you'll practice this a little bit, very soon you can enjoy the freedom of creating a painting right on the canvas. Right on the canvas. And to me, that's where it really becomes fun. It's when you can just literally create a painting right on the canvas as you're working on it. You look at what you're doing and you'll see things. They'll just sort of happen. And you learn to take advantage of whatever happens and use it to make your painting special. And you can do that. Okay, let's go back. Get our old 2-inch brush. And I just want to now blend all that together. Just blend it together. I'm being careful not to touch these top edges yet. I'm just blending the blue and the white down here together, very gently, still using little circular strokes. There we go. Just sort of let that mix together. I'm getting very close to the top, but I'm trying not to touch it at this point. Very close, but not touching. There. A little bit up in here. See? Just sort of blend it together. Mix it up. Just like you're making a cake or something. Just mix it up. A little bit in here. Like that. Okay, good. But this is a beautiful way. I just beat the brush like that to knock off excess paint. It's a beautiful way to create very effective, big, fluffy clouds. Now we're just sort of lifting it up. This will blend it all together, smooth it out. There. See there? And then very lightly, 2 hairs and some air. Just gently, gently, gently blend the entire sky. And with that, shoot, we have a pretty nice looking little sky. And there wasn't anything to it. Now then, let's get crazy. We'll use some midnight black, a little Prussian blue. Now, Prussian blue is much darker than phthalo blue. It's strong. Ooh, very strong color. We'll put some Van Dyke brown, little alizarin crimson in there too. But we're looking for a very dark color. It should look black. Pull it out as flat as you can get it. Go straight down with a knife, and we'll just cut off a little roll of paint. There it is. It's right out of the edge of the knife. Let's go up here. Now I want to make some tiny little mountains up in here that are far away. I don't want these to be very big because we want to create the illusion of distance here. Using a very firm pressure, just literally push this right into the fabric. And I don't want a lot of mountains today. That's about all we need. With a 2-inch brush, I want to grab this and pull it. Just pull it. It does 2 things. It removes excess paint, and it blends all this together. There we go. And when we're painting mountains, as you know, you always want the top of the mountain to be more distinct than the bottom of the mountain, because at the bottom we have mist, and now we have wonderful pollution, and we have all these things that break up and diffuse the light, and it creates this softness at the base of the mountain. Let's go into a little titanium white. What the heck? Very small amount. Get a very, very small amount of paint on the knife. Now then, barely touching. No pressure, no pressure. And I don't want this to be very distinct. I want this to be very quiet, subdued, far away, gentle, soft. Think about those types of words and stuff when you're painting, and it'll help your hand go much more gentle, but very soft. Don't want a lot of detail in this. And we'll take a little bit of blue and white, and just the indication of some shadow. Don't even want a lot of shadow back here. Too much detail will ruin that illusion of distance. Just enough to give the feeling that there's a nice mountain living back in there. And with a clean, dry brush, following the angles, always follow those angles. We're going to very gently tap it and then lift it upward. And that'll help also create that illusion of mist at the base of the mountain. Shoot, let's get crazy. Find another 1-inch brush, or you can use your fan brush, whatever. Take a little bit more of the titanium white. Maybe in our world, maybe this old cloud right here, it just sort of dripped right down in front of the mountain. So just a little white, little circles, tiny little circles. Shoot, maybe this one right here. I don't know. Just sort of look at your painting and make a decision. Maybe it just sort of wraps this old mountain up. We'll take 2-inch brush and just blend it together. This is a super way of making mountains that look like they're just laying out here in the mist. I lived in Alaska for many, many years. And you see some of the most beautiful scenery there. God was having a good day when he made Alaska. Beautiful, beautiful. There, see that old mountain just lays up here in the mist now and floats around. Has a good time all day. Now then, maybe we'll have some little foothills back here. I like to do little foothills. And we'll take some of that same mountain color. Add a least little touch of sap green to it. A little sap green, there we are. But it's predominantly blue. The one that's farthest away here, we'll make predominantly blue. Okay, let me wipe my knife off. And we'll use a 1-inch brush, what the heck. You could use your fan brush or 2-inch brush, it doesn't matter. Load a little color in there. And let's go right up in here. Now we have to make a big decision. Where does our little foothills live? Maybe we'll have one coming right over here. We'll start this one out back here, just using the corner of the brush and pulling straight down, gently. Maybe the little foothill comes right over like that. Wherever. Once again, this is a very individual thing, painting is. So just sort of look at it and make up your mind how you want your painting to be. Now then, when you're doing foothills, especially layers of foothills, you want a little misty area in between. That's your separator. So take the brush, 2-inch brush, and just tap the base of it. Or you can tap quite firmly. You can probably hear how hard I'm hitting the canvas here. And then very lightly, just lift it upward a little bit. There. Okay. Now then maybe we'll have several layers in here. When you're doing landscapes, each layer, each plane, as it comes closer to you, should get darker in value. So we'll use that same color, and I'll just add a little bit of that mountain color. See, it's right here. I'll just add a little lead into it. That'll make it a little darker. Maybe a touch more of the green. There we go, okay? Now, maybe over here, we'll hold the brush up like this, and that'll make tops that are a little taller and a little more distinct, because they're getting a little closer to you. There. But you can create just layer after layer after layer like this, and it enhances your painting tremendously because it creates that illusion of depth. Back to our 2-inch brush, and once again, we want to create that mist. See how that mist in between separates? It's your best friend. Take care of it. Take care of it. There we go. Now lift upward. And maybe, I tell you what, let's have one more. Let's have one more. I'm adding a little bit more of that dark color right into that same original pile. One more. And then maybe it lives right here, but it's darker in value. It's a little darker. There we go. And we'll let him come maybe right down in here. I don't know. There. But each layer needs to get darker in value to keep that feeling of distance in the painting. And I know I repeat that over and over, but it's so important. So important. You don't want just a flat old painting. Shoot. We want a masterpiece here. And you can do that. Once again, we're going to tap that base just like so. Very lightly. Lift it upward. There. And maybe we're beginning to get down here to where there are a few reflections. So we'll take a little paint on a 2-inch brush, grab it, and pull it straight down. It's most important that these reflections come straight down. Most important. If you go at an angle like this, it won't look right. See, even there, it doesn't look right. I very lightly go across. Very, very lightly. Just enough to blend it and give it the feeling of water. It's one of the nicest things about this technique. It's instant reflections. Now then, we'll take a little of the liquid white, put the least little touch of the bright red in it, just least little touch. Just enough to flavor it a little bit. Be careful, because very quickly this can get really intense in color. Now we just cut across, that's all there is to it. Go up here, and we'll just put in just the indication of a happy little water line that lives here. Now if you get one that's maybe a little too strong or too bright, just go back and rub it. The more you rub it, the lighter it'll get, because it'll just be absorbed right into the color it's underneath. No big deal. And if you've painted with me before, you know without question that we don't make mistakes here. We just have happy accidents. But you learn to use anything that happens. Okay, maybe right there. And little ripples. But notice how all these lines are basically straight. If they're not, it's going to look like your water's going to run right out of your painting and get your floor wet, and you'll have to tie a bucket on one side. We don't want you to have to do that. Now, tell you what, clean off a little spot. Let's take some black, Prussian blue, brown, crimson, sap green, all those same colors, but with no white in it. It's very, very dark, very dark. Looks black on the palette. There. Okay, let me clean my knife. And I just wipe the knife on an old paper towel. Find a fan brush here. Let's take the fan brush and go right into that color. Load a lot of paint onto the brush, both sides. See, the bristles are, there's a lot of paint in there. Okay, let's go up here. Maybe back in here in our world there lives, well, there does now anyway, there lives a happy little evergreen tree. And we just use the corner of the brush, just the corner, and as you work down the tree, add more and more pressure so the bristles bend downward much, much more. Look at there. Isn't that a nice way to make a happy little evergreen? Let's give him a friend. You know me. I think everybody should have a friend. Friends are so important. There. All right. Maybe, shoot. In our world, maybe there's 3 trees here. You can put as many or as few as you want. The only thing that we would like to teach you here is how to make a tree. You decide how many trees you have in your world. Maybe we'll have some, maybe there's a little reflection down here. Just put some general shapes. We're not looking for detail. Not looking for detail. Just very basic little shapes. Shoot, who knows? Maybe there's some land there too. You can just push up with a fan brush and a little bit down for the reflection. And we'll use old 2-inch brush and grab this, decide where water and land meet, and pull straight down once again. Straight down. Son of a gun. Instant reflections. Go across, and that easy. That easy. And see these reflections, you can push them. See how you can push them? Because the canvas is wet, you can do that. You can do anything here. On this canvas, you have total and absolute power, unlimited power here. When I go home, the only thing I can do is take a garbage out. But here, I can do anything that I want to do. Let's take a little of the dark sienna and a little white, get a little roll of paint on the knife. Let's put a little indication here and there of a little tree trunk that lives in these. There. Don't want a great deal. Don't want a great deal. Just enough to indicate there's something in there. And you can just take the point of the knife and just scrape through and make little lines and sticks and all those little things. And tell you what, let me grab another fan brush. I have several of them going here. And let's take and go into a little yellow. This is cad yellow. A little touch of that color that we made the tree out of. Since it has blue in it, as soon as we touch the yellow, it turns beautiful green color. Maybe a little yellow ochre too. I want a dark green here. Once again, load the bristles quite full. A lot of color. Let's go up here. Now then, let's put some highlights on these little trees. Don't want to overdo. too much highlights on here, too many highlights, then it loses its effectiveness. We want these to be quite dark. Look at that. And that's all there is to it. Darker, darker, darker. You know, maybe down here there's some little grassy things that grow on this. And you can just make those by pushing up with the brush. That's all. Very easy. Now, let's have some land under there. We need something to hold those trees up so they don't fall over in the water and make a big splash. There. Little Van Dyke brown, little dark sienna mixed together. Like so. We'll take a little touch of that brown and white. Just make the indication of a little land there. A little bit of the liquid white that we had left over. And we'll just put in a little water line. This water line is your separator. It's a light between two darks, and that separates it and makes it stand out. All right. Tell you what, we'll just use this big brush. Ready to have some fun? If you've painted with me before, you know that I love to make big trees. So let's do that. I'll use the old 2-inch brush today. An old 2-inch brush. So often we avoid this brush because it's big and we're afraid of it. A lot of paint. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Then sharpen it just like you would a knife. Look how sharp this brush is. There you can see. It's very sharp. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, maybe in our world lives a big evergreen tree. Right there. Just touch the canvas. Now we use just the corner of the brush. And just go back and forth. And begin laying in all of these beautiful little limbs and stuff that live here on this tree. There. Okay. Tell you what. We'll have another one. You knew that, didn't you? You knew I'd have a friend out here. There. Okay. Now then, let's have some, maybe there's some big leafy trees, not evergreens that live here. There. Let's just push in some nice leaf and branch shapes. Look at there. But when you use a big brush, you can do this very rapidly. Now, let's go on the other side. We need some over here too. Now you could do this with a 1-inch brush if you wanted to. Works just as well, just as well. This is just a little bit faster. A little bit faster. There we are. Okay, just bring it right on down, right on down. Now you have to start making big decisions. Okay, we'll just put there. Nice bush lids there. Tell you what, let's get crazy. Maybe it just goes all the way across. In your world, you can do anything that you want. If you want this shrubbery and bushes and trees to come all the way across, then do it. Do it. All right. Now then, we can just take a clean knife and just make the indication of little sticks and twigs, and just by scraping, just the point of the knife. We're going to cover most of those up, but some of them will show. We could even use a little brown and white, come right up in here. Put the indication of a trunk. Not a great deal of detail, just a little over here. Because these are going to be deep in the old tree here. You're not going to see much of them, but they're there. Now then, we'll dip the brush into a little of liquid white, 1-inch brush. We'll go right through. I'll use a little cad yellow. Grab some sap green up here. There we are. Cad yellow, sap green. Pull the brush in one direction. Load a lot of color in it. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, think about all your little leaves and stuff here that would just shine, and they would sparkle out here in the sun under this big mountain. And when you're painting, make up little stories. Think about the scene that you're painting. Become part of it. Make friends with a tree. Shoot, you can just drop all this stuff in and let it go. Darker, darker, darker as you work down toward the base of the tree, though. Darker, darker. Add a little yellow ochre here or there, a little Indian yellow sometimes, just to change the flavor. Wherever you want them. There we are. A little touch of bright red even here and there. It's up to you. Up to you. There. And you choose even the time of year. Let's go in this other big tree over here. Maybe over here. There it lives. There it lives. This big tree. Think about individual shapes and form inside of this tree. Don't just throw it on at random. Think about the limbs inside the tree that give it shape and form. There. Okay. Darker, darker, darker. Down here toward the base. Much darker. Let's have a bush right here that has red flowers on it. Look at that. See there? Just by putting a little bit of red on the end of the brush, you can do that. Here lives another one. Just do one bush at a time, though. One at a time. There they go. Okay. Just wherever you want them. Shoot. It's coming along pretty nice. There. Okay. And the other side over here. And we'll put in some little bushes here. And you can use the brush sidewards. Just push upward and create all kinds of little things. Just like so. All right. I'm going to put a little path in here. Use a little Van Dyke brown. We got just a second left, so I'll throw that in. A little brown and white. Give us indication of a little path. Then all we need to do is put a little bush over the top of it and set it right down into the painting. Shoot, I think we have a finished painting. With that, I'm going to wish you happy painting. And God bless, my friend. I'll see you next show. Hi, welcome back. I'm glad you could join me today. And today I have one of my little friends here that's having lunch while we're doing this, so I thought I'd share her with you. This is a little baby fox squirrel, and she's just having a little lunch with me. Ooh, what's there? Too much? Huh? There. Isn't she something? She's only a few weeks old and just as cute as a button. Thought I'd show her to you today. There. Alrighty. Enough of that. This is just one of my many friends. I'm going to set her down, and we'll get started here. Okay, if I can get her off my shirt. There. They have about 9,000 claws, and they can all seem to grab you at once. Alrighty, tell you what. Come on up to the canvas. Let me show you what I've got done today. Today we have our standard old 18 by 24 inch canvas, or any size that you want. And I've done something a little bit different today. I've taken, in this area up here, the white area, this is a mixture of liquid clear and liquid white. I put the clear in there because I want some transparency today. And then the rest of it, I've just covered with a little bit of liquid black and just sort of swirled it around a little bit. Just sort of let them blend together. So we have liquid white and liquid clear mixture and liquid black and just blended together. So let's just have some fun today. I thought we'd just do a happy little painting. Now, if you don't have all three of these mediums, what you can do this with liquid white. But you won't have the transparency, and the bottom will be a little bit more difficult, but you could do it. Let's go into a tiny, tiny little bit of the yellow ochre. Maybe even add a little cad yellow into it. Just mix them up together here, like so. And we're going to run all the colors across the screen, so you'll know exactly what we're using here. There. All right, let's go up in here. Let's make a big decision. Maybe right up in here we'll put just a little bit of this color. And just blend a little bit of it on, something like so. Just using little crisscross strokes, little X's. Now then, not even going to clean the brush, but I'm going to go right into a small amount of alizarin crimson. And the crimson is strong enough that you don't have to clean the brush. It'll go right over it there. Now then, let's just go right around the edges here, like so. Just add a little touch of that crimson. There, and let it blend outward. We don't want to go back into this bright color. We want to save that. Just let this blend right on out. There we go. All right, we have a masterpiece for the Museum of Modern Art right there. Right there. Now then, take a little bit of the crimson and dark sienna. Still using the same brush. Haven't washed it yet. Mostly though, dark sienna. And I'm going to come right around this area, and just begin blending it out. Now this will begin mixing with the liquid black, and it'll get darker and darker and darker out here, and that's exactly what we're looking for. There. Now then over here, a little bit more. This is just mainly dark sienna with a little bit of alizarin crimson in it. There we go. Hope you like the little squirrel. I'm so crazy about these little devils that I like to share them with you. And they are absolutely precious. We have 4 of them here in the studio today. And they came from Diana Schaefer, the bird lady here in Muncie. And she takes care of these little fellers when they've been orphaned. And I think she's doing a fantastic thing. There. All right. Now then, let's wash the old brush. That's the fun part of this. Let's just scrub it. There's a screen down here in the bottom of the can that I scrub the bristles against to remove the paint. We'll shake off excess and just beat the devil out of it. Now then, with a nice clean and dry brush, be sure it's dry though. It needs to be dry. We want to start blending this. Just blending. You want to blend it till you can't tell where one color stops and the next color starts. There we go. Now sometimes when you're doing these little paintings, you like to make this area in here brighter, shinier. There. So I tell you what, I have several brushes going. Let me just grab another clean one here. And we'll take a little bit of titanium white right on the old 2-inch brush. Just tap a little in there. Let's go back up here. And right in here, we'll start with the white and just begin blending and blending and blending and blending. Start from the light area and blend outward. Now this will really brighten this area. It'll just make it shine. And you can do this as many times as you want to achieve a desired lightness or brightness. There, very lightly. Just go across. But now when you're doing this, sometimes step back and take a look-see at your painting. It's very difficult when you're standing real close to it to tell if you haven't blended enough. You want it to be very soft. You don't want to see distinct lines in here. All right. A few strokes and we're in business. Tell you what, while we have that old brush going, let's just have some fun. We'll go right into this dark sienna. I'm just going to tap the top bristles. Just tap it. Right into a little touch of that dark sienna. Let's go back up here. And with this, let's begin putting in the indication here and there and here of some little shapes for little bushes and trees that live way back in the distance. Now we're not looking for detail. We'll put detail in the foreground. Back here, we just want just the indication of little things happening. Let your imagination go. Just let it go. Up in here, we can't hardly even see them. Just let it go. There. As I mentioned earlier, the only reason we put that liquid clear in the background is to make this a little more transparent. Just a little more transparent. There. I've added a touch of Van Dyke brown to the color now. As it gets further away, we want it to get a little bit darker, but not much. Just enough so it stands out a little bit. Maybe we'll have some nice tree shapes that live all the way up to the top of the canvas over here. That easy. That easy. All right. Let's take our little liner brush. Shoot. Little paint thinner. Get a little more of the thinner. And we'll go right into that same dark sienna. A lot of paint thinner though. This should be as thin as water or ink. It should just literally run. See how it just drips? Very, very thin, okay? Now then, here and there, I'm just going to put the indication of a little trunk or a stem or whatever. Some little tree shapes here and there, just to break it up. There, maybe a few up in here. Not looking for a lot. When things are far, far away, you don't want to be able to see a lot of detail. There we go. All right, now then, wash the old brush and the liner brush. All I do is just wipe it on a paper towel after I've washed it. Let's use our little oval brush today. What the heck? It's easy to tell the little oval brush. It has a black handle on it. All right, we'll take a little yellow. Be right back. Don't go away. Get a touch of the sap green here. Okay, now to load this brush, give it a little push. Just give it a little push. Get a little touch of the yellow ochre. I don't want a lot of color, just enough to spark a little of that Indian yellow here and there too. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, all you got to do with this little brush is just tap. Just tap. And we can begin making the indication of little distant trees and bushes that live way back here. Lighter, lighter, lighter as it comes down. So it looks like it, a little bit of the bright red here and there too. Tiniest little bit. Just decide where you want these little things. Maybe there's a little tree lives right here. Wherever. There we go. There we are. Now then, a little bit more. Tell you what, right in here. That looks like a good spot. And when you're doing this, just sort of look around and decide where you think a little tree would be happy living. And that's where he should be. That's where he should be. And I'm still just using the same colors, just varying them back and forth. Have a little touch of the sap green, a little cad yellow ochre, a little touch of Indian yellow even here and there. And once in a while, the least little touch of bright red. Don't want much though, it's so strong. And the farther away it gets here, the less detail that I want. I want to get darker and darker back in here, maybe even up in here. There's some little things going on. There. These are hiding way back in the shadows. This is where all the little creatures live, little bunny rabbits live back here. There we are. Okay. Shoot, that's about all we need for a little background on that side. Now then, we'll put something over here. Tell you what, let's keep a lot of this in the brown tone state. That's so pretty. The nice earth tones. We'll use some dark sienna, a little Van Dyke brown, pick up a little yellow ochre. Little yellow ochre. There. Maybe even at least a little touch of black in there. Oh, that's nice. That's what I'm looking. Let me wipe my knife off. Wipe the old knife off, and we'll find this fan brush. There we go. There we go. Just load it full of color. Both sides, just back and forth. All right, let's go up in here. Maybe there's a little patch of evergreen trees, and they live right there. Just start with a little line. Use the corner of the brush, just the corner. As you work down, apply more and more pressure. More and more pressure. There we are. Just let them go, like so. Okay, now then, let's give him a little friend. There he is. There he is. Okay, and just decide how many trees you think should live in your world. Sometimes I like to do little evergreen trees where you can see parts of the trunk. So maybe you can just tap in the whole trunk, because trees don't grow all perfect. They're like people. Some of them are big, some are small, some are skinny, some are a little heavier. There. See? Maybe another one lives right here beside him. Something like that. And you just decide how many trees live in your world and put them in. Put them in. Let's put a couple on this side over here. I like to make these little clumps of trees because a lot of times you see evergreens in nature. Looks like they all got together and started a little community or something. Having a party or something. I don't know. They're having a good time though. There. Okay. And that ought to be enough for our little area. But if you want more when you do yours, just drop them in. Nice clean dry brush. And I want to create the illusion of mist down here at the base. Right down here at the base. Just like so. There. Just tapping. Just tapping. And up here we'll tap softer because we don't want to destroy up here. All we want to do up here is diffuse. Down here we're getting tough and mean because we're destroying. We want to create softness. But here, barely. You can probably hear the difference. Barely touching up here. Gentle, easy, easy. There, okay. Now then, we can take a knife, just a little bit of that same color, and just sort of pull it through here and there, and it'll make the indication of little trunks. We're not really going to put a lot of detail in these, they're too far away. But this will turn a few trees into something that looks like a lot of trees. There we go. Now then, tell you what, let's get crazy. This is our world, so we can do anything. Maybe there's a little bush that lives right here. We'll just go back to a little oval brush. Just tap in the indication of maybe one little happy bush that lives over right there. Something like so. There. Shoot, we got it made. Tell you what, we'll just use this old 2-inch brush here. What the heck, you could use a 1-inch brush or fan brush, whatever. And I'm gonna go into a little bit of the yellow, be right back, get a little sap green, just mix all these different colors and give it a little push. There's a good shot right there, just a little push, get a little color right on the tips of the bristles, a little bit of color. All right, now then, let's make a big decision. Maybe there's a nice grassy area in our world and it comes right down like it. And all you have to do is just tap. And the more that you tap, the darker it'll become because it's going to mix with that black that's already on the canvas. And that'll happen automatically for you. Automatically. There we go. Now, once in a while, make a little sparkle. Add at least a little touch of titanium white, but very little. If you use too much, you'll lose the effectiveness of this. So it looks like there's a little light just zinging right through that. And as we go down, get darker and darker. Back in here, it's in the shadows. We don't want much back in here. Very quiet back in there. But you just put layer after layer after layer of little grassy areas. There. You know what? Shoot, this is such a beautiful little spot. Maybe. Tell you what, let's do. Shoot, I'm going to do it. I want a little house right here. If this is my world, I'd want to live right in here. So let's just take a knife, what the heck, and we'll scrape out. All I'm doing here is scraping out a basic design for a little house. Might even be a little chalet type thing. I don't know, whatever. No, we'll have it later. Just make a decision and drop it in. You could do anything here. A little bit of Van Dyke brown. We'll put the back eave in first. Just that's easy. Okay, here comes the front. Nice straight edge right along there. There it goes. And I'm pushing this paint into the fabric. Don't worry about the bottom. We'll do a cabinectomy when we get to that point, and then we'll make big decisions. There we go. Just whack that right off when we get ready. See there? And now we need the other side of the roof. There it is. Maybe it comes to about there. I don't know, wherever you want it to be. Wherever. Some sides over here. Let's really get crazy. Maybe this guy put a little room out here on this little house. So we can do that too. Maybe it comes from right here. See? Got another little area. That easy. That's what's so fantastic about this. You can change your mind, do anything that you want, make up little stories. Just let these things happen. Let it come down. And all we're doing is just blocking in color. It's really all we're doing. It's all we're doing. There. Okay, now then, let's take some bright red, some dark sienna. Let's mix those together, like so. I'm gonna put a little touch of yellow ochre in there too. It's such a beautiful day here. I hope it is where you're at. We'll just sparkle this up. Cut off our little roll of paint, just a small roll of paint. And let's begin coming right down here, barely touching, barely touching. No pressure at all, like so. Maybe even a little touch more of the yellow ochre, and shoot, we'll even put a little white in there. I want this to sparkle a little more. Oh, that's it. That's what we're looking for. Look at that. Isn't that something? There we go. And over in here, we'll put a little bit right in there. Maybe there's a little dark area in between these two. You can do that. Now, got to put something on the roof for that. I'm just going to take some black and titanium white and just mix it together. Put a little bit of the Van Dyke brown there just to give it, ooh, leave it marbled. Don't over mix it. And we'll come right down here, and all you do is touch and just let it bounce. Bloop, 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 bloop. Got to make that little noise so it doesn't work. Just touch it and let the knife just bounce as it works right down here. Look at that, see? That's all there is to it. On this part of the roof, since it comes this way, touch, and once again, just let it bounce. Let it bounce. Right on down. Right on down. There we go. All right. Now, this is a much darker color, and we'll come right in here, same color but darker, and put in the front of this rascal. And sometimes on these edges, it's nice to put a nice bright area so they really stand out. So the edges stand out from each other. Darken this one a little bit. Choom, there we are. Shoot, we got a heck of a little house there. That's coming along pretty nice. We'll take a little bit of the Van Dyke brown and let's make the indication of some boards here. There we are. See how easy you can make it look like it's old boards? Now if you want to soften that, if you want to make it look very soft and smooth, you can take the large brush and lightly, barely caressing the canvas, just pull gently down. Gently down. You know what we need? We need a door. Got to have a way to get in there. So that easy. We'll put us in a little door. There. Just cut right around there with a little bit of light color, just to make that little door stand out. Shoot, tell you what, over here maybe there's a window. When he put that section of the house in, maybe he wanted a way to look out, see all this beautiful scenery. There we go. A few little board indications over here. And a little touch of roof on the other side. You gotta have that there so it stands out. Shoot. That's not a bad looking little house. I sort of like that. Sort of like it. Now we'll do our cabinectomy. This is where you make the big decisions and decide where everything's at and fix up your perspective and your shape and shoot. All right. There. Now we go back into our brush that has the greens and the yellows and all of that on it. There we are. Just tap. Load the brush with color. And we'll come right up here. Look at there. And we can begin laying in some little grassy areas all around the little cabin. There. There we go. Just sort of let them happen. Very dark back here. There, this guy's like me. He don't cut his yard very well. I'm a world's worst yard keeper. There we go. You know what we need in here? We need a way to get to that place. Shoot, I'm about to put him out there and leave him deserted. So let's take some Van Dyke brown. We just use a fan brush. You could use a knife and do this if you wanted to. I'm just going to use a fan brush because I have one laying here and it's dirty. We'll just lay in a little brown and have a little path that comes right out here. Well, I'll show you. I'll show you. We'll take a knife. Take a little bit of the browns and whites and very gently, just caress. Just barely caress, just enough to give a little color. There. All right, now then, back to our old 2-inch brush. And just begin tapping. Just begin tapping. Thinking about the lay of the land, though. That's very important. There we go. Okay, just fill these areas in. Okay, and once again, the more you tap this, the darker it'll become. But if you work with this a little bit, you can make it as smooth as velvet. Look just like little soft grassy areas where make you want to take your shoe off and run through there with naked foots. grass feels good when it touches on your foot. Over on this side, don't want it left out. Just begin putting in little things to bring it all together. Maybe here and there there's a little bump. Bloop, bloop. Just by changing the angle, though, you can make the indication of a little bump right there. All kind of little hills here and there. There we go. Now then, tell you what. We'll use our little script liner brush, we'll use a little titanium white. Maybe there's a little birch tree that lives right there. Maybe there's a little clump of birch trees, we don't know. Just put 2 or 3 little trees there, however many you want in your world. There they go. Like so. Now then, we'll just use that oval brush again. Shoot, that's working so well today. A little bit of color, and we'll just put the indication here and there. Look at that. See, a few little leaves on that tree. Don't want him left out. This side needs something over here. Tell you what, we got a minute left here. Maybe over here, there's a big old post. Maybe there was a fence here at one time, and it's still there. Doom, doom, doom. Maybe there's a couple posts. Maybe there's 3 posts. We keep going here, we'll have our fence back, won't we? And we have a little light playing through here. There's a light source, so we know exactly where the light's coming from in this painting. Just touch and begin putting a little bit of highlight on that side. A little bit on this one, don't want him left out. And number 3 here. Maybe on the top of our post, we'll put a little touch of red. There. And we can go back to our liner brush. We'll use a little brown. Whatever. See if that stands out enough. And I'm going to add a little white to that. It's too dark. There. Just to put the indication that maybe there's still a little wire hanging through here. There we go. That's just brown and white, so it stands out a little. Tell you what, while we got that old brush going, we're still using Van Dyke brown. There's a fence back here, maybe. Yep, you're right. Maybe there's a fence here and it goes right over the hill. We don't know where it goes. Don't know that we care. Shoot, we'll put some nice old rails across there. Choom. Choom, there they go. Right on. Maybe it's 3. There. And we can put the least little touch of color up on top of that. Something like so. There. Now then. Okay. Let's just take, I'll use a little green, a little bit of the black. I'll get a least little touch of phthalo blue and put in there too. Oh yeah, that makes a nice dark green. And we'll just add, oh yeah, little phthalo blue, really sparkle it. Put a little touch right down here at the base of that. So the little post has something to set on. Don't want it left out. Tell you what, take a little paint thinner. We'll go right into some bright red here. And I think we'll sign this one. It's about finished. Luckily I have a very short name, so it's quite easy to do. But make your paint as thin as ink once again. So I hope you've enjoyed this painting. It's quite interesting. It'll give you a little challenge and let you use all the equipment. So from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. You know, in the last show, I had one of my little friends here, a little fox squirrel, And so many people have called and wrote in because I mentioned we had 4 of them and they wanted to see the rest of them. I've asked a friend to come today to help me because it's a son of a gun try to hang on to 4. This is Dana Jester, and he's one of our instructors that travels all over the country and teaches people the joy of painting. And as you can see, he has an armful. What do you got going on there, Dana?
Oh, I don't know. Your kids are going wild here, Bob.
Here, look at here. You want a little bite
I
to
think
drink?
they're hungry.
Yeah, it's time for them to have a little nibble. Look at this. Aren't they the cutest little devils, though?
I know they're excited, that's for sure.
Well, this is a big deal for them to be in front of the cameras, and they're a little nervous, but they're still hungry. They still like to eat. Here you go. There. Isn't that something? Look at these little devils. They are absolutely precious, and I thank Dana very much for coming and helping me today. Here, turn loose, guy.
No,
Okay.
These guys aren't any
Let me
problem.
give this one here. I got one in my arm here. Let's give this one a little bite. You want a little drink? There. Isn't that something? There we go. They are so cute. They are just absolutely precious. And as I say, these are little fox squirrels, and they're very young. And there. Okay. Tell you what, let me set those down, and let's get a painting started for today. All right. We'll just set him right over here. Okay. Today we have our standard old 18 by 24 inch canvas up here, and we've covered it with a nice thin even coat of the liquid white. And it's nice and wet and it's ready to go. So why don't we take off, and maybe today we'll do a happy little winter scene. And maybe we'll put a little color in it so it's not quite so cold. I'm going to take a little touch of the Indian yellow, just a very, very small amount on the 2-inch brush. Very small amount. And let's come right up in here. And let's just put in a little touch of the yellowish color. Something maybe like so. Maybe like so. And we're going to run all the colors across the screen for you, so you know what we're doing here. Almost forgot to tell you that. I got involved with the squirrels, and son of a gun, almost forgot it there. All right, now then, without cleaning the brush, we'll take a little touch of yellow ochre. Just a little. Don't need much. There we go. Take that, and we'll come right in here. And I'm just using little crisscross strokes. There you can see, with just little X's. And we'll just bring this right around like so. There we are. Okay, and just blend this. There. Okay, and just blend it till you can't tell where one color stops and the next color starts. All right. Now then, maybe a little color right up in here. Once again, without cleaning the brush, I'm going to take a little tiny bit of the bright red. Very little amount. And let's go right up in here. And we just drop a little of that in. Now then, sometimes winter scenes can be so cold that they're almost unpleasant. I like to make winter scenes that have a little bit of bright color in them, and it really makes them pretty and makes them makes you feel good in here. Let's take a little phthalo blue and alizarin crimson. I'll just mix these on the brush. Proportionately, though, much more crimson than the blue. The blue is many, many times stronger. There we are, crimson and phthalo blue. Take a little touch of that, and let's just put a little bit of that right in like so. Still using the little crisscross strokes. There. Okay, and we just fill the sky up. Just fill it up. Now you can use this lavender color against the yellow without it turning bright green, because if you mix lavender with yellow, it just makes a pleasant brown, and that's okay. We can live with that. We can live with that. But if you was to use pure blue and you touch the yellow, as you know, we would have bright, bright green, and we don't want that in this particular painting. Okay. And we'll just wipe this down here. This is going to be a little winter scene. Oh, maybe we'll have some snow down here, and we'll just use this as part of the shadows when we get finished. It's also a good place to clean the color off your brush. Now then, speaking of cleaning color off the brush, let's wash our old brush. Shake off the excess. And then off you go. That's the most fun part of this whole technique. I'm going to take a little bit of the titanium white now, right on the little 2-inch brush, or the big 2-inch brush, whichever. Just a little color, that's all we need. And let's go right up in here. This is going to be our light source. Let's make this quite bright and quite shiny, but a clean brush with a little white on it. Titanium white. Use the titanium because it's firm. You don't want to use the liquid white. Liquid white is just a base that we put on the canvas so the color blends on right on the canvas. Now then we can begin blending this right together, just like that. And you can blend it to any degree of softness, or you can leave it quite harsh. It's up to you. It's totally up to you. Painting is very individual. There now, very lightly. We can just begin blending this out until it gets as smooth as you want it. There. Okay. But isn't that a wild sky? It's very easy. And when you're doing this at home, I suggest that you stand back and look at your painting. It's very difficult when you're very close to it to tell if your colors blended sufficiently. All right, good. There we go. Very effective and very soft little sky. Wash your brush again. I just like to wash the brush. I'll look for any excuse. Tell you what, let's have a nice mountain ridge up through here. And for that, I'll just keep using this lavender color. I'll put a little black in it. So we have black, alizarin crimson, a little bit of phthalo blue. Just midnight black and alizarin crimson by itself will make a very nice lavender color. There we go. Pull the paint out as flat as you can get it. Cut across and get our tiny little roll of paint right there. Okay, let's go up here. Now you got to make your first major decision in this painting. Where does your little ridge of mountains live? Maybe ours lives right up here, wherever you want them. And the only thing that we're worried about at this point is the top edge of this. We could care less what's happening anywhere else. Just on the top here. There we are. Really hope you enjoyed seeing all those little squirrels. They are so precious. And if you've been with me before, you know that I'm sort of a fanatic for all of God's little creatures, and especially little squirrels and stuff. I really like those. Those are loner squirrels. I got those from the bird lady here in Muncie, Diana Schaefer. But at home, maybe I'll show you for the series is over. I have 3 little gray squirrels that I'm raising. And they came from another bird lady who lives in Orlando. And she's allowing me to raise these other ones at home. And if you think that's not a chore, you try taking care of 3 little baby squirrels at one time. It's like having 3 children. It will certainly keep you busy. I'm just using a 2-inch brush here. And my mother helps me with the little squirrels sometimes. She gets a kick out of feeding them too. They're a great deal of fun. And even if you don't raise animals or touch them or play with them, it's a great deal of fun just to watch them. Just putting some food out in your yard or something, you can attract a multitude of little creatures, squirrels and birds and etc. And personally, I think they're just fantastic to watch. There we go. And we need to take care of these little creatures because they're sort of the barometer to tell you how the ecology is doing and how we're taking care of this old world. The animals disappear, guess who's next? There. Enough of my ecology kick. I'm going to take a little touch of the bright red and go right into some titanium white. I want very little paint, or very little red in this paint. Just enough to give it a little flavor. Then we'll get a tiny little roll of paint, very little paint right out on the edge of the blade. Okay? Thought maybe today we'd just do a little ridge of mountains, and all you do is just touch and just let it gently flow down. No pressure. Can't say that enough. Absolutely no pressure. The more delicate the touch, the nicer this will look. And we'll just start working some of these little areas. I don't want this to look like one of our big mountains that we normally do. I want it to look like a little ridge. I want to take a little black and white and a little touch of that lavender into it, just to make a shadow color. We can start here and there. We'll just start adding a few little shadows in here. There. Midnight black, a little white, and a little bit of the lavender color that we use to make the base of the mountain here. That's really all we have. Very light, very gentle. We don't want much color up here. Very gentle. There. This is where we test to see if you have a delicate touch. When I was in British Columbia, there's a lot of mountain ridges that look like this. a lot of them, and they're so striking. That's some of the most beautiful country. There we go. Now maybe over in here we got little doers here and there, wherever you want them. Just make some decisions, drop them in. You may also find that it's a little easier to get into some of these places using the small knife. There we are. Whichever's comfortable for you. That's the reason we designed a couple of different knives, is so you can try it until you find the one that works the best for you. Some people like the large knife only. Some people like the small knife. It's really an individual thing. There we go. And here and there, maybe there's some little, might even be a little peak here and there, a little bump. Just let your imagination take you wherever. Big thing here is I don't want much paint. We're going to blend most of this out. All we're looking for here is just some little indications. And we just sort of vary it back and forth between the shadow and the highlight color. And even sometimes to show something really deep, we'll take a little dark, make a deep shadow in there. This is just the base color, a little bit of the base color, and you can play it here and there. There, see, but not much of it. It's very strong, and very quickly it'll take over your whole world. So just a small amount. And you can play with these for hours if you want to. You don't have to paint this fast and on. You don't have to. Use your old VCR and record it and do it at your own leisure. There. Hope you enjoyed seeing Dana again. Dana's been on quite a few of the shows. He's really an outstanding young artist. And he lives here in Muncie, so a lot of times when I'm here filming, he comes over and keeps me company in the studio. And so one day we decided to put him to work. Enough of that sitting around taking life easy. There. Okay. Now then, let's blend this out a little. And when you're doing this, you don't have to be real careful because we're going to blend the whole thing. I'm going to tap the bottom because I want the bottom to be very soft and very misty, very diffused, and then very lightly, almost all the way to the top, begin blending. See, that's the reason we didn't have to be very careful, because you're going to blend it and soften it, and that'll bring it all together. There. I like these little paintings that are very soft, but you could do this so it's very sharp. It's an individual thing. Do it any way that you want. All we want to do is show you how to do it and to give you a couple of ideas. There. Okay, maybe back in here we'll have some little trees and stuff for that. Tell you what, let's have some fun. Let's take a little Van Dyke brown, a little dark sienna. We'll just mix them together. I'm going to take a little white and throw in there too, just to lighten it up, maybe a little more. There we are. I'm looking for sort of a medium brown color. Ooh, I hit a little of that lavender too. That's all right. Okay, let me wipe my knife. That's all right. Because, you know, we don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents. And that's when you really experience the joy of painting. All right, now then, load the old fan brush full of color. A lot of color. A lot of color. Let's go up in here. Now maybe back here in our world there live some little distant trees. They're back in here. All you have to do is take the fan brush and sort of tap it downward. And begin thinking about basic shapes and where you want them to live. And just begin tapping. It's really all there is to it. There they go. Now, sometimes, let me show you something here. Sometimes I get letters and people say my background trees look like fence posts, like that. The only thing wrong right there is you don't have enough. If you just go back, if that happens, just add in a few more. These are a lot of trees that are far, far away in the distance, far away in the distance. There we go. Maybe they come over. Shoot, maybe it goes up here. It's up to you, anywhere you want it. Anywhere that you want it. There we are. Okay, maybe right on up there. I don't know, wherever you want it. So I say, this is such an individual thing. It's the reason we don't really want you to have you just use patterns and trace and etc. We really would like to see people learn to be creative on their own. And this is the freest style of painting I have ever seen. Maybe there's one here that you can see a little more detail. See? That easy. Because it just looks like he ought to be there. Now then, I want to create the illusion of mist down at the base of these. Very firmly, using the top corner only of the 2-inch brush, I'm just tapping, but very firmly. You can probably hear how much we're tapping there. Do you see our new opening on the show? Isn't that fantastic? That's the little painter man. The little painter man. And that was done by a fantastic engineer right here at the station where we film. He put all that together and designed it and figured out how to do it. And his name's Jerry Morton, and I'd like to give him credit for doing a super job. He put a lot of work into making that. I hope you like it. I'd love to hear from you and know what you think of it. But we're going to call that little character the little painter man. Maybe we'll show him again sometime. There. Now then, maybe we want to have several layers in here. So we'll take that same color and I want to add a little bit more of the Van Dyke brown to it. As you know, in a landscape, as things get closer to you, they should get darker in value. So all you need to do is add a little more of the brown. Let's go back up in here and maybe right here, I know. But see how that dark color stands out now against that misty area. If you didn't have that little misty area, we'd probably be in agony city right now because it would just blend together and you'd lose it. But because you have that little misty area, then you're in business and they'll separate. That misty area, as I've said over and over, is your good friend. In painting, sometimes softness or little misty areas do more good for you than anything else. Tell you what, let's get crazy. Maybe there's a nice tree. Yep, there is now. Lives right there. Just use the corner of the fan brush. And there we go, back and forth. There. Happy little evergreen lives right there. And he needs a friend. Maybe this guy, maybe a squirrel chewed off all his limbs when he was little. Them little devils do that sometimes, so we'll just put a few on him. See, he's sort of naked. There we go. There, see, but you can see part of the trunk through there. And sometimes that's very nice. Clean, dry brush, and once again, our little misty effect, and we'll just let it come right on out and just blend off into nothing there at the end. And there. But you can create layer after layer after layer of little foothills and little soft areas in between. It gives your painting tremendous depth, tremendous depth. And of course, I know none of us are interested in that happy buck. But if you're out selling your paintings, this is what makes your painting special over everybody else's, is the fact that it has all this depth and distance in it. And when somebody comes along to buy a painting, they'll look at yours and guess who sells a painting? This pays great dividends. Tell you what. All right. Now, we said it was going to have snow down here. Let's put one more layer of foothills. I'm going to take, I like those little foothills. I'm going to take the old big brush that I've got going here. I'll use a little lavender. This is just the alizarin crimson and a touch of phthalo blue. Once again, proportionately, much more crimson than blue. Just tap. Okay, let's go back up here. Maybe these foothills live right here. And all we're doing right now is putting in a base color. Maybe these are getting close enough. Maybe they got a little highlight on them. What the heck? Just make big decisions and drop them in. Let them go. There it goes. There it goes. See? There. Wherever you think they should live. That's exactly where they should live. Now then, that's our base color. And that's really all it is. This could be put on, shoot, you could put this over your shoe. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. There we go. Let's take another brush here. I have several of each brush going, so I don't have to spend all my time washing brushes. I'm going to dip it into a touch of the liquid white. Just a touch, very small amount. That's right above a smidgen. Little teeny bit. Let me reach down here, be right back, don't go away. Little bright red in there. Whew. Takes very little, very little. Now then, just tap, push. You can see that little ridge of paint. Let's pull it out very flat so you can see it good. See that little ridge? There's a ridge just like that on the end of the brush, and that's what we paint with. Let's go up here. Now then, we use just the corner of the brush, and we go in here, and we can begin putting in some nice little highlights on these. In my mind, these are getting closer now. They're close enough that you can begin seeing all these little things that are happening. Now, the little touch of liquid white that I put in there was put in there only to thin this a little bit, because, as you know, one of our golden rules, a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. The paint that we use is very, very thick, very dry. It's much thicker than traditional oil paints. There, and then we can paint layer after layer on top without just becoming a mud mixer. If all your paints are the same consistency, they're just going to make mud. It's all that's going to happen. Then you're going to be unhappy with me. And watch, here's a little trick. Maybe, let's do this. Maybe right here, there's another little plane, whole nother plane. See, just let them separate. And that little dark area in between is all you need to create the illusion of a little separation. It's all you need. Okay, now then. We said this was winter, so let's have some snow. We need some snow in here. Just use a titanium white. We got a little touch of that pinkish color left on the brush. Touch and pull. Decide in your world where this is going to live and drop it in. There. See? And with a big brush, you can do this very rapidly. It doesn't take but a second. Just let that blend right on back. But see the depth that creates just because you left that in there. Now then, we need some big trees. You know me. I like them big trees. But now in yours, if you don't want a big tree, don't put it. I'm going to use some of the lavender and some brown mixed together. Just load it up on this old 2-inch brush. Make some big decisions. Where does our little trees live? In our world, I think they live right about here. There they go. There they go. And all we're doing here is just putting in a little color so we'll have something for our highlight to stick to. Just a base color. It's all we're looking for. There. Maybe a little something right in there. Wherever. Now then, we'll go back to the old 2-inch brush that we were using. It has a little bright red on it, a little titanium white. And let's go back in here and just put the indication of some nice little snow-covered things that live up here on this tree. But it's just like if we were putting green leaves up here. Think about form and shape. Don't just throw this on at random. It's most important that it gives shape and form to your tree. Most important. In some parts of the country, when winter comes and Jack Frost plays through the trees, you get all of these beautiful things just hanging around. There we are. So here's another one. Maybe it lives right here, and it just goes right on out to about there. There, wherever. Another one right there. And you put just as many or as few as you want in your world. Now then, we want to pull a little of this out into the snow to create the illusion of a shadow, and it shows another plane, just the fact that it moves there. A whole other plane in your painting. But snow is one of the easiest things to paint when you have a big old brush like this. Take a little touch of the liquid white. We can put the indication here and there, just a little trunk, wherever we want it. There we are. We just want to show some indications. Just a few. All right, we can take the knife and just scrape in some sticks and twigs. There. There and there, a little bush it lives right down like that. So it's not just a straight line, and pull that out too. All right, let's have some fun over here. On the other side, we'll go into a little brown. Let me get a little paint thinner on the liner brush. And maybe in our world there lives, this is your bravery test. Maybe there it is, a happy little tree. And maybe this one's naked out here. There, yeah. Okay, let's give him some arms. I got a letter from a man one time. He didn't believe me. I'd even given the trees arms and legs and foots and names. But that's all right. In your world, if you want the trees to have foots, you can do that. If you want them to have arms, if you want to give them names. There we go. There we are. Okay, maybe there's a few little sticks and twigs, some baby trees growing around here. Right down like so. Let's take a fan brush. Take an old fan brush. We're about out of time for today, so I'll just show you. Take a little lavender color. A little bit more into the reddish hue. There. A little alizarin crimson and phthalo blue. Put a little hill right there. A little touch of our white. Grab it and let that just move right off into the snow. See how easy that is? It's also an excellent way to make little sand dunes if you're doing little seascapes. That easy. Shoot, I think we about have a finished painting. Try this. I think it's a very warm winter scene that you'll enjoy doing. From all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join me today. You ready to do a fantastic little painting? Super. Tell you what, let's start out today and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. And as usual, they'll come across in the same order as we have them on the palette, starting with the white and working around. But when you load your own palette, load it any way that's convenient to you. It's just, we've sort of gotten the habit of loading it this way. Up here today, let's see what we have. Today, I have a contact paper on my canvas with an oval cut out of the center. And this is just normal old adhesive back paper that you can buy at the hardware store or the grocery store. And we cut a little oval out and stick it on there. And then I've covered the inside here with a thin, even coat of the liquid white. And so it's wet and ready to go. So let's do a little painting. I thought today maybe we'd just do a very soft little painting that's a lot of fun. Start out with the least little amount of yellow ochre. I just want to put a little happy spot up here in the sky. Just a little bit of color, but I don't want much. I think today we'll try to do a painting that's very soft and subdued and quiet, and I like those kind of little paintings. They're very little color. You can always add more, but it's a son of a gun to take it off. So just, you can take it off, but it's easier just to add a little at a time. Maybe let's have a little water down here. We'll reflect a little of that right into the water. What with that? But very little color, very little. Now then, I'm going to mix up a little lavender color. I'll use a knife to mix it. We'll take some alizarin crimson and a little phthalo blue. Proportionately, much, much more of the crimson than the blue. But yet I want this to be a little bit to the blue side. You can make it, when you're making lavender like this, you can take it to the reddish side or the blue side. I want this to be a little to the bluish side. Put a little white and then check it. Ooh, that's nice. Good flavor. It's hard to tell what color this is. That's why we had a little white out there so we can see it. Good. Now then, clean off the old knife. And let's go back up here in our sky. And we'll take a little touch of that color. I have not cleaned the brush. Just a little of that color. A little of that color. I want to add a teeny little bit more of the blue. Oh, that's better. I want it a little bit more to the blue side. There. Okay, that's much better. Let's go up in here. Yes, that's a nice color. I like that. And there's not a great deal of paint on the brush. It's really not a lot of paint. Because the canvas is wet, this paint will go a long way. It doesn't take a great deal. There we are. Something maybe sort of like that. And it really doesn't matter. Whatever makes you happy. Because painting is very individual. There's as many different ways to paint as there are painters. And every person sees nature through different eyes. So when you're doing your own paintings, paint what makes you happy. There we are. Going to have some water, we said. So let's just go ahead and put in a little indication of some water about right there. Like so. All we're doing is adding a little color. We can come back and change it or move it however we want it later. But while we have the brush dirty, we might as well use it. There we go. And then let's do the fun part of this. Let's wash this old brush. Just give it a good scrubbing here. There we are. Shake off the excess. Just beat the devil out. All right, let's go right up in here and just blend this together. In one of the earlier series, we showed one of our camera people and showed him in a raincoat because it gets a little tricky around here with all this paint splashing around the studio. So sometimes Richard puts on a little raincoat when he sits behind the camera there. There we go. Just want to blend this till it blends together extremely soft. You don't want to see any dark spots or light spots. We want a very soft transition from light to dark. There we are. Down here, just gently go across and you can bring this together till it's very smooth. But we want to maintain this little light spot here. That's important to me right now. And then maybe back in the background here, a little of that lavender color still, a little bit. There we go. This is just phthalo blue and alizarin crimson, a little bit on the corner of the brush. Now then, maybe there's some little bushes and trees that live back here. Just using the top corner of the brush. And I don't want these to be very distinct. I want them to be very quiet, gentle, soft. Way back in the distance. There they are. Just let them blend. We don't know exactly where they go. It'd be nice if they would just sort of disappear right up here. There. Now I like very soft paintings personally, but if you want to make it a little more distinct, that's certainly your right, and we encourage it. If you like it a little brighter, a little more distinct, please do that. Don't just try to copy. I'm serious when I say we're really trying to teach you a technique. There. One of the questions I get quite frequently is about these little ovals is how do you go about cutting these ovals? If there's a frame shop in your neighborhood and they have an oval cutter for cutting mats, you can take a little adhesive back paper and take it down to them, cut it in the size that you want it, overall size, and you go to a frame shop and they can zip it out for you in just a second. They'll probably charge you a little bit, but not much. Or the other way, when frame shops cut ovals, they normally throw the oval part away when they cut it out of cardboard or artboard. They usually throw the oval away. And a lot of times frame shops will just give you that part. And you can take that part and just take and lay it on some contact paper or any kind of adhesive back paper. And I take an X-Acto knife and just run right around the cardboard cutout. And that easy, you can cut. Or you can do it with scissors. I've got a little paint thinner here on my liner brush. And a little of the same exact color. And I just want to put the indication here and there of some quiet little branches that live back in here. Just a few. Can't see many. Just a few here and there. But not too distinct. Once again, I really would like for this to be quiet and gentle little painting. And you can take a little of the titanium white with paint thinner. And maybe in our world, there's one here that's sort of white. There's a lot of little white sticks in nature too, and little white trunk trees, not only birch trees, but all kind of little things that grow that are white or gray, and they're nice. Use them in your paintings. Let's see here, we'll grab a little fan brush. Sometimes it's fun, let's take a little titanium white, reach right down here. I'm gonna get a little bit of the yellow ochre and mix it with the titanium white. Mostly titanium white though, just enough yellow to color it. There we are, let's go up here. Maybe there's some little bushes that live right in here, and there's some light zinging through and just making them sparkle. Take the corner of the brush, and I have the number 3 fan brush here, and all I'm going to do is go to push upward. Just push it. Just sort of scrub it and push it. There we are. See there? That's all there is to it. It's very simple, but you can make little bushes that are back in the distance. Very quiet little devils that live back in here. There. And sort of vary the color so they're all not just exactly, ooh, that's nice. That one's got a little more ochre in it. I sort of like it. Maybe I'll put a little more over in here too. I like it. It's quite effective. Somewhere right in there. We don't know where they go. Anywhere that you want them. Let's take our knife, a little dark sienna, a little Van Dyke brown, put a little white in there. Just mix it with a knife right here on the old palette. Pull it out as flat as you can get it. Go down, cut across, and we get our small roll of paint. It lives right out on the edge of the knife. Okay, let's go up here. Now we need a little land in here. And I want this to be very dark, so I'm just rubbing it so it picks up the liquid white that's underneath here, and all these things they just sort of come together. But I don't want it to be real dark. Maybe it comes all the way across here. Just whatever. Whatever. Now then, our little fan brush that we had the little bush color on, the white and the yellow ochre, you can go back and just pop in some little bushy areas that come down on this land. Just to sort of bring it together so you don't see distinct edges. There. Yeah, I have several fan brushes going, but maybe in our world here, maybe, let's do it. I see something here. See something here. We're going to take a little bit of the liquid white, titanium white, mix them together, be right back, don't go away. There. Little touch of the phthalo blue. Little touch. Little touch. Can't say that enough because it's very strong. It'll eat up your whole world in a heartbeat. Okay, let's go up here. Maybe in our world, there lives just a blip, little happy waterfall that comes along, drops in there, splashes a little bit, plays, comes right over that. Choom. So now you can see a little dark right through it, like there's a little stone or some dirt or something under there, whatever you want. Maybe this is pretty rough water. Bloop, there it went. But think about water just floating along here and having a good time, a real good time. And somebody says, bloop, pulls the bottom out. And that's the way to make the water look correct. Just straight and then over. There we go. Little splashes here and there and there and here. We can begin working that out. Okay, shoot, we better put something in here before we get too far along. I'm gonna make a nice brown color. Tell you what. Let me clean off a spot to work here. We'll just set it over there in case we need it later. I'm gonna take sap green. We'll make a very nice brown. And alizarin crimson in about equal parts, roughly equal parts. And you wanna really mix these up good. Sap green and alizarin crimson. This makes one of the most beautiful browns. But you really have to mix it well. There. And when you're mixing paint to mix it well, lift it completely off the palette, turn it over. That way both sides get stirred up. All right, let me clean off the old knife. And then we'll use a 2-inch brush. I'm gonna go right in it, load a little color onto the bristles. Just load a little color, like so. All right, maybe there's some happy little bushes that live right here, using just the corner. Just begin tapping in some very basic little shapes, wherever you think they should live. There we are. See, maybe in our world they come right out through here. I don't know. There's a nice little bush. He lives there. He lives right there, and he's got a friend there, and maybe another one up here. Whatever. Just think about all these little critters that live out here. Make friends with them. Now then, if we had all that, there'd be some reflections in the water, so we'll just take a little of that color, pull straight down, like so. Now, if you wanted to paint this picture without the oval, you certainly can do that. Just leave it off. Can do easy. no big deal. Maybe on the other side, over here, I'm going to use that same color, but I'm going to add a little white to it. I want it to be a little lighter. Same color, loaded the same way, just by pushing. Let's go up in here. Maybe in this side, let's do this. Maybe we have some bigger trees that live over here. And in my mind, these are farther away than these. So I want them to be a little lighter. And we'll just sort of let them, maybe they go all the way to the top. What the heck, let's go all the way up here. This is a big old tree that hangs over here and watches a little waterfall back in the background. Just watches that little waterfall. Has a good time out here. Enjoys life. There. And some darker color. And maybe it comes right out here. Little ground area. All right. See, you begin seeing things here. They just, after you've painted a little while and you get over the initial fear of touching brush to canvas, then it becomes so much fun because you're not worried about making mistakes or because of anything that happens on this canvas. You can work with it or you can fix it. There. When our instructors like Dana that you met in the last series, or my son Steve, when these instructors are teaching people, one of the first things they tell them is don't worry about making mistakes because there's nothing on the canvas that they can't fix. Now I'm going to add a little touch of lavender, that same lavender color, right here. I want to put a little of that dark down. I want a little dark in here. This is just that same lavender, alizarin crimson, phthalo blue. I want to add it right in there. There, I like that. Maybe a little on this side too, just to darken it up a little and put a little of that same background color into our reflections, but not a great deal. There we go. Very nice. Very nice. And add a little more of that tree. I'm going to put another tree in front of him, I think, so I'm not too worried about that. Okay, let's see. I would just use the same brush. It doesn't matter. Go right into a little yellow ochre. Little yellow ochre. A little touch of cad yellow, Indian yellow. Maybe even a little of the bright red here and there. Ooh, that's not, I like a little more of that bright red. I like that. Push, though. You want that little ridge of paint. See it coming up there? Push. Let's go right up here. Now, oh, you know what I want to do? I think I'll just go in there and put a little branch or two. What the heck? I think we have time to do that. Maybe we can see just a few little sticks and twigs that are living in here and coming through. See them? There. Just sort of makes it a little more interesting when you see some of these little things that live deep in your trees, and just brings it together because they're always there. There's something that's holding all these leaves up. There we go. Now we can use that nice color we made. Corner the brush, think about shape and form and how all these little rascals would live in there, and just begin working with them. Now, if you have trouble making this stick, add the least little touch of paint thinner or the liquid white. Now the liquid white will slightly change your color, of course. It'll make it a little lighter. So it just depends on what it is that you want. There. Think about shape and form, though. I know you get tired of hearing me say that, but it is so important. It will make you happy when you get done. It'll be worth the effort. There. Okay, now then over here on this other side, let's put a little something over there. I'm going to reach up and grab a little of the titanium white and add to that same color. Now over here, I added the white because in my mind the light's zinging through there, and it's going to be a little bit brighter. See, going to have those little spots on there that shine. There we go. Did you ever think you could do such delicate little things with a great big old 2-inch brush? You can. You really can. In fact, you can do anything that you believe you can do. Anything. And I know you can. There. Now then, tell you what, let's do. I'm going back to my old brush here. Let me find a brush. It's got nothing but brown on it. Nothing but brown. This is the brown that we made from the sap green and the alizarin crimson. I'm going to load some color in it. Let's go up here. In my mind, I want a very dark tree right here. Right there. There he is. There. But watch how this dark contrasting color will push that first color back and it'll stand out. It'll really stand out. There we go. Nice big old happy tree lives right there. Right there. Maybe there's a big old limb that hangs out here. There we go. But this contrast is very pleasing. Very pleasing. In fact, we may not do much more to that. I like that dark so well, I may not even highlight it, because in my mind, this is going to be way back in the shadows anyway. There's not going to be a great deal of light coming through there. And it's a good way for me to keep the dark back there that I want. If you wanted to highlight it, you certainly could. I'm going to take a little paint thinner with the same color and just here and there, just like we did before, add the indication that there's some limbs and sticks and stuff going on in here too. We don't want this one left out. But not a great deal. Not a great deal. Shoot, maybe right in here is one that's a little lighter. As we mentioned earlier, you have a lot of those in the woods, and they're sort of pretty. They stand out. Now then, back to our brush with a dark brown, and we can come in here and just begin tapping in some, maybe there's a little land area under here. Grab that, pull it down too. I'm going to go into get a little sap green, a little cad yellow, but make it very dark, maybe even a little black in it, dull it down. Now there's brown on the brush, and that's really going to dull it also. All these colors are going to dull it. And in our world, maybe there's a little green grass that lives back here under this tree. Just a little. Just a little. There. Nice place to sit and try to catch that big old trout that lives out there and swims around all day. I like to fish. I'm a pretty good old fisherman. But I'm one of these people that puts Band-Aid on him, gives him a little CPR, pats him on the tutu, puts him back in the water. Come back the next day and catch him again. Because the fun's in the catching of him. A little more of the brown. A little more brown. Maybe there's a little ledge right there. We don't know. Something like so. A little brown and white. And we can put a little highlight on that. Just a touch. Just a touch. You could use a fan brush with a little of that same green color. Just pop in some little areas so they come right down and bring it all together. There we go. Thought maybe today we'd have some fun and we'd make some rocks. So I'm going to take quite a bit of liquid white and put out here. Just put it out here. I'm going to take then some dark sienna and mix in there. I want a very thin paint. This is dark sienna, liquid white, and the least little touch of yellow ochre. Shoot, maybe we'll put even a little Van Dyke brown in there. Really dull it down. There. See there? Now, wipe off the knife. And let's today we'll use a filbert. I'm going to go right through the browns, both browns, Van Dyke and dark sienna. Then I'm going to reach over here, both sides are covered, and I'm going to pull one side through that thin paint. So we have light color on one side, dark on the other. And in our world, I see all kinds of happy little stones that live here. Maybe there's just a whole group of little stones that live all down in here, wherever you want them. Just sort of decide where they're at and put them in. On the other side over here, I want to have something like that. There we go. And we don't know, shoot out in the water here, there may be several more ran out of dark. Just little things that live out here in the water. There. Now then, we can come right back. I want to have a little bit of land projecting right out through here. Same old dark color, a little bit of reflection under it, a little bit of our same color. Indian yellow, cad yellow, a little bit of, and here and there maybe the least little touch of the bright red mixed in with it. Just like so. Now then. And I think there might be a few little stones down here too. Maybe there's one lives out here. Just wherever you want them, like so. And, shoot, let's go up here. Maybe there's some little stones that live in here. And you put as many or as few stones in your world as you want. A little of the liquid white with a little of the blue in it, and we'll come right in here. Let this water just play right along through here. That sort of cleans up all these edges and brings it all together. And place some water all around these little stones that you laid in here. There, see? Sort of just brings it all together. There. All right, now then. Shoot, that's fantastic. Tell you what, let's do. I want to take the contact paper off here and let's see what we have. So let's grab it, pull it, and off we go. Isn't that a nice little painting? Now, you know me. I always like to put a big tree or two, so I'm going to go right into that brown color that I made. Use a fan brush, same old brown color. And in my world, I think, all right, there's your bravery test. There lives a tree, choom, right there, right there. And he's got a friend. Don't make them just straight. Shoot, give them some character. Let them move around and play in there. Our liner brush, paint thinner, and we'll put an arm or two on this tree. There. And if your paint doesn't flow, it only means that you need more paint thinner. There we go. Maybe that limb's a little fatter. There. See? And just put in all kinds of little limbs and doers, and there we are. And this is up to you once again. You decide how many limbs are on your tree. Shoot, you might want to put some leaves or something on there. I don't know. Once again, each person will see nature different, and each painting should be different, and that's what makes it so much fun. There we go. See there, you can just put limb after limb after limb, many as you want, or as few as you want. Maybe I tell you what, look here, here's one that's, you have to make a little noises, see. It just sort of hangs off there like that. But wiggle the brush, shoot. Now we can take the knife and we'll take a little touch of brown and white. And here's our light source, and we can come in here and just by touching, we can begin adding the illusion of bark. That's what my puppy does, barks, bark. 1,000 comedians out of work and me trying to be one here, okay? Something like so. And we'll come back with our brush. It's got a little yellow on it. Put a little something around this tree's foots to hold him in. And I tell you what, I'm going to take a little touch of the bright red. I think we'll sign this one. We'll sign him right out here on the rock. We'll call it finished. Hope you've enjoyed this one. These little ovals are fantastic. Since we introduced them in several series back, they've become one of the most popular things we've ever done. Artists all over the country are using this idea. So try it. I think you'll like it. And from all of us here, happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join me today. I think today we'll just do a fantastic little painting that'll just make you happy. So I tell you what, let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us here. And while they're doing that, let me show you what I've got done up here. I have my standard old 18 by 24 inch pre-stretched double prime canvases we always use. And I found some masking tape here in the studio, so I just sort of put that around like so and took a can of spray paint and painted the edges. I thought we'd just do something easy, and it's a lot of fun, something a little different, so let's do it. Let's start out with old 2-inch brush today. We'll go right into a little phthalo blue. What the heck? Let's go into a little phthalo blue. And we don't need much. It's quite strong, just a little. Just tap the bristles right in there. Okay, let's go up in here and let's just build us a happy little sky today. As I say, it's a fantastic day here, and I hope it is wherever you're at. And so I thought we'd do a painting that just reflects that. There. Just using little crisscross strokes, let's just drop in a quick little sky. And I've chosen phthalo blue because it's very similar to the color that we sprayed the canvas with. And you can do this in any color. This just happens to be what we had here, so that's what we used. There. Okay, and that easy, we've got a nice little sky. And just blend it till it's nice and soft, and it's continually mixing with the liquid white, which is on the canvas, and that way it gets softer and softer toward the horizon, and that's exactly what we're looking for today. All right. Okay, I'll tell you what, while we have that color on the brush, let's add a little more, and I'm going to reach over here and get the least little touch of phthalo green. Don't need much, just want enough to flavor the blue a little, just a tiny bit, okay? Now then, maybe we'll have a little water in here. Shoot, if you painted me before, you know that I'm an absolute fanatic for water. I love it. There. Okay, a little bit more color. We'll come from the other side, just like so. There. And then very lightly and very gently, we'll just go across the entire water area here. And that sort of blends it together and makes it nice and soft. Now, the most fun part of all this is washing the brush, so let's do that. Just shake it off and, and cover everybody in the room. All right, maybe in our world today, maybe we have a little cloud. Maybe we'll use a fan brush today to make a little cloud. Just load both sides full of titanium white. And let's go right up in here and decide where our little cloud lives. Maybe we have a little cloud in our world that just sort of hangs around right here, like so. There he is. And I'm using just the corner of the brush, making tight little circles. That's all we're doing. Just very tight little circles. There. Okay, now I'm going to get a 2-inch brush. Be sure it's dry. And very gently, using just the corner again, just blend it. Just blend the base of the cloud out. And then very gently fluff it up a little bit and do like that. And that easy, you have a very effective little cloud. Maybe, tell you what, maybe in our world, maybe there's several layers of clouds floating around up here. So we'll just have another one right here. Right there. And when you're doing your painting, you put as many or as few clouds in it as you want. Up to you. Good, clean, dry brush. Be sure your brush is dry. If it's got thinner in it, when you touch a cloud, it's going to get very thin and diluted, and you're not going to be able to blend it like this. But you can put as many layers of these in it as you want, just one after the other. See there? There we go. And I always beat the brush just to knock out any excess paint, because it's continually picking up a little paint. So just by beating it, you don't have to go through that entire cleaning procedure. There. Maybe today in our world, we have, let's see, tell you what, let's have a nice mountain in here. And for that, I'm going to go into some black. We'll use a little of the blue. We use a little Prussian blue, alizarin crimson, maybe even a little brown. What the heck? Just mix it up, pull it out as flat as you can get it, and cut off a little roll of paint. It lives right out there on the edge of your knife. Okay? Maybe our big mountain lives, where does it live? Maybe it comes right down here. I don't know, maybe it goes right on off the canvas. That's always sort of interesting when you have one that just sort of lives way up there in the sky. Maybe back in here, wherever. Put another little one right there, and just sort of let him float around in that direction. Just sort of make a decision and put it wherever you think it should be. And that's really all you have to do. There. Now then, with a clean, dry 2-inch brush, we want to grab this and pull it. That does two things. It removes excess paint so the next layer sticks easier, and it makes your mountain get lighter and lighter toward the base. And that's exactly what we're looking for. There we go. And just blend it until it just sort of floats up there in the sky. There. And that easy. We've got our base color for a very nice little mountain. We'll use a little titanium white today. What the heck? Take a little white, also pull it out as flat as you can get it and go down, cut across and get our little roll of paint. It's very important. Maybe we'll start right here. And you can play little games and have fun with this. No pressure, absolutely no pressure with a knife. You're just barely touching it. And we'll take a little touch of, we'll use a little phthalo blue, maybe a little touch of black in it. It will make us a nice shadow color. Something like so. Okay, once again, our little roll of paint. We go right up here and decide where the shadows are. There's one. Here comes one. Goes distinctly through that one. There. And you can put shadows just wherever you think the light would strike. Now, nice clean brush. I want to just create the illusion of mist. I'm going to tap that very gently, very gently. 2 hairs and some air. And sometimes it's fun when you're doing mountains to play games with which one's in front and which one's in back, but make up little stories in your mind. Maybe this mountain lives right here and it comes, look at there, see? Distinctly in front. There we go. Also, sometimes it's very nice to have a little cloud that floats along and goes right in between those. So I'm going to add at least a little touch of liquid white to the paint right on the fan brush. The liquid white's to make it a little thinner because a thin paint will stick right up here without messing everything up. And we can put a happy little cloud that lives right in here between these two. Clean, dry brush, very gently. Float it a little bit. There. And that'll give us the impression that there's a little cloud up there. And we can bring this right on distinctly through. Okay. Now then, back to my titanium white. And let's begin putting some highlights on this mountain over here. No pressure, absolutely no pressure. The most gentle touch. Just float right through here. Zoom. Absolutely no pressure. Let's go to this big one here. Here it comes, right there. And your paint has to be very firm, or you won't get this breaking. And this breaking is what makes your mountain so pretty. There. And just begin working it. Let it go. Just let it go. Other side, we're going to have shadows coming right down through here. No pressure though, once again. Got to make those little noises or it doesn't work right. There. Now, and you can continue to work back and forth. Maybe we want to put some nice bumps and ridges out here on this mountain. There they come. Just sort of let your imagination be your guide here. There. Back to our shadow color, because every time you have a little projection out here, you need a shadow behind it. It needs its own distinct shadow. And here and there you can touch a dark base color a little bit. And just let a little of that flow right down. Just play games with light and dark. And that's what'll make your mountain so fantastic. Wherever you think these little things should be. A little bit of our shadow color here and there, right in there. Shoot, we We're going to mess around and have us a mountain here. Okay, let's just tap now. We want to create the illusion of mist down at the base of this big old mountain. Tap, and then we lift upward, following the angles in the mountain. And all this does is remove the tap marks and blends everything together. Just blends it together. Over here, we'll follow these angles. It's most important, though, that you follow these angles. There. Right in here. And sometimes, it's a lot of fun just to play some games. Watch here. Watch here. Maybe in our world, there's another little mountain that lives right there. Put a little dark in. And this is a way of creating the illusion of distance in your painting when you have layer after layer of these things. Scrape off the excess. We'll go back to our titanium white. Put a little highlight right here on this one too. Zoom. Just let him go. No pressure. I can't say that enough times, and I say it over and over because this is one of the major problem areas that I hear in letters and stuff. Hard time making the paint break. And the reason normally is either one of two things: too much pressure, or the paint is too thin. Mix up a little more shadow color here. Ran out. Then we can put us a little shadow right in there. See how you can move things around? You have unlimited power on this canvas. You can literally move mountains. Now, once again, let's grab that, tap a little bit, create that misty illusion. Okay, then just blend it like so. And we can take a little bit of that shadow color on the brush, maybe there's a little foothill that lives right here, just using the corner of the brush. Maybe there's a little foothill. But all these different planes create the illusion of distance. And watch here. Sometimes you can even get a little crazy and watch. See how to push that foothill back and bring that mountain forward? Isn't that fantastic? And you can do that. You can do that. Blend it. Now you have a foothill behind the mountain. That easy though. You can change your mind, push mountains around, and move rivers, whatever you want to do. Whatever you want to do. Okay. Tell you what. Wipe off the old knife. Let's mix up a little bit of lavender color here, and for that we'll use a little phthalo blue and alizarin crimson. Proportionately much more crimson than blue. We'll make a nice lavender, and if you want to see what color your lavender is, take a little white and mix some color with it, because you can't tell, that just looks black, so put a little color there, and that's just right. Let me clean off my knife. We'll grab us a fan brush. Tell you what, let's go right into a little of that. I'll pick up some white. There. Just make sort of a nice lavender color. Maybe even a little more of the crimson. Oh, I like that better. But just mix this till it's the right flavor. There. And maybe back here in our world, yeah, there's some little evergreens that live back here. Some little trees that are far away. Just little doers. There. Now if you have trouble making your paint stick over the top of this other, add the least little touch of paint thinner. But it takes very little. Very little. Don't get carried away. It's easy to overdo. And maybe a few of these trees back here, maybe they're a little bigger and you can make out detail on them. There. We'll give him a little friend. There we are. Now then, I'm going to take a 2-inch brush, and I want to create the illusion of mist at the base. And just by tapping with the top corner, we can do that. I want it to be very soft and hazy and very misty back here. I'll just let that sort of go on off into nothing. But look at all the different layers in here. Okay, good. Lift gently upward. And you just blend it out down on the bottom. There. All right, time to have some fun. Let's mix us up some color here. We'll just take a bunch of dark colors. We'll use, there's black, there's Prussian blue, some brown, some crimson. Maybe we'll take that phthalo green that was left and throw it in there too. There we go. Maybe even a little sap green. I want it to have a little greenish tone to it. But you might as well mix up a pretty good pile of paint. Pretty good pile of paint. Shoot, I'll just use that same old fan brush. It's working pretty good there. We'll load it full of color, a lot of paint on both sides. Now we have to make some big decisions in our world. Maybe there's a nice evergreen tree that lives right there. I'm going to dip the brush into at least a little bit of thinner so it'll stick easier, because we're going over several layers of paint now. So we really need the paint to be a little thinner so it'll stick. And I'm pushing upward with a brush just to make a little evergreen right there. Okay, tell you what, that works so well. Let's have another little evergreen. Just push gently upward with a brush. That's all you have to do. There. Then you make a decision how many trees live in your world. Maybe there's one there. I don't know, one there. This is an excellent way to practice your little trees though, so make a few of them. What the heck, we'll put one way over here. Make a few of them. There he goes. And we'll just, while we got this old fan brush running here, we'll just push in a little bit of dark color, like so. There. Tell you what, let's grab the 2-inch brush. I want some reflections under that. So all you have to do, since the canvas is wet with a liquid white, is grab that and pull it straight down. Pull it down. Isn't that sneaky? Then go across, and we have instant reflections. Maybe there's a little projection, comes right out here. Something like so. In your world, you make the decisions where you want all these little things to live. Just put them in. And all we're doing is laying down a dark base color so we can come back and put a few highlights on there. Okay, now I need a little reflection under that. Each time you do a little peninsula of land, you need a little reflection under it, or when your painting's done, it'll look just like it's floating. Tell you what, while we got the old brush running, let's go on the other side and give it a tree. We don't want it left down. Maybe this tree lives up there. Maybe it goes right on off the canvas. We don't know. Push upward though. Think about little individual limbs that live in this big tree. There we are. There. Just drop them in. I like to do these evergreen trees. They're so nice. Maybe right on down to about like there, wherever. We'll give him a little friend too. Well, we've painted a whole forest here in just a matter of a few minutes. There we go. Tell you what, maybe right out here. There we are. Well, let's do something like so. Just let your imagination go, though. And look at your painting. Everybody's painting is going to look a little different. And look at it. You may have things that are better that you don't want to mess up. Don't change it just because I did. Go gently across. Now then, take a little white, a little dark sienna, mix it together, and let's put the indication here and there of a little tree trunk in some of these things. Just touch. Won't be much showing way back here. Maybe there's one right here. We don't want him left out. And in our old big tree, bloop, it's a big one. You can see more of it. There. I'm going to grab another fan brush. I have several of each brush going, so I don't have to spend all my time just washing brushes. We'll take a little yellow, and I'll take a little of that color we made the tree out of, mix it together. It has blue in it, so automatically it's going to turn a beautiful green. There. Just get it to whatever flavor you want it. Let's go back in here. Light's coming from the right. So let's begin putting in little things like this. Just a few little highlights. And I'm going to put a lot of highlights in these trees. I tell you what, you know, I travel all over the country and I meet a lot of exciting people. And as you know, I'm absolutely crazy about little creatures and stuff. And recently I had the opportunity to meet a fantastic lady by the name of Carmen Shaw, and she lives in Orlando. And we filmed a little bit of footage with her, and I'd like to share some of that with you. And this is Carmen feeding one of her little pets. This is a little possum. Isn't this the cutest little devil? And he's just very young. And Carmen takes care of animals that have been orphaned or they've been injured, and she patches them up, and she devotes her whole life to taking care of these little creatures. And these kind of people are absolutely wonderful, and they're necessary if we're going to preserve some of these creatures. I want you to watch how she feeds this little possum. He's a hungry little dude. There. And see, I just get to go and enjoy him. She has to do the taking care of it, though. Look at there. Think that rascal's not hungry? He's something else. But I got to spend several hours with Carmen, and she shared with me quite a few animals that she has over there. She has everything from cranes to hawks and owls, and just a multitude of animals that have been injured or hurt. And she does all of this on her own, and I think it's fantastic. And amongst all of her little creatures, she has deer and foxes and raccoons and etc. And she has a little fox named Major, which is one of the cutest little creatures God's ever made. And Major has been hurt, and then somebody even cut his tail off. But she allowed me to go in the cage with him and show a little bit of that here in just a second. All we're doing here is just dropping in some highlights here. There, okay. See, now we're just pushing upward with this brush, like so. Okay. Now the little fox, as I say, his name was Major, and he's absolutely precious. And he thinks he's a puppy. That son of a gun is just about as tame as he can be. I got up all my nerve and got in the cage with him there. And as you can see, we made friends very quickly, and we had a very good time together. While you're watching that, I'm just going to put in a little water line right here. And this little devil was fascinated with my hair. Of course, I guess he thought it was steel wool. Maybe it was time to clean the dishes or something. I don't know, but he was fascinated with my hair. He tried to eat my hair off. There. The only thing I'm doing here while you're watching that is just putting in a few little water lines here and there, just with a little touch of the liquid white. But isn't this little fox just beautiful? Just fell in love with him. As I say, his name is Major. There. Okay. I spent about an hour in the cage with this rascal, and we just had a heck of a time together. Oh, while you were watching that, as I say, I just put in a few little water lines using liquid white on the knife. Now then, I'm going to let's have some fun. Shoot. I'm going to put out a bunch of liquid white here. Wipe my hand off there. And with that, I'm going to put a little dark sienna into it. Let's see here. Hit my hand with the paint. We'll take a little bit of the Van Dyke Brown dark sienna, and I'm going to go right through this thin color that I've made. And maybe up here, there's just a few little stones that live in here. And all you do is take a side of this filbert brush and just do like so. Wherever you want these little stones to live, just go like that, see? And you can put as few or as many in here as you want. There they go. And it's sort of neat when you want a little stone here and there. There's one even back here. Now then, let's take here a little bit of the liquid white on the knife and just sort of go around these stones. That helps set them right down into the water. We can take a fan brush, a little liquid white on it, least little touch of phthalo blue. And let's just go in here and just begin putting in all kinds of little water things that live around these stones. There. Just let it work right on back, like so. Hope you enjoy seeing these little animals. They are so precious, and I love to show them to you and share them with you, because these little critters are my friends, and I spend a lot of time with them. And I enjoy meeting people like Carmen and the bird lady that we bring you here in Muncie and everything. These are special people to me. Okay, tell you what, let's come right up here. Let me pull this tape off and let's see what we've got today. As I say, this is just plain old masking tape that anybody can pick up. And when you take that off, it almost looks like the picture is matted. And it's a very nice little effect. Let's take a little red liner brush and let's sign this one right about here. I think we'll call it finished. I hope you try this little painting. It's very nice and you'll enjoy it. From all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. I'm certainly glad you could join me today. I thought today we'd just do a fantastic little seascape, and I'll show you how easy you can do one of those. Let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. And while they're doing that, let me show you what I've got done. I have my regular old canvas up here, except today I've covered the bottom part of it here and up the side with black gesso, and I've allowed that to dry completely. And after it's dry, be sure it's dry. It takes about 30-40 minutes for it to dry. And it's totally different now than liquid black. This is black gesso, which is an acrylic. Then we've taken transparent color. I've put a little alizarin crimson and dark sienna mixture in here, and a little sap green and brown down in here. And down here is just a little brown. The white part we've covered, as usual, with liquid white. So it's completely wet and ready to go. So let's just have some fun today. I'm gonna start out with the old 2-inch brush, and we'll go into at least a little touch of the Indian yellow. Just a small amount. And we'll go right up here. And let's just dance in a happy little sky today. Let's do a seascape that's very bright and shiny and pretty. And there we go. Little cad yellow. I'm going to just vary the yellows here. Started with Indian yellow. Now we're into cad yellow. Shoot, and I'm going to go into a little bit of yellow ochre. And yellow ochre is sort of a gold color. It's very pretty. Very pretty color. I like that. There. And we just let it just come right on around, maybe something like that. Wherever, just make some decisions. Then we'll take a little of the bright red. And we have not cleaned the brush yet. I like these kind of paintings where I don't have to clean the brush much. I'm sort of a lazy painter. There. But by allowing these colors to blend on the brush and on the canvas, you get a multitude of different values and colors rather than just one old flat color. Shoot. Put some excitement in your world. There we go. I'll tell you what, let's just paint it all the way down here to the water line. This is just a little piece of masking tape I have across here, just to keep the water line straight. There. Sometimes my hand's a little shaky, so I need all the help I can get. So we just use a little piece of masking tape, and you don't have to have it there if you don't want it. Just makes it a little easier. I'm going to gently blend all these together. Maybe I'll put a little of that color on the brush up here too, just to fill in the sky. But just blend it all together so you can't tell where one color stops and the next color starts. There we go. And you can make this brighter or duller or whatever. Okay. Now then, let me grab another brush. I have several brushes going, so I don't have to spend all my time washing them. I'm gonna go right into a little titanium white, pure titanium white. And right up here, I'm gonna put a little of this white. I wanna make a bright spot in this sky. And it won't look all that bright at this point, but it will when we get a little further along. There. Just really give a nice sparkle up here. Okay. Now maybe, I didn't realize how much I said that till a little boy one day, about 10 years old, began mocking me. He was walking around saying, maybe. All right, I'm gonna make up a little lavender color here using alizarin crimson and phthalo blue. Much more crimson than blue. Something like so. Let me clean off the old knife. And well, here's a dirty brush. We'll just use that. It has a little that sky color on it. I'm just going to tap the bristles into that. Just tap a little bit, like so. And let's go up in here and let's make some nice little clouds that just float around and have fun all day. Just sort of wind them up and put them in there, see? There. Okay. Wherever you think they should be. We'll just have them come right over here. This is going to be a big cliff, I think. A big rocky thing lives right there. Just drop it in. All right. There we go. And by using these little twisting or circular patterns here, it creates a multitude of little things happening up here. It's not just a flat old dead sky. A lot of nice things going on. There. Okay. Maybe we'll come right over in here. And I'm just going to put clouds all over the sky like this. Okay, there we are. Maybe it comes right down. Right down. Just load a little more color. There. Maybe there's a little protrusion right out here, wherever you want them. There. I tell you what, when I'm doing this, because this is going to take just a second, I want to show you one of my little characters that's living with me now. I have 3 little baby squirrels that I'm raising, and they're the cutest little devils, and we took a little video of them, and I want to share that with you while I'm doing this. And I won't do anything I don't tell you about what that's coming on there. Now these are tiny little baby ones. They're just beginning to get a little fur. And I've had them now since just after their eyes opened. And these little rascals are hungry continually. So I thought I'd show you how we feed them. And to do that, I just use a little syringe with a little nipple on the end of it. And it's just like going to the doctor and getting your shot when it's feeding time here. We fill her up. And normally though, when you see a syringe coming at you, it sort of scares you a little bit. But in this case, when my little friends here see a syringe coming at them, they get excited. This just makes their whole day. And it's hard to get them to eat, as you can see. And I think he'll eat about every 15 minutes if you'd feed him. As I say, I have 3 of those little rascals now, and they live with me. And my mother and I and Nancy, we all take care of these little devils, and they're gonna soon be big enough to turn loose and let them go. There. I'm just putting in a few little clouds down here while you're watching the little squirrels. Still just using the corner of the brush and just making little circular patterns, just around and around and around we go. Just sort of stirred up. Just stirred up. That's all we're trying to do at this point. But we don't want a lot of paint on the canvas. All we're looking for is a little stain. There. And sometimes you can just decide where it should be a little darker, a little lighter, or shoot, maybe there's even a little projection that comes right out through there. See? That easy, just by tapping. You can make all those little things. Okay? I'm grabbing another clean brush. This is clean, has nothing on it. It's very dry. And with that, you can just begin blending this now to any degree of softness or harshness that you want. Just blend it. Aren't those little squirrels cute? I really like those little devils. And they're so much fun. And you spend a little time with one of these, and it certainly makes you appreciate nature and all of God's wisdom when He created these little characters, because you get addicted to them. Especially my young friends. I have a lot of children that live around where I live, and I let them come over and help me feed the little squirrels and look at them and hold them. think everybody should have the opportunity to make friends with a little guy like that. If you do, you'll certainly have a greater appreciation of nature and all the little things that are running around that we don't pay a lot of attention to. There we go. Now then, me just knocking off the excess paint, and then very gently, we can just blend that. But isn't that a fantastic way of making a sky that's, ooh, son, we're gonna jump out and get you. And you can do that. All right, time to wash your brush. And as you know, we wash our brushes just with odorless thinner and just beat the devil out of them. Maybe I'll wash two. I dirtied up several while we were doing that. That's double your pleasure. Okay, now the little piece of masking tape right here. Let's take it off. See, now that leaves you with a very, very straight and smooth horizon. But there was no color into that, so I'll take a little bit of the crimson and little dark sienna. I'm just gonna, probably this won't even show up, but I'm just scrubbing a little transparent color on there, just bringing that all together. This is just the crimson and little dark sienna. There, right up to the waterline. Okay, and just sort of blend it together. All right. Now then, we have to make some big major decisions here. You know me, I like to have these big crashing waves. I don't like just doing these little subdued waves, but if you like those, you can do those the same way as we do the little waves in the back, very simply. Maybe in our world, our wave's gonna live right here. See, but you can take a fan brush or filbert brush and just make sort of a little outline of, there, that's gonna be our wave, right there. Now then, with a little touch of the titanium white, and I'm using the number 3 fan brush. I'm gonna go right up here to the horizon and just begin, and I'm, see, come up close right here. I'm just making strokes where I'm going like this. I'm really exaggerating, but like that. And I'm exaggerating. So, but it looks like little watery things back here. There. Okay, now that's one of the nicest, easiest, simplest little ways that I've ever found, just to make the indication of water back in there. I'm gonna add the least little touch of cad yellow to my color right in here. Ooh, that's nice. That's beginning to sparkle a little bit more. See, it looks like light just shining right across there. There we go. This is just some background material. Now then, let me wash the old brush. Now the fun part, right in here, that's the eye of the wave. That's the eye of the wave. We'll just take some titanium white and just, as my son Steve says, just moosh it in there. Really push it in there hard. Okay, and you can do this several times, and if it gets like there's a lot of color underneath, remove that excess paint, and that remains there. That color remains there. And we can take a little more of our white. I'll add a little of the cad yellow to that and go right back in here. See there? And each time you do that, it'll get lighter in value. Or you can take a rag or something and just wipe that out, whichever way you'd like to do it. And maybe it comes right on back, like so. Just scrub it in. Now then, clean, dry 2-inch brush. And I'm only going to use the top corner. And you put it there, and you just sort of wind it up. Just wiggle it. There. And you can make this as smooth as silk. So smooth. But there's not a lot of movement. It's just, you're sort of just going around in little tight circles. There we go. And then begin thinking about how you want your water to flow. There. Knock off that excess paint. That's an easy way of just about getting your brush clean without going through that whole procedure. There. Okay. Let me find a fan brush here. Got several of them going. Maybe in our world, we want to have this water crashing over. So grab it and pull. Think about the angle though. Angles are very important, very important. Think about that water. Make those little noises. That really helps. There. Just think about it crashing over. And that's all that we need at this point. Now if you want to bring some of that dark back with a clean brush, you can just grab it and lift it upward. And that'll very gently blend it all together. See there? And you can work back and forth till you get it exactly the way that you want it. Okay, let me go back and get my little number 3 fan brush. I like this little fan brush. It's good for making little foamy things and stuff like that. Go take a little white, and then I'm going into that nice lavender color we used in the sky. So it makes sort of a medium value lavender. Okay, let's go back up in here. Now then, let's start thinking about having some nice foam out here. And I'm just using the corner of the fan brush. And once again, you could do this with a filbert just as well. The little number 6 filbert brush would work just as well. I just happen to have this, so we'll use it. And all we're doing here is putting in some shadows, some nice dark areas for the foam. But think about the water churning and bubbling and splashing and carrying on, crashing. Maybe it comes right over here, I don't know. Wherever you want it. Okay, let me wash that old brush. I like to do seascapes. They're a lot of fun, and they'll force you to study water and how it moves and churns and etc. Go to the ocean or get a video or photographs of water and just study. If you don't live near the ocean, then look in books and videos and stuff like that, and you can see all of this. Now I've got just titanium white, and I'm going right up here on the top of this darker color, and we're just gonna take the fan brush here and scrub in a little highlight. Wipe the brush off when you load it so you have nice clean color. There. Just wiping it on a paper towel in between. Think about that water hitting and splashing and churning. And, make up little stories and sounds in your mind and just let it happen. Let it happen. There. Okay, now then back to our large brush. And I use the large brush only because it seems to have a little more hair in it and it blends better. You could do this with a 1-inch brush if you would like. I'm sort of hung up on this old big brush, but try them both and see which one works the best for you. And that's the one you ought to use. Okay, maybe over here, a little bit right in here too. Just that nice churning. Maybe there's even a little splashing down like that. Whatever. Whatever. There. And that old water is coming down through here. And we'll just begin. I'm going to add the least little touch of phthalo blue into that color. A little bluish. Oh, that's nice. That is nice. I like that. Begin thinking about how your water is coming up, right up in this transparency or the eye. It's just phthalo blue and white once again. There. Maybe it comes down here and think about shape though. And maybe there's a nice, maybe there's something right here. But let that water come up and fall over. We're creating a trough or a valley in here. Okay, here it comes. There. Just wherever. A little bit more of the phthalo blue and white. Just let that splash and curl. Big things coming down through here. This is what gives shape and form to your wave. I tell you, maybe even in here, let's just use the corner of the brush. Maybe the water is splashing, crashing right along in here. There may be another little splasher in there. Who knows? This is your world, so you can do anything that you want to do. anything that you want to do. Then we take a large brush and just sort of blend that together. Now we're beginning to get into a little bit of that sap green and Van Dyke brown and stuff that's down here. Okay. All right, let me get the liner brush out. I like that old liner brush. And we'll take that. I'm going to go into a little bit of that same lavender color that had a little white in it. Same color we have up here. And let's just sort of highlight this edge here with a little color. Make it nice and firm. And then begin putting in some little shapes. Just some little doers in there that create all the little shapes and stuff that you want in here. Paint thinner with a little color. That's all I have here. Using a little of that blue and white in here. And this is where you can begin putting in all kinds of little details. And at home you have unlimited time. You can really sit and make beautiful little things in here. Put all those little details. Okay, there. And while I've got that going, maybe back in here you can see all these little doers. Little titanium white with paint thinner on it to highlight some of the brighter ones where you think light would hit. There. And as I say, this is what gives it, these little details is what really will make your seascape spectacular. Now then. Okay. Reach down in here, get a little touch more of that paint thinner. Just let some of these little things wiggle and jiggle and your hand shake. I've had people write and tell me they had a little nervous twitch in their hand. They had a hard time painting. Sometimes that's a very valuable asset. Use it to your advantage. Use it to your advantage. There. Okay, tell you what, let's have some fun. Now, this big ledge up here, I've already covered that with a little bit of brown, as I mentioned earlier. So let's take a little, we'll grab a little dark sienna, grab a little white, alizarin crimson. Just sort of mix those loosely. I'm just going to mix them on the brush, maybe even a little touch of the yellow ochre, not much, just a little. Okay, just on the fan brush. Let's go up here. And then let's begin thinking about shapes here. And all you have to do is just tap. Just take the fan brush and tap. It's really all it amounts to. And you can begin forming your rocks just by tapping. Just tap. And here and there you can add a little light color wherever you think a light would strike and bounce and play. There. And leave some dark areas in here. Those dark areas will end up being big holes in the rocks. A little place for the seagulls to go in. And they gotta have a place to build a nest. And in Alaska we have little puffins. They're one of the cutest little birds God's ever made. Looks like their beak's too big for their head. Beautiful little birds. There. But just form these, just like so. And you could do this with a knife. I just want to show you several different ways of doing it. But the knife will work very well for making very nice rock effects. There. Try to stand out of the way so you can see there. Maybe this comes right on down into here somewhere. Like so. Let's see, I got several fan brushes going. Let me get another one here. I want a rock on the other side too. Right there. I bet you knew I was going to put a rock there, didn't you? I always like big rocks and big trees in my paintings. Just sort of decide how you think that old rock should live in there and drop it in. Okay, and we can take some of that color, come right along in here. And once again, this is a nice way of outlining and forming your stones and rocks. There. I want this one to remain quite dark so it doesn't distract too much. Now you can take a clean, dry 2-inch brush and very gently, just caress it. Just caress it. And it'll blend all that together and make it nice and smooth, and it looks like beautiful stones then. But very, very gently. One hair and some air. One hair and some air. There, a little bit of our phthalo blue and white. And we'll have a little splash coming around down through here. Shoot, maybe there's even a little water dripping down. You could do this with a liner brush or the fan brush. Just whatever. And maybe there's even a right there. Look at there. Just let that come right on back. Like so. See, and just bring it all together. And then a little bit in the foreground. These seascapes are not near as hard as they look. You really can do these. Maybe let's get crazy. We have a second left here, so we'll put a little stone right here too. I just like to have stones all out in the water. Think it really, I like it. It just enhances my paintings. A little bit of the nice highlight color. And let's see here. We could take a liner brush, a little of that phthalo blue and white, and paint thinner. Thin it down, and you can literally have water dripping right off these rocks, just like so. See? And let some of this just put all these little things in. It's a super way, though, of making very effective little seascapes like this. There. Okay. A little bit right in there. And you just make decisions where you think the water would be churning and splashing maybe all around this rock. Just using the corner of the fan brush, though. It's all we're using. All back in here, there would be, we'll have some churning back against that big rock. Little misty areas. Like so. And you can just keep on and on and on. But there comes a time when we have to stop. I tell you what, we'll just take a little touch of dark color. Maybe we'll put one little lonely bird up here. Little M bird. And I think with that, we'll call this old painting finished. Hope this gives you an idea of doing a fantastic seascape at home. If you give it a try, you will love it. And I'd love to see some photographs of what you're doing. If you have time, drop us a line. Let us know if you like the show. Send us some pictures of what you're doing, okay? From all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join me today. It's a fantastic day here, and I hope it is wherever you're at. Let's start out today and have them run all the colors across the screen that you'll need to paint along with us. And I thought today we'd do the little opening painting that you see that Jerry Morton put together that's so fantastic. So, tell you what I've got going up here. Got my standard old 18 by 24 inch canvas, and it's covered with a thin, even coat of the liquid white, and it's all ready to go. So let's go. Let's start out today with a little touch of the bright red. Just a little. Don't need much. It's a very strong color. Just a little. Okay, let's go up here. And let's just go right in here, just using our little crisscross strokes. And we'll just lay in a happy little sky. Just like so. A little more color. And I've started at the horizon and working up today. I want to get lighter and lighter toward the top. There. Okay. But just use little X's. Little X's, like so. There we go. Now then, maybe a little over in this corner here. Don't want it left out. And that's about all we need right now. Let's have a little of that pink right down here and what's going to end up being water. And for that, we'll just use nice horizontal strokes. There we are. That little opening that you see, it only takes a few minutes to paint the painting, but it takes a lot of fantastic people a very long time to put it together. And I'm really proud of them. They've done a beautiful job. And we call that little character the little painter man. The little painter man, I like that. In his little painter suit. And if you like that, you'll drop us a line and let us know. Maybe we can do some other things with that little character. There. All right. Now then, I'm just going to reach right up here. Use the same old dirty brush. Get a little touch of the Van Dyke brown and mix a little dark sienna with it. What the heck. Don't need a lot of color though, just a little. Let's go right up here. Now, up in here, we want the indication of just a happy little cloud that's floating around in the sky. And when you're doing this, I'm exaggerating, but make strokes like that. It makes all those little things happen in there. There. Just wherever you want it. Wherever. I think there was a little doer that hung down, something like that. Okay, a little more of the color. And over in here, wherever. You can even tap in some little stringy ones if you want them. There. Now sometimes it's fun to take a little white, just a little of the titanium white, pure white, and go right up in here and put in a nice light bright area. It really makes the painting sparkle up here. There. Puts just one nice spot. Makes you feel good when you look up in that. All right. And that's about all we had in that little sky. That simple. There. Okay, and just sort of blend this out while you have a nice clean brush. And we're in business. Now then, let's build us a little mountain in here. Tell you what, let's mix up. I'm going to use some alizarin crimson and sap green in about equal proportions. About equal. Now you can mix this to the green side or to the reddish side, just depending on what kind of effect that you want. You can change the flavor either way, but mix it quite thoroughly. There. All right, let me clean off the old knife here. Now, let's build us a little mountain. We'll take a little bit of that color and come right up in here. Decide where your big mountain's going to live. And using very firm pressure. Very firm. Just come right along here. Right along. Decide where your mountain's going to live and begin dropping it in. Just begin dropping it in. Over here, we need a little bump. I think there ought to be one there. And we can do that easy. And really push that paint right into the fabric. You can probably hear how hard I'm scraping and pushing. There. That makes application of the next layer much easier if there's not much paint on the canvas here. Now then, we'll take a 2-inch brush and we pull that because there's liquid white on there. You can literally move this paint all over the canvas if you want to. There we go. And by watching the brush strokes, it's a nice way of laying out a lot of your highlights and shadows in mountains when you're doing them. And it may not show too much here, but when you're painting, you'll understand exactly what I'm saying. You can see every little brush stroke. And you just blend that right off to nothing. Like that. Now then, let's take a little bright red, a little titanium white, and we're going to mix it together. And I want just a light pinkish glow in my white. I don't want to set the world on fire right here. Pull it out as flat as we can get it. Takes very little of that bright red. All right, then we go in and cut off a little roll of paint. There it is. Now then, let's make a big decision today. Where does our highlights live? Maybe somewhere along in there. Now this will not be an exact duplicate of the painting that you saw at the beginning, because it's almost impossible to paint another painting that's identical. But it'll give you a good idea of how this one was made. Yeah, there we are. I like that little painter guy though. It's really really cute. It took nearly a full day to make that one little opening, but we had a lot of fun with it and did a lot of crazies, and it's really, the outtakes would be even cuter sometimes than what you see here. There. Okay, tell you what, I'm going to take a little white, put a little touch of the phthalo blue into it, just a little, don't need much. Now reach over here and grab a little black, and a little touch of crimson, just to dull it. Just want to dull it down. There, that's nice. Let me clean the knife off. I cleaned the knife only so it shows up a little better how we're loading it when we come right in here, and you can see that nice close-up. See, that little ridge of paint, little roll of paint right on the edge is so important. If you get in the habit of loading the knife that way, it'll save you a lot of agony, make things work much better for you. Now, we'll just come right along here, put in little shadows, very delicate, caressing the canvas, barely touch it, barely touch it, barely touch. This is such a gentle touch. Just gentle, gentle, gentle. There, over here, we need some right there. Don't want that one left out. Okay, once again though, just barely touching the canvas. And you can come back, and now we can begin adding in all those little special things, little nooks and crannies. Little mountain goat's got to have a place to live too, you know. So give him maybe a little place to have him a little house. He wants to live up here where he's safe and nobody bothers him. I think that's what we all want. We want a place to live where we're safe. So does that little mountain goat. See, when you're making your mountain, think about him. Shoot. You might find out you like a little guy. There we go. And we just sort of let those blend together right in there. Right in there. Okay, maybe right down in there. But just sort of look at your painting, and each one's going to be different. And you can bring all these little things together and make up little valleys and hills and bumps and crevasses and all those things that you want in your painting. There. And each and every painting will be different and unique, one of a kind, and that's what makes it fun. It's really what makes it fun, is the individuality. There. Okay, here and there. You can take just the least little touch of crimson and blue, make sort of a lavender color. Least little touch. Mostly crimson though. And you can put the indication here and there of some little dark areas. I'm using the small edge of the knife, or you could just use a small knife. There. Straighten up your edges the way you want them. Shoot, you're in business. Okay, take a clean, very dry brush. And I'm just going to tap this, being very sure to follow the angles. Lift upward. Always following those angles. Most important. Otherwise you'll destroy everything that you've done. And we don't want to destroy. We only want to diffuse. All we want to do is just diffuse. You can grab a little touch of that white sometime and pull it down, and it looks like there's a little light that spilled over the edge. There. That's so pretty. That's mountains. If you've ever seen my son Steve paint on one of the shows here, mountains are his specialty. He makes some of the most beautiful mountains of anybody I've ever known in this technique. That's his forte. There. And that's probably one of the areas that he absolutely puts me to shame. He's a better mountain painter than I am. There. Okay, let's wash the old brush. We got to get that cameraman over there, just almost fell asleep. We'll get him. All right. Now then, we'll use some of that brownish color, like so. What do we paint? Let's use fan brush. Take a fan brush. We'll go right in there and load a little color on it. Maybe right there. There lives a happy little evergreen tree. There he is. There he is. See? We'll give him a little friend. little friend. There. Maybe, shoot, you know what happens if there's 2 trees, pretty soon there's going to be 3, and then there's going to be 4, and you're going to have a forest. Maybe back in here. We just take the brush and just tap in some little indications of some things in there. Not a great deal, just a little. There. Okay, maybe over here. Have a few more of these little indications. Now this brown, once again, that I'm using here was made from sap green and alizarin crimson. And this is a little touch to the green side. A little bit to the green side, not a lot. Maybe right there. Right there. We got a bigger one. There he is. See, you can just put as many or as few little trees in your world as you want. And everybody sees nature differently. So you make it the way that you see it. Don't just try to copy. Shoot. And down here, I'm going to have some reflections. All we're looking for is just some dark areas underneath right now. We'll come back and work on those in a minute. There. Let's take a 1-inch brush. Same old color. Same old color. Let's go right in here and just push in some little bushy areas. There. Once again, this is still to the green side. A little bit to the greenish side. There. Right on out to nothing. Okay. Take a 2-inch brush. Grab it and pull straight down. It's important that you pull straight down though. Straight down. There. And very gently come across. And we have instant reflections. I like it. That's sort of neat. Reflections are one of the neatest things that happens in this technique. Now then, let's begin putting some color in there. We'll take a little liquid white. We'll go right into some cad yellow. Maybe I'll grab a little sap green. Oh yeah, that's nice. A little sap green. Load a lot of color into the brush. Let's go up in here. And right in here, yep, lives a happy little bush. There it is. There he is. Maybe he's got a little friend over here. There. Go into a little touch of the yellow ochre. We'll put another one there. And just change these colors any way that makes you feel good. A little red there. I like his red. In this particular painting, I'm going to put a few little red things here and there. Just let them bounce in. There. Now, back to our 2-inch brush. Touch just the least little amount of that color. I want a little bit of it reflecting in the water. Ooh, that's nice. There, that is so nice. Okay, now we can take a little touch of our brown. And we come back in here. Just put a little land in. Just need a little bit of land. Don't want these little trees to fall off in the water and make a big splash. Scare the little beaver that lives out here. There. A little white, a little dark sienna. And we can come back. Put the indication of a few highlights here and there. Not a lot. It's too far away to see a lot of detail. Just a little. And you can take a fan brush with some of those same colors on it, the Indian yellow, yellow ochre, red, and pop in a few little things. And it breaks up this line here. Sort of brings everything together. A little touch of the liquid white. And the liquid white we'll use to cut in a little water line. Just act like you're trying to cut a hole right through the canvas. Just saw back and forth. And tilt the knife up and down. Back and forth like that. And you'll be surprised at how well these little water lines just zip right off there. A few little ripples here and there. All right. Tell you what. We had some little trees on the side, so let's do them. I'll use that same old brown color that we have going here. We'll use a 2-inch brush. You could use a 1-inch brush or anything, but we'll use this since it's handy. We'll take just the corner and begin tapping in a happy little tree. There, just like so. But just a basic shape. This is going to be behind those other trees, so we don't really care. And you know, it's interesting. I have so many little creatures that I like to share with you. Thought today I'd show you just a little bit because I'm going to do another tree on the other side, just like this one. And while I'm doing that, let me show you my little pal here. It's a little girl squirrel that lives with me. And she is the cutest little devil that you've ever seen. She's my friend. And she is absolutely precious. There, in just a few more weeks, she's going to be ready to go back to the wild, and I'm going to turn her loose right in my backyard. And maybe she'll build a nest and have some little kids back here, and maybe she'll bring them to see me. And little squirrels, boy, they like little kids. They get into everything, absolutely everything. Here she wanted to look at the headset and see what kind of music we were listening to. Now this is true stereo. I mean, this is getting into your music. I thought my son Steve really got into his music, but compared to that squirrel, no, he just sits around and listens. She literally gets into it. She is very cute, though. Now then, I'm just tapping in a tree over here. Maybe, I think there was some land area here. We could just use the same color and put in just some basic shapes. All we're doing here is just covering up the ground. There. Okay. Maybe something like so. And you can just push that right in with a whole big brush there. Now, before I clean that brush, I'm just going to go right into a little bit of the reddish color and just tap on a few highlights on these trees. Just a few. Go on the other side, and we'll tap in a couple over here. Don't want it left out. But you won't see much of this, but if you look through the big evergreens that we're going to put on there, and you see some of this, people will think you really spent a great deal of time trying to make that just, you don't tell them any different. That's our secret. Let's mix up a little green and black, maybe even a little blue, crimson. There's a crimson. Let me wipe off the old knife. And I'll grab a fan brush here. There's one. There's one. Load a lot of color into the bristles. Let's go up here. We had a couple of evergreen trees, and one of them we're going to have right there. Now, when you're doing this, if you have trouble getting your paint to stick over the top of everything that you have behind, like all the mountains and everything, add the least, let me say it again, the least little amount of paint thinner. There's our little evergreen, see? But very little. Let's give him a friend. Very, very little of the paint thinner. A little goes a long way. Long, long way. There we are. Let's go on the other side over here. We had one large evergreen here that went, oops, does now. Right there. Right there. Whew. Boy, it is a big old son of a gun. He lives up here and looks out over the mountain and the lake and all the little creatures. There's probably several little squirrels living here too. This is the kind of place I'd like for my little squirrels to live. There. Okay. That quick, we got some nice evergreens. We can take some of this little brown and white color that we had left. Put the indication here and there on both of them that maybe there's a little trunk in there. Just a little trunk, not much. Okay, back to my 1-inch brush that has the brown color. Let's just pop in some nice dark shapes here for our little bushes. There, reflect a little of that down into the water. Okay, other side, we'll do the same thing. Just a few little things here and there. Okay, wherever you want a little bush to live. And then we can take our brush that we were using to put the highlight colors on. And we put a little color on it. And we go right up in here, and we can begin putting in all kinds of little bushes and stuff that live right along here. Wherever. Tell you what, let's do. Let's have some fun. Let me find a clean fan brush. Got too many of them going. Oh, there's one that's got brown on it already. We'll use it. I'm lazy. We'll take some brown. I'm going to reach over here and get a little touch of the liquid white. To that, I'm going to mix dark sienna. A little dark sienna, maybe even a little bright red. But this is liquid white. It's very thin with a little color in it. And we're going to load this fan brush with the brown that we made from the crimson and sap green, both sides. And I'm going to take one side only, just one side, and go through this very thin light color. And with this, zoom, evergreens back here. Big evergreens, I'm sorry. Those are big ones, some giants. But by double loading the brush like this, you can do, see there? You can do both sides of the tree at one time. Maybe there's another one here, I don't know. You decide. On the other side over here, we have one, maybe it's going to live right there. Right there. And one there. If you don't make those little noises now, this won't work. Maybe a little one right there. Be careful that you don't space all of them exactly the same distance apart, because if you do, they look too symmetrical. Whatever that means. There we go. Tap in a few bushes down here at the bottom. There we are. Just a few little things. Now then, we find another fan brush. I got fan brushes going everywhere. That same greenish color that we used to make the evergreen. Take that and I'll push upward. Push upward with the corner of the fan brush. And just push in some nice little leaves and stuff and some little branches wherever you think they should live. Wherever. I like to leave a little of the trunk showing here and there though. To me that's quite interesting. This one goes right on off the canvas there. There it goes. And it sort of gets lost in there. You can't tell which one's which or whatever. There we go. We'll separate them with a little highlight. There. Okay, over here. Maybe this one goes all the way off. As I mentioned earlier, this is not going to be an exact duplicate of what you saw in the opening, but it will show you the way it was made. There. All right. Now we take another fan brush. I say I have several going. Put a little green on it here. There. And we can come along and put the indication of a few highlights on these trees. Don't want a lot. Just a few here and there. Just a few. Bloop, bloop. See them? And this is where you pick out your individual limbs and separate them, is with these highlights. Little on this one. Don't want him left out. All right, let's go over here on the other side. Put a few little ones over here. There we go. See them? Some on this one. Okay. Son of a gun. That's pretty nice trees being done that quick. We'll just take our 2-inch brush, pull that straight down, create the illusion of a nice reflection in there. Pull it gently across, gently across, gently. Let me find that brush that we made the tree trunks out of. You can reflect those into the water also, just like that. And then pull them, see? But they're there. They are there. Now, a little bit of that brown. Gotta have a little soil down here. There it is. Little touch of brown and white. Choom. There we go. A little bit of liquid white under there. There. Okay. Now, let's go back into our brush that has all the colors on it, the highlight colors. Let's get a little touch of red. I want a little red. Ooh, 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 that's pretty. Sometimes these colors are so pretty they almost hurt. There's a nice little bush, lives right there. And we'll give him a little friend right down here. Then you decide how many you want and where you want them. Over on this side. Maybe back in here. Yep, you're right. There's one. There's one. Give him a little one there. A little bit of the nice red color, like that red. There's another one. And there's one in here. There, do one bush at a time. Now don't get in too big a hurry. There we are. Just use the side of the brush. We can put in all kind of little weeds and stuff in there. Wherever. Let's see. Let me take my old fan brush And you can bring this down, straighten this edge up, make it look like there's a little protrusion out into the water here, a little bit of soil. And that's basically how we did the little painting that's in the opening. So I hope you try this. It'll give you a little challenge, but it's a very, very nice little painting that'll make you happy. Scrape in a few little sticks and twigs. Shoot. Think we have a finished painting. So from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join me today. You ready to do a fantastic little painting that's quite different? Good. Tell you what, let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. While they're doing that, let me show you this crazy thing I got going up here today. Today I've taken some black gesso, just plain old black gesso, and I've sort of drawn out a little design here. As you can see here, I'm going to have the old oak tree right here or something. And I've just put a little design in it. Let the black gesso dry completely. Totally dry, because the gesso is an acrylic base. After that's totally dry, I've covered the entire canvas with a thin, very thin, even coat of liquid clear. And while that's still wet, I've just taken in a little tiny bit of phthalo blue. I put the clear on there only so that when we put the phthalo blue on there, we can put like a glaze, a very, very small amount of color. If you don't have the clear on there, it's difficult to put a tiny little bit. Okay, and with that, let's have some fun. What the heck? What the heck? Has to be a crazy painting in every series, and maybe in this series, this is it. I'm going to start with a little titanium white on our 2-inch brush and just load a little color. Let's go up in here. Now, I want to have backlighting in this particular painting. I want light to be shining from behind and coming through and making some spectacular effects. Let's start right up in here. We'll just take this titanium white and just make little crisscross strokes and begin blending outward. See, this is the reason here that we only want a small amount of that phthalo blue. If you have a great deal, when you put this white on there, it's just going to turn brilliant dark blue. And in this case, all we're looking for is a glow coming through. But start in the lightest area and work out. Automatically, it'll pick up this darker color, and it gets darker, darker, darker as it comes out. Let the canvas and the liquid clear and the paint do the work for you. Shoot, this is a lazy man's way of painting. Okay, now, a little more of the white, and I want some more light coming from this side of the tree over here. So we'll come right up to here. And it doesn't matter if you get a little on the tree, because we're going to paint it anyway. Still, just plain titanium white, though. But it's mixing with that phthalo blue and liquid clear that's on there, and you get this beautiful glow. And it almost happens automatically. So simple when you use this black gesso. That's one of the neatest things we've ever invented. Shoot, since we introduced this, it's being used all over the country now, and I'm just amazed that somebody hadn't done it a long time ago. It's logical. If you have white gesso, you ought to have black gesso. Now you can do this as many times as you want to achieve a desired lightness. Now you can pull it, and it gives the indication, sort of like light rays zinging through, just by pulling it. There. Maybe I'll put a little more on this side too. I want it a little brighter. Shoot, when you do yours, you decide how bright you want it. Something like that. Now then, I'm going to mix up. Let me get the knife here. Take some phthalo blue and alizarin crimson. And proportionately much more crimson than blue, because the blue is so strong. There. Okay, I'm looking for a lavender color, but to the blue side. Sort of to the blue. That's good right there. I think that'll do what we want. Wipe off our knife. Tell you what, just use this same old brush. We got it going and it's working well, no use stopping. Tap a little color into the bristles. There we are, just a little. And let's go right up in here and make some big decision. Maybe in our world there live some happy little trees back here. Just start thinking about some very basic little shapes though. And I'm using just the corner of the brush. And with that, we'll begin tapping in all the little branches that are hanging way back in there. I want to leave some little light areas. I want to let some of that glow show through my trees. There. I like these paintings that have the backlighting in it. My partner Annette, she thinks these are the neatest paintings when they have backlighting. So maybe we'll dedicate this one to her. Annette, this one's for you. There we go. Just drop that in. But all you're worried about now is just basic form and shape. We're not concerned with much of anything else at this point. Later on, we'll worry about things. Right now, we're just having fun. Just having fun. There. Now then, let me grab the old liner brush. Put paint thinner on it. And we want this paint to be thin, like ink or water. Very thin though. Turn the bristles when you take it out. See, so it brings it to a nice sharp point. Now then with that, I want to put the indication here and there of some little twigs and sticks and just little things that live inside of these trees that hold them all up and keep them together. There. Just a few here and there. Wherever you think they should live, it's exactly where they should be. All right. Now, just if you have trouble making this paint flow, chances are you need to add a little more thinner. If you have enough thinner in there, it'll flow right over the top of that thick paint. Okay, let's see, I have several old brushes going. Let me grab another one here. Take a little bit of that lavender color, same lavender color, and go into the titanium white, and I want to load some color into the bristles. Push the brush, push it. See that little ridge of paint right there? There's a ridge just like that on the end of the bristles, and that's what we're looking for. Give it a little shove, a little push. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, I want to put some highlights. Think of that light zinging through there. See there? Just the corner of the brush. Just the corner. And begin shaping all your little things in there. Look at that. Look at that. It's that easy though. Think about individual limbs and all kinds of little things. There. See, here's one. Wherever you want them. Wherever you want them. Those sparkle because the light's just zinging through them. Okay, now as they go back, I want them to get a little darker. So I'm going to take that same color and add the least little amount of the phthalo blue. Same color, white, with a little phthalo blue in it. Push, once again, to get that little ridge of paint there. Just give it a little push. Now then, we'll start the next layer of trees here. But because this has the blue in it, it's a little touch darker. And it'll give the impression that not as much light's hitting it. There. There we go. And once again, work on little individual shapes and forms. See there? How you can make all those little doers in there. This is one of the easiest ways I've ever found of making a lot of little trees real easy. Let's go back to the brush. It has a dark color on it. We're working in layers here. And I want the next layer to be a little darker. We'll even put a little of them up there, right through that tree. Right there, right through the branch. We can see some of those. Now then, let's just create the next tree right in there. Wherever. And every painting is going to be different. So look at your painting. Don't just try to copy this one. Look at your painting and decide what makes it look the best. A little more of that same basic color. Make it a little touch darker. A little more of the phthalo blue in it. Go back up here. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. There we go. And just work these back and forth. Create the illusion of all kinds of things in here. There's one, comes right out from behind the tree. Once again, don't worry if you get a little paint on the trunk, because we're going to come back in there and paint all of that. Maybe there's some big old hangy down things right there. Some big old bushes that just have limbs that hang over. There. All those little individual things. So that's what makes your painting beautiful. Now I'm going back to my liner brush. A little bit of that lavender color. You get a little more paint thinner. You want this thin, once again, almost like ink. Very thin though. You can see it's almost running on the palette here. Turn that brush. Now we can go back in here and begin picking out a few little individual things. Better make it a little darker. It doesn't show up well enough. There. Oh, now that's better. Had to change the flavor a little. Had to change the flavor. And this is your world, so you can do it any way that you want. Maybe there's a large tree. Got to make those little noises or it won't work. There. Okay, a little more color. Let's put a few little arms on this tree. Push it way back in there. There, maybe this one comes right over in front. Don't just have arms coming out the side. Let some of them go across the front of the tree, behind the tree. Otherwise it looks like somebody took a big razor blade and just cut your tree in two and all you see is half of it. A few little knocked off branches here and there. Shoot, that's coming out pretty good. Okay, let's go over another side here. And I'm going to do basically the same thing over here on the other side. We'll start with some of the lighter lavender color. And begin thinking about little individual shapes and forms. There. Tell you what, while we're doing this, because it's going to be just like we did on the other side, let me share a couple more of my little creatures with you. I mentioned earlier in one of the shows that I'd met a fantastic lady in Florida by the name of Carmen Shaw. And she's allowed me to come out and film some of her animals. And she has some of the most beautiful little Florida deer here. Aren't those beautiful little characters? I don't know how anybody could shoot Bambi. I like these little characters. I want to take them all home with me. And I'd almost move them in the house with me. But these are most gentle little creatures. And both of these have been injured to the point that they'll never be able to be released again. There, okay. I'm just putting in these same old trees while you're watching the deer there. It's interesting, these deer, for some reason, took a liking to my hair and pulled it off nearly. This is a little bitty raccoon, just a tiny little baby one that she had just got in. He was a mess, but he's a cute little devil. By the time you see this, he'll probably be grown up and going off and have his own family. There. Okay. Isn't he cute though? I like these little creatures now. I really hope you enjoy seeing them too. I'm going to take a little of the paint thinner and a little bit of color. And just over here, I'm doing exactly the same thing I did on the other side, just putting in a few indications of some tree, little trunks, limbs, branches, sticks, twigs, whatever you want to call them. There we go. Okay, a few little things here and there. All right, let's take, I go back to this brush. It has mostly white on it. A little bit of the titanium white. And just like we did on the other side, let's put a few little highlights in here just to make them little rascals just sparkle in the sun. There. Okay. And once again, pay attention to shape and form and all those little things when you're doing your own paintings. I know you get tired of hearing me say that, but it is so important, so important. There, because I want you to be happy with this. And if it works well for you, then you will. I'm going back to my brush that has the dark color on it and put in another layer here. Each layer is getting a little darker, and as it comes out of this bright, intense light, maybe we'll begin seeing a little color in some of these. There we go. Okay, just think about the shape that you want this tree to be and the limbs that are hanging over. As I say, I really like these black canvas. This black gesso is one of the neatest things that I've ever seen. one thing about the television show here. It's allowed me to introduce a lot of ideas into the art world that I've had for a long time. And this way, I get to show them to people myself. There we go. And there's some of them pretty good ideas. There's a lot of companies now that are making different colored gessos and etc. So enjoy it. Let's take a little bit of that phthalo blue and come right along in here. Just put a few little things in there. I'm going to start getting into some color very quickly. So I just want a few little tips sticking out. There. So that's really about all I want. Maybe, tell you what, let's make some individual little bushes right here. See them? There's one. And we'll give him a little friend that lives right about there. But you can create it just layer after layer after layer. Try to do one bush at a time. I know sometimes it looks like, because we're in a hurry, it looks like we just jump up here and knock in about 50 of them at once. But normally we only do one little bush at a time. And each one is an individual. I'm going to go right into the least little touch of the cad yellow. Now we have blue on the brush, so that's going to make a nice light yellow-green color. And that's how we'll begin getting into color up here. Ooh, look at that. Look at that. Now we've got some color in our leaves. Just a little. Maybe I'll add at least a little touch of sap green to that, dull it down a little bit more. Oh yeah, I like that better. There we are. Okay, a little black. Black will dull it down and make a very dark, deep green. And we'll use that a little further on back in here. Just midnight black and the yellow. There we go. Okay, maybe it comes right down in there. Something like that. Tell you what, let's take the liner brush, put us in a few little trunks and sticks and twigs, paint thinner. There, see, just let some of these show through. There, look at all that. And that sort of gives it a much nicer little feel to it, because you always have all these little sticks that are showing out. Look at all of them. Maybe over in here you can make out, yeah, there's one right there. You knew it was there, didn't you? Give him an arm too. We don't want him left out. Something there. And by putting these in the foreground, it helps push everything else back. Okay, let me wipe off the old brush. Let's go into some of our midnight black, a little yellow, and make a darker green now. Loading the brush the same way, pushing. Just pushing like that. Now maybe in our world right here lives a little tree there. Just like that. There he is. There he is. Okay, good. Darker, darker, darker down here. Want it to fade right into nothing. Then I'll go back to my liner brush. Pick up a little bit of that dark paint, and we'll put the indication down here of some little sticks, and twigs, trunks, limbs. Okay. Sometimes it's nice to take a little of the light color, maybe like a little of the titanium white, and have some back in here that are much lighter. Much lighter. There, I'm going to dull that down a little bit with a little phthalo blue. It's too bright. Okay, have a few of those. Wherever you want them. Wherever you want them. Maybe a few back in here in this little rascal. But just sort of play back and forth with color and get it the way you want it. Put all those little rascals in. Add some yellow ochre to that. Maybe even a little Indian yellow. Quite dark though now. Getting into some deeper shadows down in here. There. Nice bush. Little bush lives in there. He's got a friend named Harry that lives right there. There we are. And one just wherever you want them. Little rascals just live in your brush here. You just sort of have to shake them out sometime. Now let's start working on this old big tree. That's the fun part of this. Let's use a fan brush. Go right into Van Dyke Brown Dark Sienna. Just mix them on the brush here. Just mix them on the brush. Load both sides full of color, whatever. Let's go up here. Now then, all I'm going to do first of all is just go right over the gesso. Just right like that. And because the gesso's there and it's already dark, you don't have to worry if you miss a little area or something. This is the big tree here, big old oak tree. Or whatever kind of tree you want. Maybe where you live, this would be a sycamore or whatever. Big maple or hanging tree. I think that's what one of the engineers here in the studio called this when he saw it. Said, oh, hanging tree. Now then, just going to take a little touch of light color, a little white, little dark sienna, but a little bit lighter. And with that, this is where it pays to have a nervous hand. Let it just wiggle and jiggle and carry on and tap. All these little things. It'll make, maybe hard to see on here, but you'll get all kinds of little actions going on. All kinds of them. I hope you can see how that's beginning to show up. But we want this to stay very dark because the light's behind the tree. This is, as I say, this painting is, the light is from behind, this backlit. There we go. But that's really about all you need. It makes painting a big tree trunk so easy. So very easy. And as you know, this is a lazy man's way of painting. Take some sap green here. Little sap green, little bit of the cad yellow, yellow ochre. Here and there, tiniest little amount of the bright red. You put red in there because it's the opposite of green and it dulls. The red acts as a duller. I know it doesn't make sense sometimes, but it dulls. Now then, let's go up here. Maybe in our world there is a little bit of, yep, you're right. Let's just tap in on just a happy little grassy area right there. Let it come right up. Maybe like that. See there? Darker, darker, darker. Now the more you tap this, the darker it's going to become because it's going to pick up the color that's underneath. So it's going to get darker and darker. There it goes. Follow the old tree roots, like so, wherever. Okay, and you can change the lay of the land just by, let me get a little more of that black on here. Watch here, maybe right in here. We want a little hill that comes down. You can change it that easy. There we go. Darker, 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 darker. Now when you do yours, you make it as dark or as light as you want it. Okay, this is a brush that has a lavender on it. I want to put the indication right here of some little bushes that live back here in the background. And all you have to do is just tap on some little colors like that. That's all it amounts to. I sort of destroyed my edge. I want to sharpen that back up. You can do that easy. Maybe over here, I'll have this come this way. A little bit this way. Like so. But angles are most important. And this needs to stay very dark to make that light in the background really, really stand out. It's that contrast that makes this such an interesting painting. I'm going to take a fan brush that has the browns on it. This looks like a natural place to me. Yeah, you're right. I'm going to have a happy little path. You'd have to come down here and see this beautiful tree. So you need a little path to get back into the woods. Okay, a little white. Not much though. I don't want this to get too bright. A little white with a touch of the phthalo blue into it. So it's cool color in here. Nice cool color. A few little touch-ups here and there. wherever you want it. And then let's go back to our old liner brush. I'm going to go right into, well, I'll tell you what, let's use black. Paint thinner, black. Maybe in our world there lives a big old tree. Whoops, ran out of paint. Put more on there. Right about there. Right about there. Give him some nice arms, maybe. It's another one there. Wherever. Maybe this old tree's dead. There's a lot of dead trees in nature, so put them in your painting sometime. It makes it look more natural and real. Don't be afraid to put a dead painting in your painting. Or a dead tree in your painting. Boy, I messed that up. Sometimes your tongue gets over your eye teeth and you can't see what you're saying. There. Like so. And you can take your time, put a lot of little tiny limbs in there. Really make it look nice. Tell you what, let's do. We need some leaves on that big tree. But I want them very dark, very subdued, dark green, very dark green. Let's come in here and just begin picking out some little individual limbs and shapes and forms. But you need to keep this very dark or it's going to lose its effect. Very dark. Very dark. Look at that. Look at all those big limbs hanging off there. Hope you try this painting. It is one of the neatest little paintings, and it's very simple. Very, very simple. Even if you've never painted before, this one you should have pretty good success with. There. Okay, a little bit over on this side. Don't want him left out. But once again, think about shape and form. Don't just throw these in at random, because you won't be happy if you do. Try this black gesso. I think you'll find it one of the neatest things that you've ever used. It does wonderful, wonderful little things. See there? Now we have that big old tree. It's full of leaves and it's hiding back here. That's where my little squirrel's going to live when I let him go and he grows up. Shoot, I think we about have a finished painting here. We're going to call that one done. From all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. Today I thought we'd just do a beautiful, warm little winter scene. So let's start out, have them do all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. And they'll come across right about there. So, tell you what, let me show you what I've done up here. I've got my standard old canvas up here. This is a double prime, pre-stretched canvas. We don't recommend canvas boards. And onto that, I've put a piece of contact paper with an oval cut out of it. And that's basically all we've done, just covered this with liquid white and it's ready to go, so let's go. And today we're going to use a very limited palette, which means we're only going to use a few colors. So let's start out with a little alizarin crimson, just a little, on the old 2-inch brush. And we'll go right up here and just bounce in a little bit of pink. And this is one of those paintings that it should make you happy. Just enjoy this. This is not something you should labor over or worry about. Enjoy it. If you've been with us before, you've probably heard me say, if painting does nothing else, it should make you happy. It should make you happy. There. Okay. Still using little crisscross strokes, just little X's, that's all. That's all. And with a big old 2-inch brush, it didn't take too long to really cover a lot of area. And when you get done, shoot, you go out in the yard and paint a barn, or the house, or whatever. There. I know these look like house painting brushes, but they're really not. They're very fine artist brushes. There we go. Okay, right on up. I don't know, wherever, maybe about to here. Looks like a big Easter egg already. There. Now then, let's take, we won't even clean the brush because alizarin crimson is not a very strong color. We'll go right into a little phthalo blue and just put a little into the bristles and tap the bristles. See, that gets a nice even distribution of color all the way through the bristles, and that's what we're looking for. Otherwise, if you just hit that big gob of paint and go up here, you're going to have huge blue streaks that are very hard to work out. Work those bristles in the color. There. Now we'll start at the top and just blend a little touch of that blue into here. I don't want a great deal. Just a little. Just a little. And let it blend downward. About like so. Shoot, you can even tap in a little stringy cloud here and there if you want it. We'll come back and blend this in a second. Right now we're just putting a little color in. Like that. And while we got it on the brush, let's add a little bit down here in the bottom part, which will probably be water. As I say, I think we'll do a little winter picture today. Winter pictures are very nice. I enjoy doing them. And I like to make winter scenes with a little warmth in them. That's why I use the pink. But some people, well, I was talking to my friend Ken just the other day from New Jersey, and he said he wanted a scene that was cold. If you want a cold scene, then all you need to do is just take and leave the pink out. Just use blue and grays. Mix a little midnight black with it. Shoot, you'll have a cold winter scene, I guarantee. Now then, let's wash your old brush. That's the fun part. Shake it off. There we go, we're in business now. Now that the brush is good and clean and dry, and the cameraman's covered again, we can just take this and blend it out. Just blend it. And where the two come together, you'll get sort of a lavender color, which is very pretty. There. Something about like so. And down here, we just go gently, gently, all the way across. We're not applying much pressure, just enough to sort of blend everything together. Okay. Now then, today, let's build us a little cloud. We'll use a fan brush today. Let's go right into titanium white. Good old titanium white. And we'll go up here, and I'm just going to put in the indication of just a happy little cloud using just the corner of the fan brush. And you could do this with a 1-inch brush. It works very well. Very well. There we go. Now maybe, let me grab another fan brush. Let's have 2 of them going. Maybe we want to put a little color into that cloud. We could take a little blue, a little alizarin crimson, and we'll make a lavender color here. Let me grab a little white. A little lavender color. A little bit. Ooh, that's pretty nice. That's coming along. And just adjust it back and forth until it's the way you want it. And let's go up in here, and we'll just come in, and we'll put a little color underneath. There. That's all there is to it. A little more of the white. That'll sort of mix it together. There, let me find a big brush. Now, clean, dry, 2-inch brush, very gently, using just the corner. Just the corner. And I like the 2-inch brush because it has a lot of bristles. And then we'll fluff it, lift it, tease it a little, and then very gently go across. Isn't that a nice way of making a very effective little cloud? You can do that. Maybe right here, we'll have another little cloud. And you can do this either way. You can put the light in first and then the dark. It doesn't much matter, as long as you blend them together gently. Little light in. Get my little fan brush that has that touch of dark color on it. Put a little under the base, under the bottom. That'll indicate the light's coming from above. And then very gently, 3 hairs and some air. All we do is just stir it up, mix it up, blend it, fluff it, lift it, and then very lightly, just go over it like that. There. And you can put clouds in front of clouds. Maybe you want another little cloud, little baby cloud, maybe it lives right here. Maybe this is a mommy cloud here. There. Can't ever tell. Who knows? Who knows? There we go. Blend them together. Give that one a little fluff. And off we go. Isn't that easy? We've got some nice little, very effective clouds that just float around the sky and have a good time all day. Wash the old fan brush off. And as you know, we just wash the brushes in odorless thinner. And the little brushes I just wipe on a paper towel to dry them. Now then, let's take midnight black and alizarin crimson. Just black and crimson today. What the heck? That's all we need. Put these two together. It makes a very dark lavender color. Cut off our little roll of paint right at the edge of the knife. And maybe in our world there lives, or there does now, maybe there's a mountain right here. Okay. Now this is an extremely simple little painting we're going to do today. Just want to show you how effective it can be. Just playing with some colors. Very simple little painting. This is a type painting that one of our instructors would teach you probably on the first or second day of class, and you could do it. And we have instructors that travel all over the United States spreading the joy of painting. There, take a large brush, grab this, and pull it. Pull it. In fact, maybe earlier in the series you saw Dana Jester on the show here with us with the squirrels all over him. I had to have somebody to help me with all them little rascals. We had 4 of them here in the studio, and well, they were giving us a fit. They wanted to play. And as you know, in a television studio, you have to be sort of quiet and not run around. They don't know that rule. They just wanted to have a good time and play with everybody here. And of course, everybody here fell in love with them. There. But we want this now to blend right into a nice, soft, misty area there. Very soft. All right. Let's take our knife. This is a fun part. This is a fun part. I'm going to take titanium white, pull it out as flat as I can get it, add the least little touch of alizarin crimson to it. Least little touch, just to warm it up a little, give it a little warm flavor. Pull it out flat once again. Cut across, and we get our very small roll of paint right on the edge of the knife. There we go. Now then, let's have our light coming from the right, because I'm right-handed, and that's normally easier for right-handed people. There we go. See there? Now then, maybe have a little snow right there, wherever you want it. Just think about where light would zing through there and play and make all these little highlights on the mountain. That's really all we're looking for at this point. There we go. I really and truly enjoy doing mountains. As I've mentioned before, I lived in Alaska for about a dozen years. And they have some of the most beautiful mountain scenery there that I've ever seen. Absolutely gorgeous. I had been born and raised in Florida and was 21 years old before I ever saw snow. Shoot, that's been nearly 10, 12 years ago now. Well, maybe a little more than that. Okay, there. Devil's gonna get me for telling stories. Little blue, a little black into it. And off we go. Everybody around here is laughing when I say it was just 10 or 12 years ago. Cut off a little roll of paint. Go right up here, touch, and let's put in the indication of some nice little shadow areas here. No pressure. Absolutely no pressure. Just let the knife barely graze the canvas. Just barely touch. And that's what causes all that breaking. You want those little holes in there. Want them in there. There. Okay, maybe a little shadow right in there. Wherever. Now we can come back and we can begin adding all kinds of little extras in our mountain. See, you can do this. You can put all kinds of little things that you want in there. You can do it. On this canvas, you can do anything that you want to do. Total power. There we go. There we go. Very Very gentle though, very gentle. No pressure. There. Sometimes it's nice to go back and pick up a little of that dark and lay a little dark indication here and there. Just makes it look like there's some deep shadows some places. There we go. But don't overdo. You can overdo real quick. Real quick. There. It's a trick I learned from my son. He makes some beautiful mountains. There. Okay. Now then, we'll just take a clean, dry brush and tap this, following the angles. Always follow the angles. There we go. And lift it. That takes out the tap marks, brings everything together. That easy. Over here, we'll follow these angles. Just however you painted it, that's exactly the angle that you want to follow. And if you come along like this and go all the way across, it's going to look like somebody took a big razor blade and just cut it off and just sort of left it hanging there. So follow those angles. There. And once in a while you can grab a little of that white and let it look like a little reflected light going down the side there. Another little thing that's fun. Take a little of that same shadow color and just tap in like so. There it is. Maybe there's just a little hill right there. And that sort of pushes everything back, gives another plane. Just like that. Okay. Looks like there's a little white paint up here in the sky that I sort of missed, didn't see it. But we'll just put a shadow under it, and that easy. We'll turn it into another little peak. See, we don't make mistakes. We just have happy accidents. Because the mountain looks better now with a peak like that. There. Okay, now then, let's tell you what let's do today. Tell you what let's do. I have some lavender mixed up here. Let's see what it looks like. We'll take lavender, put a little white in it. Yeah, I want it more to the crimson side. So alizarin, crimson, phthalo blue, and white. That's really all we have here. I want to make a nice sort of light lavender. Oh, that's nice. I like that right there. Right there. But when you do yours, if you want it more to the blue or the red side, that's up to you. That's totally up to you. Here's a dirty fan brush. We'll just use it. Same one we was making the clouds with. This is number 3 fan brush. But you could use your 6. All right, load it full of color. A lot of color on it. Let's go up here. Maybe in our world. Yep. See, right there, I'm going to push in a little tree, and I'm pushing upward here. I want these particular evergreens to have little upward arms on them. Depending on where you live, evergreens are different. In some places, the limbs sort of hang downward. In other places, they sort of push upward. And also depends on the kind of tree it is. There's a lot of different types of evergreen trees. There. Maybe. Yep. Put another one there. And this one's maybe got a little crook. I hate having all my trees just perfectly straight. I'd really rather see trees that have some character to them. And I always tell myself that maybe when that tree was young, maybe something stepped on it, or maybe a squirrel ate its top off or something. I don't know. But just anything, just to keep it from being too bland. There we are. Okay, now then, that's pretty clean. There, we'll just take that brush, and I want to just begin tapping this. And I'm going to pick up a little of this color and bring it over here, and then let it just fade right on out to nothing. See how soft that gets? Good. All right. Now then, take a little of that same color, and let's decide where we would have a little reflection. And maybe it's right there. Pull it straight down. Just a tiny bit of that reflection. Go across. Now then, let's take some liquid white. Liquid white. I'm going to put a little touch of alizarin crimson into it. Just enough to warm it up a little so it feels good. Pull it out flat, cut across. See? Flat, cut across. Now then, we take that, and we go right up here, and let's just cut us in a little water line. Just cut it in. There. Just sort of let it wander back into there. go. Wipe my knife off. There. Maybe there's a little ripple here and there. We don't want too many. Just a few little things in there. And then, well, I still got that number 3 fan brush going. I guess it's okay. Doesn't make much difference, whatever works for you. Clean off a spot. Let's take black and Prussian blue. Prussian blue is strong, strong, strong. Crimson. So we got black, Prussian blue, and alizarin crimson. There we are. Very dark though, very dark color. Should look black. Clean off the old knife here. Now then, let me just wipe the excess off that number 3 fan brush. We'll use it. As I say, doesn't matter. All right. Now, this good dark color, and the brush is fully loaded. Let's have us a tree that lives right there. Start off with just a little line, and then we're going to push upward. Push upward. And with that, we'll make our happy little evergreen tree, just like that. There he goes. There it goes, yeah. See, that's all there is to it. I'm going to make several of these. And while I'm making these, let me share another one of my little creatures with you. As I say, I am such a nut for these little creatures. This is my crow here, and he lives with me. We call him Midnight. Isn't he a mean-looking son of a gun? And he's one of the nicest little creatures that you've ever seen. That's Midnight. He lives in my backyard right now. And sort of a sad story with him. Somebody tried to shoot his wing off. And he didn't do too good for a while. We didn't know if old Midnight was going to make it for a long time. But a lot of nice people have helped him. And I think he's going to be okay now. But he'll never be able to fly again. Which it's hard to watch that when you see something as beautiful as he is, and he'll never be able to fly again. There. Now then, let's just grab this old 2-inch brush. I want some reflections under there. Pull it straight down, straight down, straight down. And go across. There. All right. Now then, let me find. We'll use a 1-inch brush. I want to pop in a couple little bushes, or some dark color that'll end up being bushes in here. There we go. This is that same dark color. Now then, let's take our knife. Just cut right through there, make the indication of a few little trunks and sticks and everything. There. Did you like that old crow? He's something else. He is something else. He's a pretty nice old bird, though. And I hate it that as I say, that he'll never be able to fly, though. That bothers me terribly. That somebody would just shoot him just for the heck of it. Let me grab a little pink here. And I'm not opposed to hunting. My father was an avid hunter, but I'm opposed to shooting things for no reason. I'm just pulling a little color in here. This is just titanium white with a little alizarin crimson. I want to warm it up some. And we go up here, and let's just put us in just a beautiful little snow-covered bush right out here on the edge. There. A little more of the liquid white. And the liquid white's in there only to thin the color, because as you know, a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. And the color that we have up here initially is very thick. I want another one. Maybe we'll have him there. Work in layers, one layer at a time. Now you can reverse the brush. See there? Put some little doers down here in the water. Down in the water. And this is your test to see how gentle you are. Barely touch and go down, go across. And we can make those nice little mirror reflections. I like those. They're fun. Now then, we'll just use some titanium white. What the heck? What the heck? We'll come right along here and just put in a little bit of snow. A little bit of our liquid white, and we can come back, cut a center water line. There we are. And off we go. We can take the clean edge of the knife, scratch us in a stick and a twig, then we're in business. And I tell you what, today I want to pull this oval off now, and I'm going to play a little bit. You know me. Let's just take that right off there. And voila, there we go. Now then, I always like to have big trees in my painting, so guess what? Guess what? You're right. Let's take that old dark tree color fan brush. And I went to a number 6 fan brush. I want it to be bigger. Let's go right there. And we're going to come right outside of this oval, and we're going to let this big old tree, we're going to let him look out into the sunlight. And there he goes. There he goes. There. Okay. Pushing upward, though. Always pushing upward. There. I might have should have done this with a 2-inch brush, big as this tree's becoming. Didn't know it was going to be quite that big, but that's all right. Let it go. Let it go. Boy, when I said big tree, I was serious this time. Whew. I'm going to stop it there. Otherwise, it's going to eat up the whole world. The tree that ate up the world. Sounds like a nice theme for a horror movie or something. Go, another little tree. I got to have a friend for him. Got to have a friend for him. Otherwise, he'll get lonely sitting here. There. Don't want him lonely. Push upward, though. Continually pushing upward. Now then. Going back to my 1-inch brush that has the dark color on it. Somehow I have to stop this tree, so we'll put a bush under his foot. There, we got him slowed down now. Got him slowed down. Maybe, well, we'll just come on out here. What the heck? Let your imagination go when you're doing these little paintings. That's what makes it fun. Just let them go. Let them go. And then take a little white, little dark sienna, mix it together. And let's come up here. Choom. Put the indication just here and there of a little trunk that lives in these trees. I don't want much. Grab another fan brush. I'm going to take titanium white and a little bit of phthalo blue on it. White and blue. And let's come back in here. And I want to put a few little highlights on this big old tree here. So just phthalo blue and white. Like that. Think about shape and form. I know you get tired of hearing that. But it is so important. Don't just throw this in at random. You'll be unhappy. A little bit on this tree, too. Don't want as much on that one. There. Darker, darker, darker down in there. Again, these little ones back here. I want a little bit back in here, too. Don't want them left out. These are farther away, so I don't want as much detail in them. Just enough so you know they got a little something happening in them, too. Going to liquid white, a little bit of the crimson, and let's come in here and let's put some nice highlights on these little bushes that live right in here. There we go. See, just drop them in, drop them in. Maybe there's one that lives right there. Well, we got a minute left here, so let's put a little path. Take a little white. Shoom, we gotta have a way to get back to this big old tree. There it goes. Just a happy little path that lives right there. We need just a couple of bushes on this side, and that'll push that path right back in there. We need our dark in there first. Then, a little liquid white, a little titanium white, and we'll put a bush over here. Shoot. Isn't that a nice way, though, of making just a beautiful little winter scene? And you can do this. I think you'll enjoy it. So I tell you what, I think with that, we're going to call that one finished. From all of us here, happy painting. God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. Thought today we'd just do a fantastic little painting. I hope you have your paint set up and you're all ready to join us. So I tell you what, let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've got done. Got my standard old pre-stretched canvas up here, and it's been covered with a thin, even coat of the liquid white, so it's all ready to go. So I tell you what, let's go. Today, let's just have some fun. Let's just do a little painting that'll sort of make you happy. It's enjoyable. I want to start out with a little touch of the phthalo blue on the 2-inch brush. Don't need a great deal of paint. And let's go right up in here today and let's just have some fun. Let's just do something like this. There. Sometimes it's fun just to sort of let your imagination go crazy and just enjoy playing with color and just having a good time. Little phthalo blue, just phthalo blue, and it's mixing with the liquid white that's on the canvas, and automatically you get all this nice blending. Now then, tell you what, let's add a little bit of the Prussian blue. Now Prussian blue is much darker and much stronger, and I'm going to go right around the edge with a little bit of the Prussian blue, something like so. And we're still just using little crisscross strokes. Put some on the other side over here too, don't want it left out. There. About like so. Okay. Well, that's looking pretty neat already. Now then, maybe I'll take, I'll tell you what, let's use a little Prussian blue and I'll add a little of the midnight black to it. We'll make a very dark blue. Black and blue. Or blue and black, whichever you prefer. All right, we'll come right up here. And we'll just put in a little of that very, very dark color. Okay. Now then, take that same color and go to the other side and put a little over here. Just like so. And we're still using little crisscross strokes. It really makes blending a lot easier if you use those little crisscross strokes rather than just drawing big circles like that. Okay, now fun part. This is the fun part. We'll wash our brush. Shake off the excess and just beat the devil out of it. There we are. Let's take a little bit of the titanium white right on the 2-inch brush. And I'm going to go right back up in here and decide where the lightest part of the sky is. And we'll just begin blending outward. This is just straight titanium white. And this is to put a little bright spot in our sky. Just let it blend outward here. And you can do this several times to achieve a desired lightness if you want to. There we are. And just keep blending outward.
Кот, стой.
This is a nice way of making a very effective little sky.
Вернись.
Just keep working outward. But try not to take the dirty color from over here and put it back in the center. Stay out of the center once your brush is dirty. If you want to go back in the center and work, then I would suggest you clean the brush and start fresh. Just to really get in here and scrub it off. Besides that, it's fun just to beat the brush a little bit. There we are. Okay, that's sort of a wild-looking sky already. Okay, I'll tell you what, let's do. Let's mix up a nice lavender. We'll use a little phthalo blue and alizarin crimson. Proportionally, much more of the crimson than blue. I want this to be sort of to the reddish side. And it's hard to tell. Let's put a little white in there and see what we have. I want a nice light lavender color. Maybe we need a little more white. Oh, that's getting nice
Молодец,
now.
хороший кот.
That's getting nice now. And just mix it back and forth between the crimsons and blues and white till you get a color that you want. And I think something like that's about what we're looking for. Let me wipe off the old knife here. And we'll have a fan brush today. What the heck. Let's go right in here. Get a touch more of the crimson on there. Oh yeah, there. But load both sides full of color. Full of color. And let's go right up here and make some big decisions. Maybe in our world there's some little things that live right in here. And we're just taking the fan brush and sort of tapping downward. That's all we're doing basically here. See, just tap downward. Maybe we'll allow it to come right down in here somewhere, wherever. Okay, maybe it comes right on up. Just make some decisions. Look at your painting and decide where you think things should live and drop them in. There. Now maybe in there's a few trees that we can see a lot more detail on. We just use the corner of the brush and work it back and forth. There they are. There they are. They live right here in your brush. All you got to do is just sort of shake them out. Just scare them out. Back and forth. We'll even make this one a big old tree. There. And we're just looking for some basic shapes. Just a few here and there. Shoot, I tell you what, that was so nice. Let's put some on the other side too. Maybe I'll have one over here. We'll have a big one right there. Corner of the brush. As you work down the little tree, push harder and harder so the bristles bend downward today. Sometimes we make them bend upward, sometimes downward. Just sort of depending on how you feel, what your mood is, or how the trees are where you live, or how the trees are in the area that you want to show in your painting. Just a few more of these little devils. Okay, give them a little friend there. Just a little one right there. Maybe another one. There. Wherever you think they should be. Okay. Maybe a little in there, wherever. Okay, now we'll grab the old 2-inch brush. Be sure it's dry. And I want to create the illusion of mist down at the base of this. So take the top corner of the brush and firmly tap. Just firmly tap. That's all we're doing there. There. And with that, you can create the illusion of all kinds of little soft areas in there. Very soft and very misty. We'll just let that go right on over to this side. Just keep on misting. There. You can probably hear how loud I'm hitting, or how hard I'm hitting. It's hard to hear how loud I'm hitting. And very lightly, we'll lift upward, very gently, just barely touching the canvas. Shoot, I tell you what, while we have that old color going, I'm just going to add a little bit more to my brush. Maybe there's a nice tree lives right here. And I'm just using the top corner of the brush and just want to create the indication of some nice little things that live back in here. See, they almost the same color as the sky. I don't want them to be real distinct. I want them to be soft, just little gentle things that live back here. There. Got a nice tree going there. A little bit darker down toward the base so it shows up. But this is a way of creating several layers of little background trees and bushes and all that, just with a 2-inch brush, just with tapping. Okay. Maybe it comes right on down here. I don't know. Wherever you want it. Wherever you think it should be. Maybe a little more. Okay. Now then, I'm going to take the old script liner brush, number 2 script liner brush, a little paint thinner on it. And we want to thin this paint till it's literally like ink or water, but very, very thin. Very thin. Look at there. And then turn the bristles as you take them out. That'll bring it to a nice sharp point. There you can see how sharp that is. Maybe there's a few little sticks and twigs that you can see back here. Just a few, wherever you think they should be. There. These little devils are always back here in the trees and stuff. So just put in a few wherever you want them. Wherever. Okay. few over here too. We don't want this side left out. Now then, tell you what, we'll just keep on using that same color. It's just basically lavender, alizarin crimson, and phthalo blue. And we'll come right in here and begin just adding all kinds of little things. But look at all the different layers that we've created. That's what will help create that illusion of depth and distance in your painting. Just layer after layer after layer. And add a little of the midnight black to that. I want to get very dark down in here. All right. Okay. Now, just take that same old brush. I guess it's all right. We'll just go right into a little bit of the cad yellow, little yellow ochre. And all I'm doing is tapping with the top bristles. You can see it very well there. That's a nice close-up. See there? Just tap, though, with the top corner. All right. Now then, with that, we can come back in here, and just using that top corner, you can begin shaping all kinds of little individual bushes and trees that live in here. There. And we can vary the colors back and forth between the, yellow ochre, Indian yellow, bright red. Just vary them. Let them just sort of work back and forth and change them to however it makes you happy. But do one little bush at a time. Don't get too greedy. Sometimes it starts working well, and you get a little carried away and want to do 18 bushes at once. Just work on one at a time. Give each one of them a name if necessary. Whatever it takes. Just make them individuals. There. See, layer after layer after layer after layer. That really is what creates that illusion of depth. And I know you hear me say that over and over, but I think that's very important in a painting. There we go. And we back here, maybe just some tiny little indications. Not much, not much. Not much back here. Just a few little things that hide back in there. See? You can take the knife, scrape through, make a few little sticks and twigs that look white, because the canvas is showing through. There. All right. Now, shoot, I tell you what. Let's put a little barn in here today, or a big building. Maybe it lives right in here. So take the knife and just scrape out a basic shape. About like that. I don't know, whatever you want. Maybe it's got an old shed on it even. By scraping out this basic shape, let me grab a little Van Dyke brown. It will do two things. It removes excess paint, which is most important. But the other thing it does is it allows you to sort of lay out your whole perspective and your whole building and everything without really being committed. There. Okay. So we said we'd have a little shed out here. So we'll just put a little roof, pull down, and all we're doing right now is just blocking in color. That's all we're doing, just blocking in color. Like so. There. A little bit on this side. Wished it was that easy to actually build a barn. This certainly makes it easier. My father was a carpenter, so I've spent a lot of my life building things. I know how difficult it is to actually make a barn. That's why I say I wished it was this easy to do. Now then, I'm going to take let's take a little white, a little dark sienna, a little Van Dyke brown. We just mix them together like so. Maybe even at least a little touch of blue into it, and that'll gray it. That'll give it a gray tone. Pull across, get our little roll of paint right on the edge of the knife. Then we can come back in here, and no pressure, no pressure. Just like putting snow on the mountains. Barely touch, barely touch. I want to make this look like old weathered wood. Old weathered wood, like me. It's had a hard life. There we go. A little bit over in here. Shoo. See, just barely touch though. barely touch. Now I'm going to take a little more of the Van Dyke brown and make it much darker, because on the other side not much light's going to hit, so you need to have that quite a bit darker. See, in comparison how dark it is. But our little roll of paint still. Come right up in here, decide where the roof line is.
Кажется, у Коти началось реалити-шоу «Голод», новый сезон.
There would not be much light striking this side of the building. Not much light. There. And right along the edge here, maybe I'll put a nice distinct line so it shows that there's a difference there. Let's take a little bit more of the Van Dyke brown, and I'm going to turn this into an old slab building, with, in other words, made with boards. And to do that, we'll just take the knife, a little bit of Van Dyke brown on it, and create the illusion of a lot of little boards in here. Something like so. Now you can smooth that by taking a 2-inch brush and barely touching, barely. Whew. Just graze it. Whew. Now for a roof, what are we going to do? Let's just take midnight black on the roof. Midnight black, well, like that. Get our little roll of paint right on the edge of the knife again. And let's just let it bounce along here and play. Just touch it. Bloop, 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 bloop. Got to make that little noise though. That's all there is to it. Just let it bounce. Let the knife touch. The canvas will pull off what it wants, give you back what's left. There we are. That easy. Now we'll take a small edge on the other side, and I want to make the indication of little shingles showing on the other side. But by using the small edge, it'll be sort of jaggedy. There. It'll look like you're looking at the edge of little doers there. Okay, right here, excuse my arm a second. Make that line a little darker where they come together. There. Maybe we'll make a little doer there. And make it a little more distinct. Now we need a door in there. This is an old barn, gotta have a place for the cow to go. We just take a knife and go. How's that? Instant door. We'll take a small edge, go up here, put a little place for the hay to go up. Cut around there. There we are. Shoot, we got a pretty good looking old barn there. What the heck? Let's just keep going here. We'll use that lavender and black and a little brown here and there. Maybe, yeah, right there. And I'm still just using the top corner of the brush. Maybe I'll put just a little tree right there. Something like so. All right. Comes right on down. I don't know, wherever you want it. Something like so. Maybe it comes right in front of the barn. We go to all that work to build a barn, then we'll tear it up. But that's all right. That's all right. Now we have several layers of color here. There. Yeah, I got a bunch of brushes going here, so I'll grab another one. We'll take a little bit of sap green, a little yellow ochre. Just tap a little color right onto the bristles. A little bit of red. There we are. Let's go right up here. Now we can just begin adding on some little highlights onto some of these. Do you ever think you could just take a top of a great big old brush and make all these beautiful little trees? You really can. You can. There we are. Maybe a little red and yellow right here. Make a nice orange color. Put some color in this rascal. You know, in some of the past shows in this series especially, I've enjoyed showing you some of my little creatures. I want to show you one more today. We got just a second. I'm just going to be doing this while you're watching. But this is one of my little squirrels. And they bring so much pleasure into my life. My mother and I enjoy these. She plays with them too. She probably wouldn't admit that. But she has about as much fun with them than I do. And they love to get in your pocket and hide. And that's where, if you'd let them, they'd spend most of their time. They're just hiding right there in your pocket. So we call them pocket squirrels. Aren't those cute little devils, though? These are just babies. They're just beginning to get fur from their baby fuzz. There. Yeah, then. See, he had to hide his head there a little bit. Probably fell asleep. But sometimes they stay in my little pocket there all day. And I just walk around the house, forget they're in there, and they go to sleep and take life easy. And they really are a lot of fun. There we go. Hope you enjoy seeing them. Just taking a little titanium white here on the old liner brush and putting in a little tree trunk or two. And then let's find a knife. Take a little bit more of the Van Dyke brown. Let's come right along in here and let's put some dirt under here. There. Looks like the weeds have grown up and just about covered up the old barn. Touch of highlight on there. Don't want a great deal, just a touch. I tell you what, maybe let's do this. Maybe there was a big old ditch right there. Big old ditch, or ravine, or whatever you want to call it. There. Just using Van Dyke brown. Allow a little bit of that color that you put on the top to grab the knife and come down. You don't need much color here. Very, very little color. All right. Now then, let's go back to our brush. It's got the highlight color on it. The little greens and all that. Let's just come right in here and begin putting in shapes of all kind of bushes and stuff. Bushes. There they are. But just using the top corner. That's all we need. Okay, I'm going to go back to my brush. It has the dark color on it. We'll just put a few bushes here on this side of that ditch or ravine or whatever you want to call it. Put a little dark color in there so the highlights will show. You know what? We got to have a way to get in there, don't we? Let's take some brown. Maybe there's a little path. It comes right across here. Maybe it goes back in the woods somewhere. There. We'll just use some brown and lay it in. Like so. I'll take a little brown and white, nice dark sienna and white, a little touch of yellow ochre in it. There, let it come right around. Got to have a little place to walk. Goes right on back here. Okay, we'll have some little bushes that live right down in here and come right up over the top of that a little bit. A little bright red, Indian yellow. Look at there. I like little paintings like this because it teaches you to use just one big brush. Basically, the only brush we've used here is a great big old 2-inch brush. And a little bit of dark color right here. Push this side back. Some highlights on him. Doop, doop, doop. A little bit of red. I want that to stand. Ooh, that's nice. Some growing right here in front of the old path. We'd have to have, if we was going across this ravine here, we would need to have maybe something up here to keep everybody from falling off. So we'll put a little doer like that. A few little highlights on it, some brown and white. Come back. Let's have a little rail across here. See, because I'd fall off in there. There we go. A little something for you to hold on to when you go by. There we are. And then our little bushes that are growing right here. Scratch in a few sticks and twigs, all those little things. Now, let's have some fun. We got a second left here. I'm going to take Van Dyke brown on the fan brush, a little dark sienna too. What the heck? Just mix them right up in there. Right up. Maybe we have, yep, you know me. Big tree lives right there. He's got a friend right there. Like so. Just make him nice and dark. Take our liner brush. Mix some little bit of Van Dyke brown with paint thinner till it's very thin, like ink. Okay, let's go up here. Maybe Let it wiggle and jiggle. Got to make those little noises. And we put in a few little limbs on these trees. From the back, you can see a few little trees that are living in there. But just some nice hanging down branches on here. There. The other old tree needs some too. There we go. But the paint should be very thin. If you have trouble making it flow, then just add a little paint thinner to it. And we're going to put a few leaves on here, so we're not too worried about it. Okay, grab another little fan brush. I have several of them going. We'll take some of that black and brown mixed together. And right in here, in our world, maybe there's some, there we are, just a few little things that live out here on this tree. Like so. Just push upward with a brush. It'll create that illusion of all kind of little leaves and stuff out here. There. Wherever you think they should be. It's exactly where they should be. All right. I'm going to take, without even cleaning the brush, a little touch of yellow ochre on there. And it'll mix with that and turn sort of greenish. And just push up a little highlight on these. Doesn't take much. Want it to stay quite dark. Well, the old clock on the wall tells me it's about time to call it a day. I really hope you've enjoyed this one. It's a very nice little painting. It'll show you how to use a limited number of pieces of equipment and make a super painting of yourself. From all of us, happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, certainly glad to see you today. Today I thought we'd just do a painting that's maybe a little different, and I hope you really enjoy it. So let's start out and run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. And they'll come across right about there, okay? While they're doing that, let me show you what I've got done. I've got my normal old pre-stretched canvas up here. And today I've covered the bottom of it with liquid black and the top with liquid white. And where they come together, I've just blended them together. And it's all wet and it's ready to go. So let's have some fun. Maybe let's just do something that's make you happy today. Just a beautiful little painting. Maybe we'll start with a little Indian yellow. And let's go right up in here. We'll just start in here. Indian yellow is very pretty, very bright yellow. And it's also transparent. There. Okay, now I'm going to take a little touch of yellow ochre and add right here. And the ochre is sort of gold color. And we just let that blend right on out wherever. This liquid black does some fantastic things, especially when you want to show a scene that has a lot of nice warm mist in it. It really grays all the colors down and works beautifully. There we go. Now then, let's take, we use bright red, what the heck. We'll make a pretty little painting today that really just shines. There we are. See there? Just let them blend together. We haven't washed the brush yet. Haven't washed the brush. Just let that go. Maybe right on off the canvas over here. We don't care. There. A little more of the red. We'll put a little bit right there. Okay. And just sort of blend that together. And I'm using the little crisscross strokes as usual. Sort of let it go. And then maybe, tell you what, right on top, we'll make a lavender here. We'll use a little alizarin crimson, a little touch of phthalo blue, and I'll just mix these on the brush. It really doesn't matter, whatever. Whatever, just a little color. We don't need a lot. There we are. Now then, just sort of, ooh, that's nice. I like that. I like that. Sort of test it a little bit before we get too crazy. And if you don't like it, change the color. And you can take it to the bluish side or the reddish side, whichever you want. Whichever you want. A little bit more of the color, and we'll fill up this side also. We don't want him left out. He'll be sad. There. Just a little. We just sort of fill up the rest of the top of the canvas with that. Now you want to blend this until it's all together, until you can't tell where one color stops and the next color starts. Tell you what, I'll just get another brush here that's clean and dry. I have several of each brush going. And when you're painting at home, you'll also find that having at least two of each brush, the bigger brushes especially, will save you a tremendous amount of paint, time, and brush washing, because you use one brush for darks and one for lights. And it really will pay you dividends. There. All right. Time to wash this one. And we'll just use a little paint thinner, wash it, beat the devil out of it. We might as well wash it both. What the heck? There. Actually, I just like to get even with the cameraman because he gives me a hard time. All right. Let's take some black. We'll use midnight black. Oh, and some alizarin crimson. What the heck? Just black and crimson today. Maybe we'll just make a mountain out of that. Pull it out flat, cut across, get our little roll of paint. Lives right on the edge of the knife. There it is. We have to make a big decision right off. Where does our mountain live? In our world, I think it's going to live right there. Right there. There. And we'll just put a happy little mountain in there. Just a small one. We don't need a big complicated mountain in this one. There. Okay. Put a little color on there and take off all the excess paint. All we're looking for is a nice top edge at this point. And we could care less what's happening down here. And we'll take a good dry 2-inch brush, and as usual, we'll grab this and pull it down. Just let it blend right into the color that's underneath until it looks like it's floating there. There. A little bit over in this direction. There we are. But isn't that fantastic? You just let that little mountain just float right up there in the sky. All right. And it's also an excellent way of sort of laying out highlights and shadows in your mountain. Just by using brush strokes, you can begin seeing all these things in your mountain without actually doing anything. Now then, I'm going to mix up, I'll tell you what, let's take some sap green and alizarin crimson in about equal parts. I want to make a nice brown color and mix this quite thoroughly. Usually we leave our color sort of marble, but today I want to mix this till we have a nice mix. Okay, let me clean off the old knife. And I'll take a little bit of white. We'll put a little of that color in it and see what we have. Ooh, that's a beautiful brown, isn't it? We'll cut off a little roll of paint, go right up here, and let's use that to just put the indication of some highlights back here on this mountain. There we are, right there. There, by not over mixing this, now you'll get a variety of colors and shades. There we go. And don't fight that, let it happen. It'll make your mountain beautiful. There, no pressure, absolutely no pressure. Just allow that to float right down the mountain. That easy, that easy. Just barely caressing the canvas. There we go. Maybe there's a little light zinging right through there, wherever. And for shadow color, let's use some white. And we'll use a little touch of that lavender color that we made up, black and alizarin crimson. I'll add a little touch of the phthalo blue to it. There. But it's still sort of a lavender color. Cut off our little roll of paint once again. And we can go up in here. And we'll use that for some shadows. Just drop them in. Just drop them in. Put one right here. No pressure. Barely touch, come right through. See, I push that little tip right there back. You have unlimited power here. Unlimited power. Can do anything here. There. back to my highlight color, and I want to put a little doer right there. I like to put these little projections in my mountains, but when you're doing yours, you do them any way that you want. It's very individual. There, see? But just by doing that, you can make a whole nother plane in your mountain. Give it more dimension, make it more interesting. There. We'll just bring it right on around, maybe like so. Little touch here and there. Create the illusion of some little places up in the mountain. Now, good clean dry brush, and we'll create our mist at the base of the mountain just by tapping, following the angles, and very gently lift upward, following the angles. It's most important that you follow those angles, see? Most important. Over here, follow the angles in your shadows. There. And we can take that same color, and every once in a while I like to just bring this out and let it go like that. It makes it a little more interesting. And that gives us a pretty nice little mountain. Here we go. There. All right. We'll just take that same old brush. I'm going to go into a little bit of that brown color that I made out of the sap green and the alizarin crimson. Just tap a little bit onto the 2-inch brush. All right. Now then, maybe back here in our world, there's some little trees living here. Just use the corner of the brush. And all we're going to do is just put in some very basic little shapes. Okay? Start making some decisions here about where your trees live and what they look like. Use the corner of the brush, just the corner. See? And the harder you push, the bigger it is. Then you can begin putting in little tree shapes, or bushes, or whatever you want them. You have to make these big decisions. How many are they? Where do they live? What's your names? There. Are they friendly or unfriendly? Or all these little things, they just sort of help if you make up little stories in your mind. Then these things become personal to you. They become your friends. And it just sort of makes painting a little easier. And more than that, it makes it fun. And painting should make you happy. Shoot, there's enough unhappy things in the world. Painting should be one of those things that brightens your day. There. Something about like so. Now, let's find our little liner brush. Take a little paint thinner, and I'm going to go right into that little lavender color that we made for the shadows on the mountain. It doesn't matter, it's just a light color and it'll work. Thin like ink. Bring that brush to a sharp point. We can go up here and there. Put in the indication of a little stick and a twig. There. We need some trunks in these trees. We don't want them to fall over. There they are. Because then we'd have that old question about if a tree falls in the wood, nobody's there to hear it. Would there be any noise? And we don't want to confuse our minds, so we'll just put some trunks in here so they don't fall. There. Now, I have several of these old brushes going, so I'm just going to take another 2-inch brush here. Take a little of the sap green, a little yellow, mix it together, a little yellow ochre, Indian yellow. And here and there we're going to pick up some bright red. And we'll just vary these colors back and forth. There, that's looking pretty nice. A little ridge of paint, just like so. Push. Till you get some color on both sides. There we are. Push. That's what loads that brush though. And you can come up in here and start making big decisions here. What color is each little tree and what's it look like? There we go. See, I added just a touch of the bright red to that. Change the flavor totally, completely. and use just the corner of the brush. And look at all the little devils you can make. That easy. Little rascals live right there in your brush. All you got to do is just shake them out. But think about form and shape. When you do this, don't just throw them on at random, because then you're going to be upset with me. Then you're going to be upset, and we don't want that. We want you to be happy. We want this to work for you. There, a little bit more of the sap green. Ooh, that's nice. Okay. Just still varying back and forth between different colors. All the yellows, a little bit of the bright red and sap green. That's a pretty little tree there. Maybe right here. There's another one. Okay, now some little doers that live down here at the bottom. All kind of little bushes. Got to have a place for the little bunny rabbit to hide. And by doing one at a time, putting them in front of everyone that you have on there already, coming forward, that creates that illusion of distance. Got to leave some dark areas back here, though, for the shadows. Otherwise, it just won't look right. And we'll put a few right in here. Okay. But look at all the layers in there already. Already you can see deep in there. And we can take the knife and scrape through. Put a few sticks and twigs and just little things that live in there. Now, maybe we'll just use that same, let's use a little Van Dyke Brown Dark Sienna mixed together. I'll come right here, put some land in there. Now that'll probably be hard to see against this liquid black. But in just a second, I'll put a little highlight on there and it'll jump right out. Jump right out. There. Okay, I'll mix up a little bit of brown and white. Maybe even put the least little touch of the bright red in there. Very little amount of that. Just enough to change the taste a little. See, barely touch. This is just like you were putting snow on the mountain. But barely, barely touch. Barely touch. Caress it. Gentle. And we'll take our fan brush and we'll just use some of those same colors, the yellows and a little touch of the red here and there. I want to pop in a few little grassy things that are living out here on the dirt. And just let them work their way down. That'll break up that straight line and the edges on the dirt. Bring it all together. There. Also gives my little friends a place to hide when they come down here. Maybe we'll put some water down here and they can come get a drink then. We've certainly showed a lot of little critters in this series, and I hope you enjoy all them little devils, because they are so special to me. So special. And I like to share them. I get a lot of letters from my young friends all over the country, and they're watching those little rascals, and they're learning about how fantastic they can be. And that does good things. If people just understand that all these little creatures, shoot, we got to take care of them. If we don't, nobody will. All right, I'm using that same brown color. Same old brown color. I tell you what, let's just have a big tree right here. You know me and my big trees. There he comes. All we're doing now is just dropping in a basic shape. We're not looking for any detail at this point whatsoever. Maybe it comes, there we go. We'll make that decision later. Take a little white. I'm going right back into that lavender color. It's almost a gray. It's more of a gray than a lavender. Take the old liner brush with some paint in it. There. Put some wiggles and jiggles in there. Okay. But see, let that old brush twist and turn, and all these little things just happen in there. Don't fight them, because that's what'll make your tree interesting, is having all these little wiggles in your trunk. All right. Go back to my brush here that has the highlight colors on it. We'll take a little of the red and yellows, mix them together. All right, let's go up here. Maybe this tree has some beautiful colors on him too. I think I'll go a little bit more into the reddish color. Oh yeah, that's nicer. I like that. Just find the flavor that you like and drop it in there. There. Put some little leaves on him here. Give him some little arms. And there, see him? And it's just the corner of the brush. That's all we're using. All we're using, just the corner. Don't get greedy and get it all. There. A little bit right in there. We'll just let it drift right into nothing. Let's try a little bit of the yellow ochre on the brush too, right there. See, we'll put a nice little bush lives there, like that. Okay. And maybe, tell you what, let me find a little more of the sap green. There it is. Maybe back here is a little, oh yeah, there it is. You knew it was there. You knew it was there, didn't you? Just drop that right in. All right. Okay, tell you what, maybe we'll have a little water in there. We talked about the possibility of a little water. Find a fan brush. There, like that one better. I'm gonna take some white, liquid white, mix it with titanium white. Be right back, don't go away.
Данный стрим это настройка реалия-версия.
I put the liquid white in there only to thin this color a little bit because, as you know, a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. Now then, maybe in our world right here, maybe there's a happy little stream just floating along and it falls off, splashes a little, just works its way on down here. This is just liquid white, little titanium white, the touch of phthalo blue in it. Push here and there to give it a little ripple and a splash, because there's stones underneath the water that you don't see, and it causes little doers to happen in the water. All these little things. Just think about a little stream bubbling along here and playing now.
Лол, он еще и сообщение читает, ахаха.
There we go. And where does it go? Where does it go? I have to make some big decisions here. I don't know where it goes. We'll just let it run right on off the canvas, and we'll worry about it later. Little ripples here and there. But isn't that a super easy, nice way to make a stream? It looks pretty good that quick. Tell you what, we need something on this side. Hold that stream together. I'm going to use some more of that same old brown color. Let's have
Данная версия
nice
это
tree
альфа-рестрим настройки.
There he comes. And all we're doing, once again, just putting in a basic shape. Maybe we'll have a nice tree on this side too. We don't want it left out. There we are. And maybe there's some little bushes that live right in here, wherever. You put your bushes wherever you think they should be. And we'll take our brush that has the highlight color on it, tap a little color, and let's come right in here. Oh yeah, there it comes. And we'll put some nice little leaves and stuff on there. Change the flavor a little here and there. And off we go. There. See, you can create beautiful, beautiful things just using the corner of a 2-inch brush. You really can do that. I'm going to a little the reddish color. But, oh yeah, sparkler. There's a sparkler. Right there, right there. Now that one will attract your eye to it. When you start using these bright red ones, be careful not to put too many in because it'll make your eye go sort of crazy. Maybe there's one there. Wherever. I see where I want to go now. Maybe, let's do this. Let's just do this. Take a little of that brown color, just fill this in. Come right on out. That'll hold our stream in so it doesn't get away. And son of a gun sometime will get away on you, just run off and leave you. So let's come right down here, put some little grassy things right on that stream. There they are. Just tapping though. All we're doing is just tapping. There. And maybe back in here. Yeah, you're right. You were right. Here's some more little bushes and all kind of little things that hide in there. There they are. Now then, let's get crazy. Shoot, we got a minute left here. Take a little bit of the liquid white, put it out. To that I'm going to add a little dark sienna, a little bit of the bright red, not much. But I have a very thin, very, very thin color now. Take our fan brush, load it full of dark sienna and Van Dyke brown, just mix them together like so. Like so. Then I'm going to go down here and run one side through that light color. So now I have dark on one side, light on the other. Maybe we have a big tree. We do now. Lives right there. And that way you can do both sides at once. Have another one. And you put as many or as few in your world as you want. Maybe here's a, oh my gosh, there's a huge one there. There is a huge one there. Darken him up a little. All right. We're going to have a big tree. We might as well have a big tree. Maybe we'll have another one. Sometimes you get started with this and you can't stop. It gets to be fun. Now, take our liner brush. Liner brush. Come in here. Maybe there's a few old limbs that hang out here. This is that same brown color. Just let an old limb hang off in here. Wherever. Wherever. And you just put as many or as few as you want in here. Many or as few. There's some back here on this one. Maybe they're behind that one. There. Tell you what, maybe we'll put a few leaves on this so we don't have to be real careful about where we put these limbs. All right. This old big guy here, he'd have a monster that hangs way out over here. I know. No, he would. At least in my world he does. Got some arms sticking up. And sometimes I like to show a little reflected light on the back of these trunks. I'm going to take, let's use a little touch of Prussian blue, and I'll mix a little white. But use Prussian blue because it's very dark and very strong. And I'm just going to tap the least little touch of a little reflected light on the back of some of these tree trunks down here. Least little touch. Least little touch. And we take a little dart and just tap. And this is a way you can create a feel of bark on your tree. I mean, when it dries, it will feel like real bark. Tell you what, find the fan brush. Use number 3. It's laying here. I'm going to use black. A little more of that Prussian blue in it. Let's come up in here and just take a little brush and tap in the indication of a few little branches that live up in here. Just black, touch of Prussian blue. Or you could use brown if you wanted to. It's up to you. Up to you. There.
А ведь это и правда стрим настройки стрима.
We know it's back here. There we go. All right. Now then, just leave that color on there and go in a little yellow. That'll instantly turn green because it has blue in it. And we tap in a few highlights. Okay. There we are. Just here and there. And with that, shoot. I think we got a pretty nice old painting. Gonna call that one finished. So from all of us here, happy painting and God bless. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today because I thought today we'd just do a fantastic little painting I think you'll enjoy. So let's start out and have run all the colors across the screen, that you need
Кот
to
уже
paint along
сутки
with us.
что-то
While they're doing
настраивает,
that, let me show you what I've
потому
got
что у
going
него
up here today.
лапки.
And today I've got I've got all three of the mediums being used on this one canvas here. We have, in the top here, I put a mixture of liquid white and liquid clear because I want to have some transparency in this. If you don't have the clear, you can just use white. Down here I put the liquid black, and I've just taken a brush and sort of stirred it up a little bit. And that's basically all that we've done. And with that, if everything goes well, we'll just do a fantastic little painting. Let's start out today with a touch of the yellow ochre. Just a little bit of yellow ochre. Don't need much. On the 2-inch brush. And let's go right up in here. And we'll just put in a little, just a little thing like so. There we are. There, okay. Now I'm going to add at least a little touch of cad yellow to the brush so it gets a little bit brighter. Now I'm going to come back in a minute and put white in there and brighten that center up even more. There. Just want
Кот не знает, как слинять с квартиры меньше, чем линк больше, чем
www.youtube.com/slash/gaming/mad/slash/828/email/swift/.
yellow, brown color,
whatever you want to call it, but a little bit of each. And we'll come right in here. Still using the little crisscross strokes. Like so. Get a little more of the paint, and we'll go on the other side and do the same thing. I like these little paintings where it looks like the sun's glowing through from the back. They're very nice and very easy to do with some of these mediums that we have. A little more of the dark sienna. Want it to get progressively darker as it works away from the light. Progressively darker. There we go. All right. Now I'm going to begin adding the least little touch of Van Dyke brown. Not much, just a little, so it gets a little darker. And then it's going to pick up the liquid black. It's already here, and automatically it's going to get darker. Let these mediums work for you. Let them work for you. All right. Okay, now then. Let me just pick up a clean brush. I've got several of each brush going. And let's go up in here and just blend this together. Just really want to blend it together. There. And let these colors just go right to each other. And the transition between colors then will be very smooth, very gentle. They won't distract the eye. Sort of looks like a big old egg I fried the other morning. I'm not much of a cook. There. Okay. Now then, time to clean a brush. And that's the fun part of this. That's the fun part. There we go. Now then, I'm going to take that same old brush.
Эмли, приду домой, настрою нафиг микрофон. Он ужасен.
And begin working around and around and around and around. We want this to be the brightest spot in the sky. Just work it and blend it. Let it work outward. But don't go back into the center with a dirty brush. You'll lose that nice glow. And we want to save that. You could even take a little paint on your finger if you wanted to and make the indication. Maybe there's a little sun up there. Who knows? Who knows? And then very lightly, you just blend it all together. But it will give you the impression that there's a little sun up in the sky. All right. Now then, today, as I say, let's just have some fun and enjoy it. Let our imagination take us to some beautiful places and see what happens. We got the brush clean. That's the most important part of it. Now then, let's take some dark sienna. I'll pick up a little of the titanium white. And put a little black in there with it. There we go. I want to make sort of a gray with a little brown in it. Oh, it's getting nice there. It's getting nice. Just sort of work it back and forth till you find the flavor that you like. There. There we go. Let's try that. We'll have a fan brush. This is a number 6 fan brush, or you could use number 3 or whatever. It's up to you. Color on the brush, both sides. We go up here, and I want this to be like little distant trees back in here. I'm going to add a little more white. It's a little brighter than I wanted it to be. I want it to be a little more subdued. Oh, that's much better. Much better. I'm happier about that. There, maybe there's some little trees that live back in there. And all I'm doing is touching with a fan brush and sort of pulling downward. Just pulling downward, very gently. See? This is a super way of making a lot of trees very rapidly, or the indication of a lot of trees. There. Just sort of let it taper right on off into nothing. Now then, take a clean, dry 2-inch brush, and you just want to tap the base of this to create that illusion of mist. A lot of mist. And very lightly lift upward. Just upward. Okay, go back to the same brush, same old brush, and I want it to be just a little bit darker, so just load the brush up again. Same colors, just a little darker. Now then, maybe in our world there lives, yep, you're right, another little layer here. And this helps create that illusion of depth in your painting, distance. There, maybe it comes right on down like that. On up here somewhere, we don't even know where it goes. There. And once again, back to the 2-inch brush, and I want to tap the base of that to help create that illusion of mist. Just tap it, let it just disappear. Okay, and very lightly. 2 hairs and some air, just lift it upward. But look at the amount of distance we've created in that, just by playing with a little color. All right, let me clean off a spot to work here. We'll lay that over there out of the way. Might need it later. Let's go into a little bit of the black, a little Van Dyke, dark sienna. And I'll put just a little bit of white in it, not much. I want this to be quite a bit darker, maybe a little more of the white. There we go. There. Makes a very nice color. But it's sort of toward the dark sienna color. That's what we're sort of looking for. Tell you what, oops, let me get a bigger fan brush. It goes a little faster. Picked up the number 3, and I think I'll use the number 6. Number 3 would work just as well. There. It's just that I want to go a little bit faster. So we'll use this one, and we'll drop in indication here and there of some happy little evergreen trees. These are closer, so you see a lot more detail. See how that darker color stands out against that light? Just sparkles. Just sparkles. Maybe there's some little indications. I don't know. Maybe they come right on down like that. See a few more little indications behind those trees. There, another one. We see some detail in. Okay. Let's have a few on the other side too. I don't want that side left out. Maybe there's a big one right there. But the same way, use the corner of the brush as you work down the tree. Push harder and harder just to add more pressure. Make the bristles bend down much more. Look at that. Look at that. You can do that. There we go. Have another one. Shoot, we're just painting the whole forest here. And that's all right. That's all right. Put as many or as few in your world as you want. Because painting is very individual. Everybody's going to see this differently. And that's the way it should be. That's the way it should be. There. Okay, maybe. I don't know, let's have one more over here. We'll have one more of them little devils. Right around. Now sometimes it's interesting to show different depths. Maybe I'll add more black to that. Maybe back in here you can see a few more back in there. There. Just let them sort of fade in there. Well, we really do have a forest, don't we? Now, once again, 2-inch brush. I want to create that illusion of mist. Now, let me show you a trick. Let me show you a trick. Let me show you. Just, I saw some. I get excited sometimes. Please excuse me. Now, see here? If you want to take these trees right here and push them farther back. Let me put some mist. Now let's just strengthen this tree here a little bit because that mist is there. Watch here, watch here. Look how it pushed that tree back. Just by doing that. That's a little trick that helps show distance in a painting. That misty area is so important. Now when we create the mist here, we don't want to destroy that edge. We just want to tap in here. And just sort of let them blend together. Look at there though. But look at the layers in there now. And when you're doing your painting, look at these things. Pick them out. Make them work for you. But they're lazy. If you don't paint them and force them a little bit, they'll just lay there and sleep. Like me when the alarm clock goes off in the morning. There. Over here, we'll just let that blend right in. Just about nothing. In fact, I'll put a little color on the brush. Maybe there's a big tree lives right here. I don't know. Some nice little bushy things back in here. Add a little bit more of the dark color. There. But see, each layer gets darker, and look at the amount of distance in this little painting already. There's so many planes in there. These little planes are what create that illusion. And they're really not hard to do. Really not hard to do. There. Just work on one level at a time though. And sometimes we get in a hurry because it starts to work real well and it feels good and we just want to, oh, you know what I'm saying. We get carried away. I bet it's happened to you if you painted. Certainly happens to me. I start seeing all these different things and next thing I know I'm out in left field somewhere. Put one here too. What the heck? Maybe. There I go with that maybe again. Maybe we have, yep, maybe there's a little bush lives right there. Right there. See, you see these things and you drop them in. All right. Okay. Now then, we can take our knife and just sort of make the indication here and there of some little trunks. I don't want these to be too distinct. They're too far away and too subdued. But you can see a few little things here and there. And we can take that same old brush that has a color and I'm going to add the least little touch of maybe some yellow ochre, a little bright red to it. Least little touch. I don't want much color on the brush. Very small amount. And I just, here and there, I want to pop in a little of that color to make it look like there's a little highlight on some of these. But it's real easy to overdo here. Too much will distract. And you'll lose that softness. And that's one of the things that's so great about using the liquid black. That liquid black will always make things look very mystic, very soft, because it grays color. It adds a gray color. Let's see here. Find my old brush. We'll just use the same old brush. What the heck? I'm going to go right into a little touch of the yellow ochre, all the yellows, Indian yellow. Be right back. Don't go away. Get a little white. Whew. Oh, that's nice. I want a bright one right here. If our sun's right there and it's shining down, look at there. I want a sparkler. The light's going to strike that. It's really going to be pretty. There we go. But look at all those beautiful little colors. Maybe right there. Put a nice little red color in there. Let it just work its way back. Just using the corner of the brush. It's all you need. It's really all you need. I want to take a little paint thinner and go into some Van Dyke brown. Here and there, we'll put the indication of a little tree trunk. Some little sticks and twigs and all those little things that live in there. Maybe back here we can see some things. Old dead tree maybe. Wherever. There's one. That's an old crookedy one. That one's a crooked. Okay, tell you what, let's do. Let's get crazy here. Let's get crazy and have some fun. Maybe there's a little house that's here. You know me, I like little houses and big trees. That's my thing. Now, if you don't want a house in yours, don't put it in. Every once in a while I get a letter from somebody that said, I didn't want a house in that painting. And you have that right. When you do yours, do it any way that you want it. There. We get a lot of letters from people all over the country who are painting and doing fantastic things. The photographs that people send me, sometimes it's almost unreal that people do such beautiful paintings. And ever so often we like to put them together and show them here. So send me a photograph of what you're doing. Share it with us, and we'll share it with the TV audience and let everybody see it. If you don't mind. If you don't want it shown on TV, if you send a picture, just say so. We'll respect that. There. Let's go right here. And we can just use a little bit of this brown and sort of decide where we want everything to live. Touch, pull. All we're doing, blocking in color. Get some dark on there so our light will show.
Мяу и тебе лол.
Maybe it's got a longer roof on the other side, see? Some old houses are like that. Just like so. There. And while we have that brown there, we can just block in some sides and front. Maybe this is I don't know what kind of building it is. Maybe it's an old barn. You decide. You could make it a little house or a barn or whatever. Whatever. Now, we'll take some white, a little bit of that brown color, and just mix it together. There we are.
Меньше,
Like
чем
so.
линк, больше,
That's off a
чем.
little roll of paint about that. Touch. See, just go down like that. But you got to make that little noise or it doesn't work. And our light's coming from here. So that'll be the brightest side. Same color. I'll add a little dark sienna and Van Dyke brown to it. Same color though. Same color. There I go with that noise again. Really, some reason, maybe it's the exhaling of air or something, but it really does seem to make it work a little better. There. Very gently. Create the illusion of a old building. Now then, in our old building, let's have some boards. We'll take some Van Dyke brown here, just a small roll.
Передозировка бобом россом у коти. Диплом живописца уже можно выдавать.
Create the illusion of some boards. Want a few on this side. There they are, there they are. Let them go, let them go. Well, we're going to have one neat building here in a minute. We'll take our 2-inch brush and only one hair and some air. Just barely caress. Barely. Just barely. Whoa, just barely touch it. If you want to smooth it out, you may like it a little rougher. I want to smooth this one out a little bit though. So it's up to you. Let me take the little knife. I like that little knife. And let's put a door in here. Maybe I'll just put a big old door like that. And we'll let everybody figure
Завтра
out what their own
поставлю
building
ему
is.
в мире животных.
See a little
Уговорили.
light right there. Around, there we are. For the roof, we'll take some white, a little bit of brown, maybe at least a little touch of black in there. Oh yeah, graze it down some more. But don't overmix it. I want a lot of things happening right there on the knife. And we touch, doop. And this is where, if you're a little nervous, it'll pay great dividends. Just touch, bloop, 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 bloop. Let it work its way down. There I go with those noises again. There. See? Now just a tiny little bit on the other side, just so there's a little light zinging through there. Shoot, we got a pretty nice looking little building there. We can live with that. Take a little dark color. So I use some black and some brown, little lizard and crimson in there too. Let's come right along in here, touch. And let's begin thinking about how the land's going to flow around this little building. How do we want it to go? This is where we cut it off and get our perspective right. There. Okay, that's about all we need because we got the black there. Maybe on the other side, something comes down. Yeah, that's good. Let's put that right there. I'm beginning to see some things in here. All right. Tell you what. Let me find, yeah, we'll use a 1-inch brush today. We'll be different. Take a little sap green, a little yellow, a little yellow ochre. Be right back. Get a little black in there too. There, it's nice. A little Indian yellow. And put a little red in there. Red dulls it, because red and green, as you know, makes brown. And maybe in our world, maybe there's some happy little bushes that live right along here. And I'm just pushing upward with the side of the brush. Just pushing upward. Want to make like tall grass here. Whew. Maybe. Let me find the little knife again. Tell you what, maybe there's a nice stone lives right there. We can do it with a knife, or you can do it with a filbert brush. That's very nice too. Just touch. Just make the indication of just a happy little stone. There we go. Little grassy thing that comes down, pushes that stone right into there. There we go. Just keep pushing, like so, there. A few little things over here, wherever. We have to have a path in there. There's just no getting around it. Have to have a path. Let me take a little of the Van Dyke dark sienna. Let's have a little path that comes right down there. Right there. And once we get down here, we got to have, let's go back here. There it comes. We'll have another little path there. So he can walk down here and walk on out wherever he wants to go. A little white. A little touch of blue here and there too, just to gray it down. At least a little touch of, oh, that's nice. It gives it a little cool flavor. A little cool flavor. There we go. Then we can just bring some of these little grassy things right up to the path, and that'll push it back down in there and make it all part of the painting. Make it work. And this is just using the side of the brush. Let's put a few on the other side. So you just push upward, just bend it. There. And work in layers, doing the thing as farthest away first and always coming forward. Always coming forward. There we go. Create the illusion of a little hill there. Now then, shoot, let me find another fan brush. You ready to get crazy? Let's do it. Let's go into, we'll use Van Dyke brown, little dark sienna. Let's go up here. Maybe in our world, yeah, you guessed it. Here comes Bob's big tree. Right there. Right there. Let's give him a friend. There's one. Let these old trees wiggle and jiggle and have character. Maybe there's one back here in the back somewhere. He lives right back in there, stops there. He's got a little friend over here. Just make out some little indications. Whatever. Now then, let me find my liner brush. There it is. These brushes, if you don't watch them, they'll sneak off and hide on you, leave you by yourself. And we have a few limbs hanging right here. There's one. Old limbs hanging out here watching the sunshine. There. Tell you what, let's put some leaves up there. Let's have some fun. We'll just use a little brown and black, at least a little touch of the blue, not much. And let's just come right in here. Just use the corner of the brush. Maybe we'll let this old tree just hang right out here by the sun. Right out by the sun. Look at there. Look at there. Isn't that nice? That is nice. All right. We'll leave this one branch hanging. I like him out there by himself. See? You pick out little favorites and you leave them. If you paint something nice in your painting, be careful, save it. Shoot, work around it sometime if you can. No use messing with the good stuff. We'll take a little highlight color, see if that shows up. Yeah, it's enough. And we'll just put an indication here and there. A few little leaves up there. There we go. There.
Снежок,
Just the
буду
corner of the
дома
brush.
через
Pay
полчаса.
attention to shape and form. I know you've heard that before. There. Even sometimes in the newsletter that we publish, I'll put little articles in there about shape and form and how to create them. There. And that gives me a little more time. In the newsletter, I can talk about things a little more and show, because I don't have the time restraints that we have here. There we go. Down at the bottom here, put a little grass around his foot. So we want that to just settle right in there. Okay. And we could take a little bit of light color on the fan brush. If you wanted to highlight the edge of this tree so it stands out, just a little bit of light really makes these old trees look a little better. Shoot, I think we about have a finished painting. You can scratch in a few little sticks and twigs wherever you want them, and it'd be done. I think we'll call that one finished then. So, tell you what, from all of us here, happy painting, and God bless, my friend.
Ставь чайник, Снежок.
Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad to see you today. This is the last show of the 20th series, so I'm very, very glad you're with us. Tell you what, let's start out today and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us at home. While they're doing that, let me show you this crazy thing I got going up here today. I've taken my plain old canvas, and this being the last show, we're a little silly here today, so we thought we'd just play. I've taken a little bit of tape here and taped a little here, and then I had some contact paper left over, and I've just covered a couple of areas. And I thought we'd do something, as I say, it's the last show, so let's just have some fun. Let's start out today with an old 2-inch brush, a little touch of the phthalo blue. Just a small amount, a little phthalo blue. Let's go right up in here. Maybe we'll do 2 paintings at once today. How is that? Might as well have a little challenge. Have 2 paintings at once. Let's do one in summer and one in winter. How's that? One in summer and one in winter. That'll be a challenge off the same palette. That'll give you some experience with both seasons. It'll make things nice for you. Let's add, while we got that blue going there, I'm gonna put the least little touch of the phthalo green into it. Just the least little touch. Don't want much. Now I've got a little line taped right here, and I want to stay on the right side of that line. There we go. Don't want to contaminate these two if it's going to look like 2 different paintings. I think I'll have it looking like one painting is laying on top of the other one. All right. We'll just try that and see if it works. If it doesn't, we've had a good time anyway. I've certainly enjoyed being with you. There we go. Now then. Tell you what, I have several brushes going, so let me grab another one here. Now, I'm going to the least little touch of the Indian yellow, just a very small amount. And maybe in this one, I have a little touch of yellow right here in the sky. Just a little bright spot. And we'll go, without cleaning the brush, go into a little bit of bright red. Just let it blend together. Right up to that little piece of tape. Don't want to go across it, don't want to contaminate. There. Now then, maybe we'll take a little blue and a little alizarin crimson. We'll make us a little lavender color. Now we can do that right on the brush. Just mix it on the brush. What the heck? And come right in here We'll add a little bit of that in there. Just have fun and enjoy. There we are. Then maybe just a little blue over here. All right. And then down here, just pull across. Like that. All right, let me wash the old brush here, getting too many of them dirty. Shake off the excess. And cover everybody in the studio. You don't have to be crazy to do this, but it does help. Now then, we'll just blend this all together. Make sure the brush is good and dry. If it's not, it'll thin your paint out and it just doesn't work too well. All right. Okay. Wash the old brush off again. Get it as clean as I can. And dry it off, and very lightly here. Add a little touch of the titanium white. I want to make this very bright, like this is our light source. Start with the white and the light area and work outward. There. That just takes off any excess paint. Okay. There. This will be our winter scene here. So have a little bright spot in the sky so it's not too dull. All right. Now then, maybe we'll use a 1-inch brush. Maybe we have a little cloud up in the sky up here in this one. And a little cloud lives a little titanium white. Little cloud just lives right here and floats around, has a good time, plays. There he is. Okay. A little bit more of that white. There, just make little circular patterns. Just enjoy it. Let it just sort of float around. Have fun. There it is. Okay, we'll take a clean, dry, 2-inch brush, and we'll just sort of mix that up, stir it a little bit, using just the top corner, just blending a little bit so it sort of comes together. Then lift it, fluff it. There we are. Clean brush, very lightly go across. Ain't that easy. We have a happy little cloud living up there in the sky. Now then, shoot, let's have some more fun. We'll take some black, a little Prussian blue, and some alizarin crimson. Black, blue, alizarin crimson. Okay, cut us off our little roll of paint, as usual. And let's build us a little mountain. A little mountain right here. There he is. Just however you want him. Maybe there's another little peak there that goes out. Now while we have that, let's do the same scene down here, only in winter. We'll do one in summer and one in winter. And they won't be exact, but we'll just have a basic idea here. There's our little mountain. We'll let it go right down through there. Sometimes we can use the same colors for both of them. And we had a little bump there. There we go. Scrape off all the excess paint. Just really get in there and scrape it. Now, take a clean 2-inch brush, grab that and pull it. Just pull it. Let it move. There. Okay, and blend right out to nothing. Okay, now then, up here on this one, same thing. We want to grab this and pull it. Just pull that color. It does two things, as you know, if you've painted along with us. Removes excess paint, makes the next layer stick much easier, and it creates this misty illusion down at the base of the mountain. All right. All right. Okay, now we can wash the old brush again. There we go. There we go. Now then, I bet they'll be glad here this is the last show of this series. They probably take them a week to clean the studio up. Let's see, let's take some white, some midnight black, maybe the least little touch of dark sienna into it. There. Leave it marbled like that. Don't overmix it. Then cut across in our little roll of paint. And let's go up here on this little mountain. And let's just put in some nice little highlights up there. Barely touching the canvas. Barely touch. Whisper light. whisper light. On some of the other series I've told about when I was teaching my son Steve to paint, I used to tell him just to pretend he was a whisper floating across the mountain. And it certainly must have worked. That little son of a gun can outpaint me now. Whew. Don't tell him I said that. He'll be wanting my job. There. Okay. And maybe right along in there. Clean off a little spot to work. We'll make a shadow color. We'll take some white, a little bit of Prussian blue, not much, very strong. Some black. And we'll make a very dark grayish color, but sort of to the blue side. There we go. Nice. Little roll of paint again. And let's go right up in here and just put the indication of just a happy little shadow that lives up here in this mountain. And a little bit right in here. There's some more. A little bit back here. Choom. There's some. And we just sort of let that just go right on out into nothing. Right out into nothing. There. Yeah, this is a very special series to me. The 20th series. There's 260 half-hour shows now. It's unbelievable that we've been able to accomplish that. And it's not something you do alone. There's a lot of very special people that have worked very hard to make this come together and to bring you these shows. There's Walt and Annette, my partners. They're always there, and they always are very supportive, and I appreciate all of their efforts. And I'd like to publicly say thank you to both of them. They're very special to me. And my wife, Jane. She hangs in there. It's hard to live with a crazy old painter, I'll tell you that. All right. But these people are very special to me. I'm gonna just take an old 2-inch brush here and tap a little. Lift it up, blend it. Like so. A little bit over here. There we go. And we'll just sort of let it just go right into nothing. Something like that. I'll put a little more at the top up there. I don't care for the top. There, like that better. Just break it up a little. Down here in this one, let's take some white. A little bit of the bright red in it. Not much, just a little. Just a little. And on this one, since it's winter, let's just use white, a little bit of bright red. Put them little rascals right in there. Shoom. There you go. Little touch back here, like that. And we'll use a little Prussian blue and white for a shadow. Come right in here, drop it in. All right. See, there's the same basic idea, just using a different color. Then if you want to do the same thing we've done up here by putting some little doers here and there, some little ridges and everything, you can drop those in too. There. Yeah, as I say, it's hard to believe there's 260 shows. Son of a gun. That's almost unreal. Unreal. And if you hadn't got to see all of them and you would like to, of course I'm just assuming that you'd like to, give your station a call. Let them know. It's important that they know that you want to see them. And if you want to see them, as I say, just give them a call. The shows are certainly available to them. There we are. Okay, maybe I'll put a little touch of shadow right there behind that little peak. So, gotta have one there too. Now then, let's just take, we'll take a little sap green, a little dark sienna, and grab some white here, whatever color we got. Whatever. Okay, there we are. Making sort of a greenish color. Let's go right up here in this top one. Maybe there's a little footy hill that lives right back here. We'll just do a very basic little painting today, very simple. Very simple. This is a good one for you just to practice and have fun with. Don't want it to get too complicated, not if we have to do two of them especially. There. touch, pull straight down. Straight down. We'll just turn that right into some reflections. Get a clean brush. Nice clean brush, pull it down, and go across. And we have instant reflections. That easy. That easy. We'll take a little liquid white on the knife. Put it on the palette, pull it out very flat, cut across. Then we'll just take the knife and literally cut in a little water line here. Just cut it in. There. Okay, maybe a little touch more there. And we can see a little ripple here and there. All right, now then, let's come down here on this bottom one. For that, I'm going to take a little touch of the lavender into a little white. Same lavender we made the mountain out of, into a little white. And we'll make us a little footy hill on this one. Just a little tiny foothill. There. Okay, there it comes, right there. Same thing though. Pull down to create that reflection. And go gently across. Gently across back to our liquid white. And we can use that just to cut us in a little water line. There. Okay, now sometimes it's neat. We can take a 1-inch brush. If you want to make this look like little distant trees, we'll start up here at the top. You can grab it and just lift upward. Little tiny short strokes. Work in layers. It'll create that illusion of little distant trees that are far, far away. Clean the brush a little bit. We can do the same thing down here on this winter one. No difference. Now then, time to really have some fun. Tell you what, let's do. Let me clear off a space to work here. I get carried away. As big as this palette is, I fill it up with a lot of garbage. Take some black, some Prussian blue. We'll put some alizarin crimson in there, like that. Okay, let me clean off the old knife. Let's make us some little evergreen trees. Grab a fan brush, fill the brush full of color, just a lot of color, both sides. Let's do the ones down here in the winter scene first. And we'll have a nice little evergreen, lives right here, or a big evergreen. Shoot, that rascal got big on us. But notice in the winter one, I use no green. Because if we're going to have snow down here, the only thing worse than yellow snow is green snow. So we're not going to use any green in these trees. There we go. I'll have him a little friend there. Tell you what, let's have a third one. I like little trees. Maybe this one's sort of got a little crook in him. This is a crooked tree. There. Now then, while we have that going, I'll just take a 1-inch brush. This is predominantly blue though. That's the main color here. And let's go right in here. Maybe we'll have some little bushes that live right here. We just sort of let them move right on out. Like that. Like that, wherever you want them. Okay. Now, let's take same color. And I did this winter one first because I want to take the phthalo green that I have and add it right into that same dark color. And then in the summer trees, they'll have some green in them. Okay, we could use the same fan brush. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We'll just fill it right up. A lot of color though. There we are. Okay, let's go back up here. Oh, let's see. Old tree lives about right there. Certainly does now. There we are. Just use the corner of the brush and off you go. Like that. See there? Them old trees live in there. You just have to you have to scare them out sometime. But they're in there. They live right in your fan brush. Right in the old fan brush. And we had a second tree. Yep, right there. There he is. There we go. And we had that little baby tree that was sort of leaning over. And he lives right about there. Okay, here he comes. Little guy. Little guy. Have to give him a name. Maybe his name's Oscar. What the heck? Whatever. Doesn't matter. Just make up a little name and give him. Okay. Back to our 1-inch brush. And we had the little bush. Let's see, I'll make it close as I can to the one down below. Had it coming all the way on out here like that. Okay. Can do that. There.
Готов или нет, я захожу.
We'll just fill all that in. Just fill it in. All right. And off we go. Okay. Now we'll take some white, a little bit of the dark sienna. We'll mix that together. There. Cut across, get our little roll of paint. See, just cut across. There it is, right on the edge of the knife. And with that, we'll go right up here. We'll put the indication here and there of a little tree trunk. It just sort of hides out in the middle of this tree. There we are. Doop, 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 doop. We can even put a little in this winter scene too. It doesn't matter. It's smaller. You're not going to see as much though. And with a clean knife, you can just scrape through here. Put all kind of little sticks and twigs in your bushes. And 90% of these will be covered up when we put the highlight on. But here and there, people are going to see one or two. And they're going to think you work for days and days with your little one-haired brush putting all those in. Shh. We don't tell them any different. That's our secret. There. You just raise the price of your painting a little bit and keep on going. All right. Wherever you think they should be. Now then, let's find a nice 1-inch brush here. Tell you what, maybe we'll use this one. Dip it in a little bit of liquid white. Liquid white. We'll go right into some cad yellow. Be right back. Get a little sap green. Oh, that's nice. Pull that brush in one direction. Load a lot of color into the bristles. Look at the end. Look at all the paint that's in there. That's what makes it work. Now, right up here, this nice summer scene. Let's put some little leaves on some of these bushes and stuff right here. A little yellow ochre, a little Indian yellow. Here and there, maybe even a little touch of the bright red. There. Okay. Get crazy. Here's a little green bush with red flowers. There. A little bit more of the sap green, and ooh, there's a nice one. There's a nice one. And start working in layers. I tell you what, we need a way to get out there. Shoot, if you had a nice place like that, you'd have to get out there and catch that big old fish that lives out there. Let's take a little Van Dyke brown on the knife. There we are. Let's go right in here. And let's put the indication of a little path. Just a little path. We'll put a little brown down. So I say you'd have to have a way to get out here. A little bit of brown and white for the highlight. Let the paint break. Barely touch the canvas. Just caress it. And then back to our 1-inch brush that has the highlight colors on it. Little green, little yellow, Indian yellow, yellow ochre, all those nice colors. Load a lot of paint in there though. And right here, there it is. See, by loading a lot of paint, you just barely have to touch the canvas. If you have just a little paint in there, you really got to sock it hard to try to get the paint to come out. And then it mooshes together. That's a word my son uses. It mooshes together and you end up with mud. And we're not looking for that. We're not looking for that. Tell you what, get a new brush for the one down below. We'll take white, liquid white, and we'll go into the titanium white. Be right back. I'm going to get the least little touch of alizarin crimson. Ooh, that's nice. Give it a little pinkish flavor. Let's go right up here. Now then we can come back in here and do the same thing, basically, using a little bit of the white. There. All right. But look at all those little doers, little snow-covered things. Now back to our knife, take a little titanium white. We need a little path in there too. But the same thing, you need something to go over the path. There, see, and that pushes it right down into the painting. Just like that.
Сейчас стрим отключится для подключения новых кабелей и ПР обслуживания. Скоро вернемся.
You know, one other group of people I would like to thank for making the joy of painting what it is. I think we have one of the best crews here of any PBS station in the nation. We're right here in Muncie, Indiana. And I'd like to thank all these people, the director, the producers, everybody, for making this such a success. Because without these people, there wouldn't be anything. I'm going to put a little green on the brush here. There. And not only are these people such fantastic people in television, they're also my friends, and they've become very special to me.